Okay, hello? I apologize for the technical difficulties. So basically, I have to end the stream and start a new stream. So I'm gonna ask that, please. Okay, I'm gonna ask if there's anybody watching. Please put a one in the chat if the audio is okay. If not, I'll put two, and I'm still echoing. Okay, hello? Just give me a moment. Uh, this is gonna be one of those nights. Okay. Okay. Put a one in the chat if I'm echoing. Put two and one if I'm okay. Okay. Please, I need to know. Okay, put a one in the chat if I'm echoing. Put a two if I'm okay. Please, I need to know. Because I have to end this stream as well. Okay, anyway, look, the fact that, okay, oh, I'm still echoing? Oh, oh boy. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me? Please respond because I need to know. Okay. Anyway, hello? I need to know. I need to know. Okay, I need to know. Am I coming out? Okay. All right. All right. No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try. Okay, we're gonna continue with the stream. Now what I did was I did put the link in the chat, and also I pinned the link if anyone wants to join the panel. Now, as I was trying to explain, one thing that we have noticed here on social media is that people have acted very foolishly. Okay, and the fact of the matter is we have people who act like Karens. We have people who fail to understand that whenever that's silly or stupid or what have you, um, it will stay in the internet forever. Okay. Hello, DG. If you want to hit the link, try it now, and we'll see. We'll see. Look, I think at this point, I think the best thing to do is instead of me trying to show the audio or what have you, just simply open discussion regarding the stupidity of some people. Okay. Uh, so I would appreciate. Okay, let's see if we just. Okay.
Hey, is it better? Can you hear me?
Are you there?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me? Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Okay, it's still echoing though. Damn it. Okay, it's still echoing though. Damn it.
Well, no, what? Okay. Is it worse than before?
You sound good to me while I'm up here, but I hear myself echoing back after I speak. I hear myself echoing back after I speak.
Oh, boy. Okay, well, Irby said that he is okay, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go to my laptop, to my phone, so we can continue
Okay.
the conversation.
Okay. Are you
So
closing
just bear
down the
with
live
me.
stream, or are we just holding on?
So
You want me to wait here? Oh, he's leaving me here. Can you hear me now, Irby? Do I sound echoey or choppy?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Boy.
Are
You
we good
know,
now?
yeah, I think we're good.
Oh,
Uh,
okay, good.
you know what? I have to laugh. I seriously, I seriously have to laugh at this point because you know what? It's like it's like someone cast a spell on my laptop.
And like when your stream's messing up, you start getting like hot and like your anxiety gets going, and so you thugged it out though. It sounds good now. So you should be able to rock and roll now.
Yeah, you know what? But you know what? Okay, but let me just give you a couple examples of people acting crazy. Okay. First
Okay.
of all, Okay, first of all, like I said before, you have this lady. She's sitting in coach, okay? And what she does, she takes a whole bunch of look like saran wrap, and she wraps like 3 seats and creates her own business section. I mean, you cannot, I'm sorry, but you cannot make this up. You cannot make this crap up. I mean, it's like,
Man, the levels of entitlement and mental illness raging through our country is insane.
yes, it is. Okay. And you know what? You know what's the scary part? Is not only do you have these people in the peanut gallery here in these YouTube streets, you also have these members of the peanut gallery at work.
Oh man. I honestly don't have like peanut gallery problems in real life. I don't have like problems with people, drama, like I only have it on YouTube, so
Okay. Well, okay. Let me just give you a case in point, which is the following. Okay. Um. Last week I get email sent to my personal email and my job email stating that there was a worker that was being accused of violating the dress code. Now, just for those who don't understand what this about, uh, we as municipal employees, we have to maintain a certain level of professionalism as far as our appearance. So, and of course, I was out that day. So generally, when I'm out, I don't respond to emails. Okay. And in fact, I put in an automatic message stating I was out for that day. Okay. So when I come back on Tuesday, I sent an email to this union rep, and this is what I told her, and I put it in a nice way. Why don't you have a talk with the worker in question? Get the worker's perspective as far as what's going on. And then you have a talk with the person who or people who make the accusation. And then you familiarize yourself when it comes to the dress code. Simple, right? This nut job responds accusing me of downgrading her ability to resolve conflicts.
oh wow.
And it's like, first of all, I had to like control myself because I know how I wanted to respond because Latinos can have a temper.
Feisty.
Yes.
Well, I mean, maybe she was triggered because she knew that I mean, obviously she was having issues resolving conflict, because why'd she have to hit you up?
Okay, but but the thing, okay, but this is how I responded. This was an attempt to assist you in your issue. Nothing more and nothing less. We encourage union reps to try to work independently and then reach out to the other union reps whenever they cannot resolve an issue independently. And then I ended the email saying the following. This will be the last form of electronic correspondence that you will receive from me in regards to this matter. Basically, it was my nice professional way of saying, get the fluff away from me.
Yeah, it was a classy read, a classy read. But you literally just said right back to her what she was mad about. Like, you can't resolve your own issue. That's why you're hitting me up. And then you're mad because I'm trying to help you with the issue that you can't resolve.
Yeah, I mean, look, let me tell you
Make it
something.
make sense.
You know what? I don't know who's crazier, the nut jobs that we see in YouTube streets or the nut jobs I see in my job with dealing with other union reps.
It's got to be in these YouTube streets. I don't know.
But you know what? But you know what's the scary part is that most of these people have bachelor's degrees, so you would think they should have a certain level of professionalism.
Hmm.
I mean, look, this same person last year sent me a whole bunch of nasty emails on my job email. They got so bad that I had to send an email stating that if you did not stop, I was going to report you to EEO for harassment. EEO stands for the equal opportunities whatever, because this is getting to be annoying. Talking about that I'm trying to run things like a dictatorship and I'm, doing everything undercover. And it's like, excuse me? Really?
A
Really?
dictatorship, Jose?
Yeah, I didn't, I know what's the crazy part about the whole thing is that I've been trying for the last 5 years, okay, to try to get us to work together as a collective, okay? Um, Consider yourself fortunate that you're not a union rep. Because you got to deal with a lot of bull crap. Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess I can kind of relate when it comes to like before trying to kind of like manage a space and all different types of conflicting personalities and make peace here and there. And yeah, I kind of relate to it. It's kind of hard getting everybody on the same page, right? Regardless of where you are.
Yeah. Look,
Hmm.
I remember another union rep. She was complaining that supposedly we were depriving members of their right to vote. And it's like, how am I doing this? Because she wanted to have a virtual nomination meeting. One problem, there's nothing in our constitution that permits it. So I try, so I tried to explain that to the member. I even sent her the actual text regarding the fact that you cannot have virtual nomination, meaning that there is a whole process, okay? And even after texting her this information, she kept going on. Well, we have virtual the union meetings. Excuse me, we're in the middle of a fluffing health crisis, okay? Where over 1 million people have died because of COVID-19.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. That kind of gives you an idea what I have to deal with. Okay, so at this point, I'm at the stage when you know what, I am not gonna let I'm not gonna let the circus try to stress me out.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No, I mean no. And look, and you know what's funny? Um, when I started my YouTube journey, um, almost 2 years ago, I was not aware that I have to deal with some of these nut jobs. Okay, but you know what? You have to laugh when you think about it. Okay, I mean, look, I've been accused of everything but being a child of God. People,
Well, you know, I am an Aries, so I kind of like explode. I get it out. I talk my shit or whatever. I sulk, and then I get over things fairly quickly. But I'm in the bitter stage right now, so I'm not like affected or bothered, but I'm definitely bitter.
yeah,
Hmm.
but maybe could I ask you a question? It seems like the people who be giving you the hardest of time are those who are biracial or multiracial. Why is that?
Hmm. I think it's proximity because these are the people that I've been around, and people are in this space. They come out and they say, they try to pretend like they don't want to be content creators. They try to pretend like, they're not here for anything except for, this honorable like bullshit, but they're all like literally they all want to be content creators. That's why they're here. YouTube takes a lot of time, energy, and most of these people are not here for a hobby. So it literally just comes down to competition.
Yes. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that Christina is in the chat. Long time no see, and glad that you're here. And I've seen some of your videos with your children. I mean, your children look adorable.
Hi, Xtina.
So yeah, I noticed that, and of course, I'm gonna be doing a stream next Friday, regarding um the biracial, multiracial community, because you know what, you have certain people that really don't have any knowledge regarding all of you, and they are quick to make their comments and quick to make their assessments regarding individual like you, Multi, Irby, and people like that.
I have a question
And
for you, Jose. So I see that Radical and them, I guess they have some sort of a petition up for biracial, multiracial, Latino people to have a place on the census. I'm confused about this. I haven't had the time to Google today. But I remember like when they came around and did the census and they were asking me questions, I told them, hey, I'm mixed. They asked me, what are you mixed with? And I told them, they asked me about my kids. I told them, like, so do they not have a box or what? Because they took my information and clicked it as if there was a box. So I'm really confused about that. Is there not a box for Latinos? Is there not a box for mixed people? Because they
okay,
didn't tell me that.
you know what? That's a good question. I'm gonna have to do some research on that, to be perfectly
Yep.
honest, because I don't want to say yay, nay, or what have you.
Hmm.
I do notice that Radical has invited well, a couple of our ops on this platform. Okay, but this is the way I do. I don't think he's fully aware of what's going on in these biracial streets
I
regarding.
kind of think that he is. I think that, like this is YouTube and people just kind of like have their sides or whatever. He's been down with them for a long time. He used to fuck with us or whatever and come through and show love. I think when the fallout happened with Magic, that's when he kind of stopped messing with us or whatever. So I think that he is very, very aware. I think he just, like everybody else on YouTube, just picked his side.
Well, hello.
She said, not the ops.
Well, unfortunately, he's not here to answer that question. So I don't want to cast any aspersions either way.
Yeah,
Okay.
not me neither. It's not really my business. I don't care what he does. Everybody has their own platform. You know what I mean? It's all good. I
Yeah.
am now in a position, or I should say, in the mindset where like I'm cool with people that are like attracted to me or whatever. Like I'm not fighting to like be cool with anybody. Like I feel like you just do your own thing on YouTube and like the people that are meant for you will come to you, will find you, you will like find your tribe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and one thing that I have tried to do, I've tried to understand the biracial and multiracial community. And one thing that I always agree with, there is good and bad in the community. It's just that unfortunately, um, the nut jobs get all the attention. Okay, and then what it does, it creates an image that all of them are the same way, and we know that's not true. Okay, are you there?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Oh, I was just saying that, this is YouTube or whatever. So, the thing about YouTube is that everybody can fire up a live stream or make a video and you can kind of like make your own narrative. So I kind of feel like everybody like on YouTube, if you've been around long enough, has some sort of a narrative about them. You know what I mean? And when you fall out with people, then they'll like team up with those people and they'll just build onto that narrative and build onto that narrative. So it's really toxic, it's really negative, but at the same time, unfortunately, toxicity and negativity brings clicks and views. So even when people are making 5-10 hour live streams and saying what a horrible person you are, that just makes those people go click on your channel and see what you have to say about it or to see what you're about. So it's
Yeah,
all just publicity at the end of the day.
yeah. Don Armando, the problem is I'm using my phone, so I don't know how to add you onto the stream.
Oh yeah, Boricua say he's backstage too.
I know, but the problem is I don't know how to add them.
Let me think. How do you, well, you should be able to see them backstage right here on the front of your phone. Like you don't see them waiting back
Yeah, I
there. You
see
just
them.
click
I
on
see
it.
them. Yeah, I see them.
You
Okay.
just click on it and then put add to stream.
Okay.
Boom. Hey
Oh,
hey
wow.
Boricua.
Hey,
Hey,
Ramon.
hey, Don Jose. Hey, Gigi. What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Well, not much, not much. This is kind of like a
Nice
nice warm.
picture.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You
This,
changed it, yeah.
yeah. I kind of changed them, changed them around, kind of like try and different look. I'll take a more recent one because this one is a
You
couple of
out here
years
thirst
old.
trapping, Boricua?
Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Yeah, maybe I'm doing that, trying to get some attention. Yeah. Yeah. No, no. I mean, it's just showing Jose some support. So, what's going on? What's the mess? What's the mess about?
I, I don't know. I think we're talking about Karens tonight.
Actually,
Oh,
we're talking about
Karen. Oh, the messy
actually,
ones.
actually, we're talking about people who act foolishly on social media.
Oh, too many. I mean, that's a very broad term. That's a very broad expression because there are too many that do that. We know. We
I've
all have to do
definitely shown my ass out here on social media, but I do feel like you grow. Like I'm growing as a content creator. Like I'm getting better. I literally have removed my energy from all of the negativity. Like I'll come over
Mhm.
here and kiki with Jose, and if he says something, like I'll engage in the conversation. But like I literally won't even say their names on my platform. Like they're gonna have to go clout chase off of radical or clout chase off of angry biracial. They're not getting it from me no more.
So you're still having that beef with those types because I know that
No,
you have certain fans that give you a hard time.
I'm not beefing with them at
Okay.
all. But
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, no.
Good evening, Irby.
Hey, Irby.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you.
good. Yeah, because Jose was having a little tough time out here.
I think we're Gucci now.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that the lady X Tina that came in your chat, somebody somewhere else. I think it was Marquise. I don't know if you're still in the chat, X Tina. But like one time on one of my videos, he came and he was like, you're the new Xtina or something like that. And I didn't know who he was talking about. And I was like, oh, wow. Because I thought he was talking about Christina Aguilera, because back in the day, she used to call herself Xtina. And I thought he was trying to be funny. So I'm going to go check out your channel and, see what you're about over there.
Well, actually, she is a young Dominican lady who has, I think, about 12,000 subs, and
Mhm.
she has a lot of, great content. Okay,
Okay.
so if you get a chance, please check out her channel. Actually, she has a couple of channels to be think about it. But
It was
you know,
Marquise.
Yeah, Dina, you should come up. I mean,
no, but
I'm telling you, Gigi, Tina might be the single biggest reason why I do anything on YouTube at all. Because when I first talked to her a couple of years back, I wasn't a YouTuber at all. I wasn't doing any videos or anything like that. But it was after I had a chat with her that started to change. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is her niche is like geared towards Latino people?
Well, she did. Well, she's kind of like more quiet. I mean, again, Xtina, you should come up and and say it
Yeah,
and
come
see it
up.
yourself. But she was active a couple of years back, and she was doing videos on different cultures, very interesting stuff that you should check out. But she's been quiet for some time, so she's not really active like that anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tina.
but
You do good shit.
But you know what? I think. Look, I've been on a couple of her streams, and what's the problem is you have certain individuals who act foolish. Okay, to put it mildly.
Yeah, yeah,
But
but you could on occasion do kind of like social commentary with all the with all the mess that happens. I mean, that is always something to go on about. So you could do a live stream here and there. Yeah, come on, people show up. People will show support. You know we will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I subbed to her though. I feel like I did sub to her. I saw her channel somewhere.
yeah,
Everybody's going on TikTok now to like build up their platforms quicker. I'm spending more time over there as well because, like, it can take like when I make videos, it'd be like it's a lot of hours of editing, and like I can literally make a TikTok in like 20 minutes or something,
Mm.
and that shit just flies. You know what I mean? So, and you can cross promote that way and be like, hey, come and subscribe to my YouTube channel. So I don't know. I just want to throw that out there to you guys. You guys should probably make a TikTok to help with YouTube.
I guess I'm gonna have to check it out and
Yeah.
familiarize myself with TikTok because I don't know anything about it because I have been resisting it, and I know that a lot of people are into it and using it heavily, but golly, that's something that I will have to learn from scratch. So I
well,
have been
actually,
it's a little intimidating. Mhm.
what I've done is like I posted like short motivational messages on TikTok, Instagram, and on some
Mhm.
other platforms. Just basically like a word of encouragement and what have you.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll put like other things, like for example, if I'm like like I'm in a parade or what have you.
Mhm.
So I'm still learning how to deal with TikTok. Okay, and you know it's it's something to consider.
Yeah, it's a
Now,
tool. I know. Mhm.
but, but now I know how. Now I know I'm able to do the stream from my phone. And actually, what I've done is I actually learned how to pin the link onto the chat. So basically, anyone can click on and get on the platform without me having to constantly drop the link.
Yes, yes. I see it. I see it. You got that down. That's good. Yeah, but the whole thing with TikTok, I guess I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to open my mind up and be willing to take a look at it. So
I
see
drug
if
my
it is
foot,
for
my
me.
feet as well with the TikTok situation because I didn't really like it that much at first. But
Hmm.
I will say that like I haven't posted over there in like months and months and months, and I just go and drop a quick little whatever, and it gets like a bunch of views, and I'm like, it is a lot easier over there. So I can see why. And also, like even like if you look at Angry Biracial, right? Like he was kind of spinning his wheels over here, and then he went to TikTok, and then like built up this audience. You know what I mean? So a lot of people do that, and then they come back to YouTube. So I think it's a good
Ah.
tool to have in your tool belt, I guess, as they say.
Hey, what is multi-ad? I wanted to argue with her and you.
You wanted to argue with multi?
Oh
I know
my
that yeah,
goodness.
yeah. I already know. I already know she has a knack for that, but I'm not scared. Uh,
I love multi. Multi's like one of the realest people out here, I tell you. She really is.
Facts.
But
yeah.
she doesn't like hang out in these YouTube streets like that, which is kind of good. That's why, honestly, I probably could learn a lot. I feel like a lot of people like took advantage of me because I would always like come and support and blah blah blah. And I kind of got like the reputation in the beginning that's kind of like they were kind of like doing good cop bad cop with us or whatever. I'm like, shit, I'd rather
Mhm.
be bad cop because these motherfuckers love disrespecting me. You know what I mean? So I was like, let me take a page of Multi's out of Multi's book, and I just stopped going to all these people's streams
All right. All right.
for
Well,
real.
let's get Irby to opine because he's been pretty silent.
What's up, Irby?
What's up? What on like on what?
No, what's on your mind?
Oh, I've been peeping the ops on certain people's YouTube channels, trying to.
All right.
Okay. It looks like we have a troll among us.
Who, Tim?
Uh,
Yeah.
Is that the real Tim, or is that a
You
troll
know,
of
it's
the
like
no, the
troll
real
Tim?
team, the real team trolls too. Maybe this is a fake
No, I
team.
know. That's why I said, is it a troll of the troll, or is it really Tim?
I don't know right now. Got no idea. Nah.
but all this week everyone's been talking about that the sub and the 5 people that unfortunately they lost their lives.
Oh well, I mean, I have seen a couple of the interviews that with James Cameron. For those that don't know, James Cameron is a movie director. He directed movies like the first two Terminator movies, Titanic, which require him to actually get into submersibles and actually go all the way down to where the Titanic was. Actually, he's been to the side to where all of the remains of the Titanic are. He's been down there 33 times. So he's somebody who's qualified to talk about that, to talk about what it requires, how difficult it is, the dangers that it represents going down there at that depth under the water, underwater. And he's somebody who, as a designer, as a scientist, he actually designed his own submersible when he went down there all of those times, and he's been to other parts of the ocean where it's actually like 3 times
Wow.
as deep as where the Titanic is. So he's somebody who can talk about it, and he was talking about that the way that the submersible was made, it didn't pass, it wouldn't have passed certain certifications because it wasn't approved by certain authorities, international authorities, when it comes uh, to vehicles, submersible vehicles. And the way that it was made is something that was kind of strange to me, because the main cylinder where the passengers were located, it was made of kind of like composite fibers, and that's something that it wasn't necessarily something that could withstand the pressure in those depths. Now it was encased in two caps of titanium, and those pieces is believed to have survived just fine, but the rest of it, because it was made of certain composite materials, and and, and James Cameron specifically was saying that, like, earlier versions of a submersible like that, and he was warning the people like somebody's gonna get killed in there, and he was proven to be right. I mean, he wouldn't have gone into that thing, and this is somebody who, with engineers, has had designed his own submersible, and he is a deep sea explorer himself, even though he's known as a movie director, but he's also he has a documentary where in which he went down there and filmed the Titanic. That came out a couple of years after the movie itself, where he documented all of that and filmed, but he went down there in submersible several times. You know what I mean? And he was speaking from experience, and he was saying that the submersible should have been made of heavy duty steel or titanium. The whole thing, it should have been made of that, but they were using composite fibers and kind of like plastic type of thing. Now, if it had been done with kind of like a high strength plexiglass, it would have been different, because those are more tested materials. But what they were describing and how the thing was made of, it didn't sound very
The tea.
yeah. Okay, I see what Aslan Warrior
No, I
is
was
talking
Jose put it
about.
on the screen.
Yeah, making sure that everybody see her. Sees it.
Yeah. Are you sure that's not Don Armando doing that?
Damn, damn, much is doing that shit. Trying to sleep with a trans woman and that trans.
But you know what?
Oh, lost trans women. Oh, Aslan Warrior, you better know what you're talking about. Like, people get in trouble in real life. I mean, outside of YouTube for saying things like that. You better know. You better know for sure. I mean, if you're
Don't
telling the
get
truth,
Cardi
okay.
B'd. Don't get Cardi B'd.
Yeah.
Tasha K.
Golly. I mean, I have heard many things about. I've heard some
No,
things about but nothing like this.
no, I think
Not there.
Aztec Warrior is Don Armando in the account. The account.
Oh,
Oh,
you know, you wanna,
oh,
whoever you are, you better you better have your facts straight.
Hey,
Well,
Rakim.
let's us walk in the 18th letter. Good evening, Raquel.
What's going on, Rakim?
Hey.
What's happening?
Everybody,
what's
man.
up,
How y'all doing?
18?
What's up, Erdy? How you doing tonight, brother? How's everything?
Okay.
We're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Well, this is a first for me doing a stream from my phone.
And to be perfectly honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is out of love that I'm telling you. It's working out better for you doing it from your phone. Yeah, I said it.
What do you guys think about how they were saying that like a couple of days later, like this ship, a migrant ship sunk and like I think like 800 people died or something. And they were saying that nobody gave it any like attention because everybody was so, like focused on this whole Titanic
On the millionaires.
situation.
Yeah,
But I
on the
do.
millionaires on the
But is it really
submersible.
because they were billionaires? I think it's just because like it was the situation, like you're in the
And
sea,
also,
like
No, I
Titanic,
think
like
and also the location, because
Mhm.
it always manages to captivate people's attention because of the lore, because of the tragedy that it was, and how,
yeah.
and because of stupidity. I mean, in the end, and it was. What happened with the Titanic 100 years ago? It's because of arrogance and stupidity. And what happened to the submersible? It was because of arrogance and stupidity, because they decided to the makers of the submersible didn't tested properly, and it wasn't properly certified by authorities that have to do with the submersible scientists. There is a whole community. It's a small community, but there is a community of people that dedicate themselves to do deep sea investigating and research. People are scientists, and they get into the submersibles, and they are very particular about the quality and the strength of the build, and because it has to be. It has to be. We're talking about preserving a life. Having
I mean, the fact
life
that it was ran by like a
capability.
game controller, I was like, what the hell is going
Uh,
on? Like,
that's what they were talking. It looked like a video game controller. It's like, like what the hell? These people were really thinking that this was a game. What they were doing is look at what ended up happening. And
Well,
Yeah, but what was their main
it was
purpose going
crushed.
in there?
Tourists, because they were paying tourists. It was a tourist submersible. Now the thing may have gone down there before, but because of the material that it was made, it degrades over time. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 times you can go all the way down there, but because of the composite materials, there is something called delamination, as James Cameron was explaining, and that means on the microscopic level, it starts to deteriorate because of the pressure on those levels. So it starts to become weaker and weaker gradually. So that's what it was being explained as to what happened with the submersible. I mean, it imploded, instant death for everybody. And I don't think they're gonna be recovering bodies either.
well, actually, I'm going to be doing a stream on this Sunday night, and the title of the stream is called "Why."
You're calling it what?
No, that's the name of the stream.
Oh,
Why? Why?
Why? I thought it was what. Okay, got you.
Okay. But look, but I really feel sorry about the 19-year-old because he didn't want to get on that thing, but he wanted his father to be proud of him.
Yeah.
And it's just that unfortunately he's a kid that he's never gonna have a family or what have you. And I had to go out to the families of these people who lost their lives. I mean, that's a tragedy. Now, this is the crazy part: is each one of these people actually paid $250,000 basically to get on a sub that was put together basically by junk.
Yeah. It was something that it was put together very sloppily. I mean, and it wasn't safe. It just wasn't safe. And unfortunately, these people they didn't make it. I mean, it was the director that they were interviewing. I mean, that had been there. He was talking about that on Monday when he first heard that they had heard some noise coming out of the water, because there was something like hydrophone, so something. There were some knocking sounds, and because there were what I think it is called hydrophones on different parts of the sea that were able to catch some of that noise that you're referring to. And when James Cameron heard about it, he was saying, okay, well,
hey, hold on, Multi's here. Multi, Boricua just said, "Where's Multi?" He wanted to argue with you.
Yeah, I'll mention that.
18th letter said, "Not today."
All right.
The 18th letter thought he was talking to me the whole time last time. He's like, "GG." I'm like, "You're talking to Multi."
No, but it's because your voices do sound alike. It's easy to confuse.
When people are kind of new to our voices, they do kind of confuse them.
Yeah.
But you know something? One thing I gotta admit, on that stream that we did last Friday, I can't believe there was actually at one time 8 people on the panel.
Yeah. It was lit. You were having the people coming up. Yeah.
Okay, multi. The link it's been the link has been pinned because I don't know how to do it for my phone, but the link is in it's been pinned. So all you gotta
It's
do is just
at the top of the chat. Top of the chat.
yes.
Look at it. Hmm.
Come on, Moti.
But you know something. And you know what? Heck with it. This is going to be a little bit of you know, a little bit of what you call it, you know, a job. Would you believe I have basically as many people on the panel as Al the No Show had in one of his streams?
Oh my
The
god.
shade.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jose
but
is
I
so
can't.
petty. You don't even know.
Shade,
Jose
shade,
He's
be
so
like,
funny.
Gigi.
I love Jose Shade.
no,
Me too.
shade
He'd be
is
like,
shade
Gigi,
is
did you
shade
know
is
that Al
subliminal.
got 7 views on his last live stream?
It's so subtle but it always hits hard, you know? Like Jose doesn't have to go hard with his shade. Like it's real subtle and it's so
yeah. When
funny.
you hear Jose saying, "Did you know that so and so thing this and that and the third?" Here we
And
go.
you be like, no, I didn't.
When
Like, no, I didn't know that, Jose. But thank you.
when he says when he's like, "Did you know?" You know, you about to hear some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
It's
have to
so
brace
funny.
yourself. You have to brace yourself because then you know that he's gonna be hitting on something. Oh man.
But
I love Jose. I just find him
I
hilarious.
can't. So y'all were talking about the submersion or the submarine that exploded or whatnot. My bad. I came in here. I was like, "Party's here," and everybody's like, "Rest in peace." I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
My bad.
We're talking a little bit about it.
Actually, it's just basically open discussion because I was trying to show some video clips of people acting stupid. Unfortunately, I had so many technical problems with my laptop, so I had to use my phone.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. All those videos. I made a post on it on my community tab, and I was disgusted to see all the poor people acting the ass. And I was like, see, this is exactly why rich people be like, I don't hang around poor people because they some damn savages. They were in there. They're like, ha ha, you paid all that money to die. And I was like, y'all are disgusting.
Wow.
I'm like, this is why they don't like y'all.
Be careful, Moti. They're gonna say you poor shaming.
Poor people. Cut it out. Just because you
But
poor don't give you a pass. You know, they were so mad at me though, because I was commenting. I said, y'all all going to hell. You know that, right?
but
Every single one of you. A free ticket to hell.
Multi,
Oh.
remember, you and Gigi are hyenas. Irby's
my
a
Oh, yeah.
sin,
Oh,
and I'm an old,
We're the ratchet ones.
pathetic white guy.
Hold on, Irby's
Hey.
Oh,
a what?
yeah. I forgot Jose's
Hey,
white.
Jose.
He's not even Hispanic.
Jose. Did you
Yes.
ever see that video that Hybrid had did and it has like the animation of the hyenas and they got the song and it's like, we don't need no men or whatever the hyenas are singing. We don't need no men.
Bro, literally, just
Yeah.
because I can literally be like girl power and they're like, you fucking feminist. And I'm like, oh my God.
Are the hyenas walking on the front legs only?
Listen, Ramon, on the
Did you guys
video,
know hyenas
he
have
has the
penises?
hyenas fighting and the hyena goes and rips the balls off of one of the male hyenas. And he was like, that's Gigi ripping off Bluish's balls. And it was so funny. I was just like,
I always thought the hyena comment. I always thought the hyena comment was like hilarious because they used to say that because like how we laugh together, we don't take anything serious. But like I know a bunch of facts about hyenas, so that's what made it even funnier because I was like, oh yeah, hyenas, like the females and the males, they both have penises. And like hyenas have to give birth through the penis. I was like, oh my God. And like I used to just die laughing because they used to be like, you hyenas. And clearly they know a bunch of facts about hyenas too, because that's why they're saying it. But I just thought it was so funny because I was like, you boys take this too serious. Like I could call them bald and they freak out. But they literally will say I have a whole penis and I'll be laughing. Like it's just funny to me.
Excuse me, guys. What do you think about the comment regarding about AI?
Oh,
or they were going
Al?
to be like
He is the
iRobots in a
AI.
couple of years.
Oh, I thought my bad. Oh, real? Oh, yeah. I think they're really gonna take over. I mean, I don't think that was ever a joke when they were like,
Yeah,
"Oh, if we introduce AI, they're gonna take over."
I don't think
Probably.
so.
if we're
I
really
don't
gonna
think
be
so.
that slow, we not take heed from all of the movies that have already been made and all of the novels, short stories, and like I Robot. That's one example. The Terminator movies are
Hey,
about robots
Denise.
taking
Hey,
over.
Denise.
Hey, Denise, what's going on?
Hey, D Nice.
I
So all of this just comes down to one simple thing.
mean,
Now, let's behave now, children.
All of this just comes down to one simple thing, and that's the rich elite trying to figure out ways that they can keep capitalizing and making wealth, more and more wealth,
Yeah.
because they're trying to
Yeah.
figure out ways to do away with physical labor. That way they can have automated machines that's doing work day in, day out, don't need to take a break, don't have to go home and see their families, don't have to do any of that. So that's pretty much what it comes down to.
Yep. Oh, speaking of, that's a really good point, though. It's a little
Hey,
off topic, though.
Riza.
But have
Hey,
y'all heard
Rita.
of that?
What's up, Rick?
Have y'all heard of that adrenaline conspiracy theory? Because rich people are always trying to find a way to like stay alive forever. Like, what's that one Rothschild guy that has had like 5 freaking heart implants, and he's like 90 forever years old.
David
He
Rothschild.
just like refuses. Yeah, he refuses to die, and he looks like a spotted liver that's living.
I think he died finally, though, didn't he?
Oh, Jesus. But yeah, they're always trying to find a way to like stay alive forever. So there's this conspiracy where y'all ever seen that cartoon? Because they're always putting it in media somewhere. That cartoon Monsters Inc., where like their entire job is to like scare children. And the
Yeah.
adrenaline that those children permit or whatever, like it like fills up that little gauge, and then they take it and they do whatever with it. Like it helps
I
their
forget. What do they
society
call
run.
that? What do they call that? They say that the
Adreno something. Adreno
adrenal.
something.
You have
Yeah,
like
I saw
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, and they were talking about that, and I was
Androchrome.
like, and yeah, it's real. It's real. There was this white guy, this rich white guy. He had like a cold, and so he took a shot of that, and literally like 15 minutes later, fully healed.
Mm.
And I was like,
Yeah, I wouldn't be
sick.
surprised. Everything when you look at most of what's going on in society is being directed by the rich elite that run the corporations and that run. None of this is a coincidence. Everything that you see, from the politics to the whole gender thing to everything, is being ran by, and they play psychological warfare games to manipulate people's minds into thinking a certain way. And then in order to motivate those people to even think that way, they take a few of those people and give them, resources or rewards for thinking that way, to give people incentive to want to follow that movement. And then there you go.
So what do you guys think about, like, if you go on forums and you see people from other countries and like they say that we're Babylon, and then they're looking at us with all this trans and LGBTQ and all this other stuff, and they're like saying Babylon is falling. Like, do you guys think that we're Babylon?
Yes.
Yeah.
well, Babylon, I don't know. Maybe more like the new version of Sodom and Gomorrah, because
Yeah, we could be either or. I don't know yet. Yeah, we could be either or.
I would
Because
probably
I'm gonna be
say-
real. People have been saying that the end times are near for like 100 years now. Okay, listen. We'll know when we know. Okay.
I
We'll know when we
believe we're
know.
close, though. I believe we're closer than we. Yeah.
I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
we're
Actually,
close. Give it a couple of years.
I'll
It's
just say
getting
I
that.
do
worse
not
and
believe
worse.
that at all. I'm sorry. It's just like when they say the world's gonna end every 10 years. I'm sorry.
Actually, they've been talking about the end is near for 2,000 years.
Literally, thank you. So we'll know when we know. You know.
I'll
Yeah,
put it
but
this
the
way.
difference is that we now are moving into the new world order. They're trying to get the one world currency. Like, things are actually into effect right now. So I don't really think that people should like not pay attention to that, you know?
No, yeah. I think that like it is to pay attention and stuff like that, but it's just repetitive. You ever seen that show on Netflix? If you haven't, y'all should watch it. It's called the 100. And I don't think that the world is at an end until something like that. Because like they were in that show, they talk about basically like, you know how there's a new world order like you're talking about? That's just phase one. It's nowhere near the end. At the end, what we're supposed to do as humans is like fully evolve, because like this is just a body that we're in, but we all have, like most of us have souls. And so they talk about being able to project out of your body, and when you leave, like you actually leave like with your spirit, with your light. And so something like that. We're nowhere near that because we're not evolved enough. We still have all these dumb mistakes. You know, we still have a bunch of violence. Like
But
all of these human
Christians believe
behaviors
that
that
they'll
we
be
have would
raptured
have to
out,
be
though.
aside.
But Christians believe they'll
Yeah.
be raptured out.
I don't think, yeah, and I think that is true, but it's maybe not being, it may not be in the way that they think or believe. So I think it is true, but I don't think it's in the exact way that they probably think. I mean, I don't think anybody has the right answer in any religion.
I'll put it.
You know, but we should still seek.
I'll put it this way:
sorry.
when we look at what's going on right now, we may not be at the end of days, but we definitely is headed in the wrong direction. Because while you have these other countries where masculinity is what lead these countries and keep the structure and keep everything balanced, everything that we're dealing with right now is role reversal. And you can't have a strong nation if you don't have somebody to protect it. It's just that
the women are not running shit over here.
They're not. Yeah, these are the men promoting this stuff. What are you talking about? Obama is the one that set this whole shit off with the gay thing and the trans bullshit.
She's not lying. She's not lying on that.
But you can blame Obama.
No, listen, see, this is why I disagree with the whole masculine thing. This is why I disagree with the whole masculine thing. Men have been running this world since the beginning of time, and it has only gotten worse. I told you this last panel. Go ahead.
Okay.
You know I'm right.
I never get a chance to finish.
No, you said you wanted to argue, Ramon.
No, I'm trying.
Ramon.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. I ain't even got the energy to yell over everybody. But the only thing I'm saying is this. The only thing I'm saying, I just said that previously. Didn't I just say that a lot of this stuff is ran by big corporations and people that give people incentive to follow?
It's not people, it's men.
Elite men, rich, greedy, elite men, not the average everyday person that's working. Yeah. When I'm talking about the things that you can do here in the United States, you can't do in the Middle East. The things you can do here in the United States, you can't do in Africa. The things you can do in the United States, with all of everyone say freedom, quote unquote freedom, and doing this and that. Try that shit in China. It ain't gonna fly. And that's what I'm saying. Like if they're and the way that they structures on everything that they have structured means everything stays intact a certain way. So if it's a war, the only thing that's really helping the United States is the fact that the United States got strong weapons and military. But how long is that if you don't have a bunch of men who feel like? What I'm saying is that if you don't have a bunch of men that are masculine, that are willing to fight, you're gonna be in a vulnerable state.
Yeah. Well, who do you think's responsibility is that to keep masculine men to continue on? Because it can't be the women. We can't teach that.
I already
so
just
whose responsibility is that?
It's a psychological.
Okay, so no. Yeah, I was just asking a simple question. Whose responsibility is that? Oh, it's other masculine men, right? And who's responsible for taking that off the table as well? Other men that for their own selfish agendas, right? So it's really a war between good men and bad men. That's my point.
Excuse me, Denise, if you wish to join the panel, I already pinned the link if you wish to opine with us.
Denise, you got to scroll up. It's right at the tippy top.
Come on, Denise.
Please inform us poor mortals of wisdom.
Don't be long-winded though.
We know you're always right. Come on, come tell us.
Yes, yes. No,
But,
Come tell
but
me what I said wrong. Come
hey, can
on.
I respond? Can
okay.
I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah, go
Go
ahead,
ahead, Herbie.
Herbie.
Well, I do agree with that. Obama did kick this shit off though.
Hmm.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
It didn't start with him. It didn't start with him. There was already a
No, it didn't
movement,
start with him,
but
but he
they
made the
did
most
get to
impact.
him because I remember when Obama was campaigning. When Obama was campaigning, what he was talking about was like preserving the marriage as it being of a man and a woman, but he did say that he wanted to make sure that other lifestyles, people in other lifestyles, will have equal rights under the law. But when it came to marriage, at least when he was campaigning, he was talking about that he wanted it to stay between a man and a woman. But unfortunately, after he got in office, apparently he got a huge donation or something, and he changed his stance and he started
So that's so
But
18
doing
I
was
mean,
right
these
other.
about the
plans have been
separate
going
thing.
along the whole time, though, because even if you go back to
That's
like
what I'm saying.
Bush's
That's,
dad,
Yeah.
he was talking about the New World Order then, all the way back in like the
I
80s. You know what I
remember.
mean?
I
Yeah.
remember. That's what I'm saying. That it didn't start with Obama. It goes before that. It goes
Yeah.
long before that.
Well,
But I remember.
Yeah, I think that's what she's agreeing with when she was mentioning Bush
Yeah.
about that whole
But I
New
do
World
think that
Order thing, because
Obama was
that's a
a
part of
very
it.
intricate. He was a very intricate part
He
of the
was the
whole
one
plan,
to
though.
he was the one to make it's one of those things that you do that's like it can't go without notice. You know what I mean? Like before, I agree with you, Ramon, like it definitely was happening before. But the way that he did it, he didn't just like give them rights to marry. Like he gave them I guess jurisdiction, like even
Well,
over
that was the
schools
Supreme
and
Court. The
He
Supreme
put
Court
them in the
was the
courts.
one that actually made a decision on that, and that became the
oh
law
no
of
no
the
no, I'm
land.
not saying that he's the one that made the law. I'm saying that he's obviously the one that promoted it, right? And pushed it, and he's the president. So that's like a huge impact. Like everyone knew that the gays couldn't marry and that they wanted to marry this entire time. We knew that since before Obama. But he's the one that was leading that promotion.
Hey, I was
So
just
that's
telling
why people
Monty
are like
earlier,
Obama.
did you guys see that big, huge mega church that they were like celebrating Pride in there, and they had the flag and the lights and everything, and a freaking lightning came down and caught the whole shit on fire? Did y'all see that?
oh my God.
I'm not exaggerating.
That
I'm
could have
telling
been.
you,
That really
like
did happen.
God
No,
has had
and I know
enough.
you guys are thinking necessarily that was God, but that could have been some witchcraft.
Well, what about
That-
over there? What about over there in the countries? Brazil. I don't know if it was Brazil. It was in one of them countries where they have the festival where they all dress up. I forget what is it called. Like what is it called over there?
Carnival or
Carnival.
Carnival or
And
some
yeah,
shit like
and
that.
they
Yeah, I
had
know what you're
all
talking
of
about.
these like they had all of these floats, and they were like all demonic and devils and all this stuff. And then like a big
Ooh,
flood came and killed a bunch of people too. Y'all saw that, right? Yeah.
not a flood.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of witchcraft, I remember one time I actually read a poem and Denise got freaked out. And basically, it was the charge of the Light Brigade. And she was accusing me of doing witchcraft simply for reading a poem that's like 150 years old.
Well, I
But come
know, I
on,
know that
Ramon.
you
Come
want
on,
Oh
me.
Ramon.
God.
Ramon,
I
if
know
you're
that you're going.
celebrating, if you're
Uh-huh.
celebrating sin in a church and lightning strikes it and the whole shit catches on fire, like how much more
Oh,
of a
that's
clue do you
God.
need? Yeah, like
That's God.
No, no. When it comes, I know that Jose is not gonna like me for saying this, but you have to look into the Catholic Church, and a lot of the rituals that they do are not even are very questionable. Because if
I
you
I will agree
you
with that.
Mm.
check
Yeah.
out the
I mean,
Latin,
even in the Christian
Latin
church,
rituals.
it's ritualistic.
A lot of the Latin rituals are actually devil center. I mean,
Hmm.
they do praise the light bringer, which is kind of like the English translation of the word Lucifer. So
Oh wow.
there are some of the rituals that are about that because the devil has many names, and Lightbringer is one of them. And so I know,
What?
Jose, that you are about to
Well,
get mad at me.
even our
I've never
customs
heard
like
that name for the devil.
like Christmas and like Easter and stuff, they say all of that is from the dark side as well.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a pagan holiday, so it just means it's made up. I mean,
No,
all
but I'm
holidays
saying
are
yeah,
like
yeah,
pagan.
yeah. That traces
no,
back.
like
That
like
traces
even
back
with
to
Easter,
Rome
the
before.
eggs, everything
Hmm.
means something. Is my point.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
not just like
That whole thing,
Yeah.
Christmas and all of that, that's something that traces back to Rome, but before Christianity. So yes, it is pagan. It is
Yeah, because we
pagan.
know that Rome was like literally Sodom and Gomorrah. For real, for
Well,
real.
the Greco-Roman culture, where bisexuality, pedophilia,
oh
Hmm.
my god.
homosexuality,
It's
lesbianism,
crazy that
all
people
of those
still
things,
worship
all of
Caesar and he was a
bestiality,
pedophile.
bestiality too. Yeah, all of that was common back then.
Eh.
All of
Um,
it was
And
common.
Alexander the
You
guys,
know
Great.
what? And it's so weird though because it's common, now because we have those
Yeah,
like
all of that is
furries.
starting to
I
become
saw
common
somebody in
now.
the store with a
Yeah.
tail, and I was like, "You motherfucker, you
Because
nasty
they
motherfucker."
identify as some kind of animal with a tail. That's what they identify now.
Yeah, they be walking around with butt plugs, and like it's a tail, but it's like literally a butt plug. I was like, "You
Yeah, yeah.
nasty motherfucker! Can't you keep that at home?" Like that's the bestiality that they have now, like where they're actually humans, but they just dress up like fucking animals. I'm like, y'all are stupid.
Yeah.
uh, guys, question. Do you think I should read the poem out loud?
The poem?
Well, not if you try to put no spell
Um,
on me.
No, no, no.
No, don't read the poem out loud. No.
Look,
This is what they do
look,
in
everybody.
white movies where they're like, let's say the spell, guys.
No,
No, let's not play with the Ouija board.
no, it's
Look,
not. No, seriously, it's a poem regarding a heroic charge, a foolish heroic charge, and how somehow uh, she confused that for witchcraft.
But it could be like a spell disguised as a poem because it like rhymes and spells rhyme. I don't know.
mhm.
I'm skittish about that.
Okay, Denise.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Denise. I won't read it. I won't.
yeah, look, everybody here and in the chat. I saw something the other day on the internet on the y'all know those TED Talks things, videos.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah.
I saw it on the TED Talk where they say they're going to normalize pedophilia. They're going to try to normalize
They
pedophilia.
already have
What?
They're
been through the
trying to do it
LGBTQ
now.
people. They're
Look
calling
up
themselves
Manta.
MAPS. They're like, oh no, like we're not pedophiles. We're just MAPS. That means minor attracted people.
Right.
Why the
Listen,
hell would we call them
I heard that
minor
the
attracted people?
LGB, the L wait, the L yeah, the lesbian,
They're gonna
gays, and
add an M to
bisexuals. I
that
heard they
shit.
want to break away from the GTQ because they're introducing all of that. That's what I heard online. They want to
I'm gonna be
separate.
real. The even if the honestly, I'll give it to the L's. You know what? Fine, cool. Lesbians, fine, breakaway. But the gays, I look. I have you ever been to a pride parade? If you haven't, you should go to
No.
one just to see
No,
what's
no.
happening in that mofo. But like as a just for educational purposes, I have been, and there's always kids there, and it's always a bunch of fucking men. It's never really the lesbians because they like dressing like dudes, so they be covered all the way up. But it's always the men dressed up in BDSM costumes, and they be taking the beads from the kids because kids don't know no better. They just think it's fun to toss out beads or whatever. But we all know where the whole beads things come. Y'all ever watch Jerry Springer? Like, oh, you flash me, you get some beads. That's how they treat that shit out there. Like it's literally the same thing. And they're always like, oh, family friendly. It's not ever. I've never seen a pride parade that wasn't inappropriate.
That's why. What's his name?
Like,
Oh, Gigi.
Huh?
That's why. What's his name? The governor of Florida is going to be banning that. Like, kids should not be at the pride parades.
yeah,
Yeah.
because it's sad that they're just now doing it because it's been happening since I was a child. So I don't know where their antennas have been at. But yeah, as I was just saying that to say that the LGBTQ community has always been predatory They always have. And I'm not sticking up for straight people, because straight people are just as predatory, if not more. But the difference is, in our community as straight people, the people that are not predatory, we do shun other people, and that's how we came up with the name pedophiles. And they know that there's a stigma with it because we made that stigma. And now they are trying to change their name, or have changed their name, to MAPS, and they're going in and trying to blend in with the LGBTQ community. And the reason why the LGBTQ is trying to separate themselves from that is because they already have the stigma of being predatory. But the thing is, you're not predatory because you're gay. You're predatory because you're a pedophile. And that's just what it is. Just like a straight person, they're predatory not because they're straight, but because they're a pedophile. Like, it's really not that hard. But they try to hide behind their sexuality, and that's where it's a problem. So, and that's where people are going to look at you guys like, oh, well, then you're all predatory. You're all predators then, if you hide behind your sexuality, because most pedophiles in the straight world, they can't do that, because we've made it to where they can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, they can't be like, I'm straight, you can't call me a pedophile. There's no such thing. There's no such thing in our world. And over there, they can do that. So they're just really doing it to themselves. I don't feel bad for them at all.
Well, actually, next week, I'm going to be doing a stream, and the topic of the stream is going to be, is Christianity an option? And the reason why and actually, Denise was the one that inspired me to do this, because, one of the things that, Christianity does to those who actually follow it, it does create like a moral compass for those who follow. And what we have is, we have a lot of people today that don't have any sort of a moral compass, which explains some of the activity that we see, not just in social media, but outside in our everyday lives.
Yeah, that's why the violence is so heightened right now, because, well, they say that all this happened when they took God out of the schools and, took God out of America.
It was violence before that.
Yeah, but I mean, society is just, it's really sick right now. Nobody can deny that. The violence, everybody around the country is saying that violence is escalating in their areas compared to before. Even I live in a small town, and the murder rates have dramatically increased where I live.
That's because of inflation, and money is not what it used to be. It's not stretching, and jobs is not paying with a livable wage, and everything is still going up. So
what? I have a question though, because that's an interesting take. Like, I definitely agree, money is not what it used to be, and the economy plays a huge role in like our behavior and society's behavior and how we move or whatever, because that's what runs our world. I'm a millennial, right? So I've already lived through, and I'm only 27, fairly young.
27?
I've already lived through, I'm only 27. I have already lived. I know you get confused with my age, Irby, because they stay saying that I'm 25 to like discredit anything that I say, and I'd be like, all right, cool, I'm 25, whatever. But I'm 27. Yeah, I just turned 27. But I've lived through, as a millennial, I've already lived through 2 recessions. Like, in the beginning of my, becoming an adult or whatever, and when I was a child. I've never known anything different other than a shit economy. So me and several other millennials, very numb to it. I don't think we're definitely not the ones burning shit down, if you know what I'm saying. Gen Z or whatever, or X, my bad, X. I always mix them up. Gen X. So this is the one behind me.
23 and younger.
They're different. They're different. They might be a little bit more peaceful. The other half may be violent. But I don't know. Like, I've never known anything different. Like, literally my entire life, it's been a fucking recession. So I'm numb to it, just like many other millennials. So I don't know.
I'm a millennial too. I'm a lot.
What we're doing.
Well, we were doing
Oh,
pretty well with
you're like an
Trump.
early millennial. I'm a late millennial. Like I just barely had, caught on. I could have
I
been
can
a Gen
Yeah. I'm Gen
yeah.
Z, guys.
Okay, shout out to you, Irby. Here's the thing. When we was growing up too, the internet wasn't what it is today. There's no way we would all be able to sit
Mhm.
and communicate in 6 different cities and sit here and have a conversation online. You only had websites. You didn't have any, people able to spread messages. They had websites able to spread messages, but it was just like, you had to read a certain
Yeah,
message and
you have chat rooms.
It just
I
wasn't
was
as
gonna say,
advanced.
that shout out
Yeah.
to the AOL chat rooms. Y'all remember those?
Yeah.
I remember
Not the
like
AOL one, but there were the CQL chat rooms, something like that. Back in the day, that I remember. It was only text. You can only
but
see
it's
somebody's name and the text,
hmm
and that's all there
mhm.
was. Not even an avatar was
but
available
it's
there.
Oh
but it's
God.
one
Yeah,
important
yeah,
thing.
and it was a
Y'all
standard
was really
dial-up.
talking to strangers.
But it's one important thing that we have to remember and understand. Pretty much the majority of this country was sold on a lie, on advancing. If you work hard, you get this and that. The majority of the wealth is being hoarded by the top 3% in this country, and it's only getting worse for the average person that's living. New York is not the old New York that it used to be. Um, Chicago is not the old Chicago that it used to be. Things are extremely expensive in the inner cities that a lot of people cannot no longer afford to live there. Gentrification is pushing people out with high rent and different things like that. The wages are stagnant. I mean, perfect example. We all go to Starbucks. We all go to Subway and different places like that. Instead of raising the wages for these employees so it can match with the stagnation and the high ass taxes that everybody's paying. No, do they do that? No, they keep them at the same wage. And after you pay for your food and you pay for your service, even if you're not sitting down, they now have on these things where you can give them a tip. So you're paying extras to supplement the stagnations for them that's working there because they don't want to raise their wages up. So it just goes to show you how greedy, more and more greedy these people are getting.
Yeah,
And
God forbid you order DoorDash. Shit.
And most people don't tip because they're like, well, you already have a set pay. So why would I tip you? That's how a lot of people, at least in America, that I know, think.
yeah, not
They're like,
just
well,
that,
why would
but
I tip you?
why would I tip when I'm going through the drive-through? I'm at
Yeah,
a
the
I
only
Starbucks.
person I tip
I
are
still
waitresses.
tip through the drive-through because I would feel like a piece of shit if I don't. Like I still
Oh,
No, what I'm
but
saying
you're
is
like
that
they want you to do that to feel
I
that
know.
type of way, so that you give your money so that they don't have to.
exactly that's what I'm saying. And then
hmm
you didn't have to tip at Starbucks a year ago. Now they're
But
putting this thing
people
in
were
place.
talking about this forever ago, and they were like, "Oh, that whole have you ever heard but the whole walking out of work thing?" Because like everything, like the world just wouldn't run without the little ants. You know what I mean? So like, but people aren't brave enough to do something like that, so things will not change for them.
No, because everybody
because
is
not
based
everybody has a
on
union.
Yeah,
nobody's
yeah.
united. Everybody just live in a world in their own
Well, that's the thing,
world.
though. Also, Gigi, you don't even have to have a union. If people refuse to fucking work, like these systems that have been set up and worked by us, or like the little people or whatever, would fail basically. Like even if you have a good, good important job, whatever, like even then, like it can't work without you because like AI is not in place like that. But I see them slowly but surely doing it, so I'm like, shit.
They're working on it
I
right
think
now.
that time is
Yeah.
about past.
They're rapidly trying to do it. I give you the perfect example when I read an article on the Home Depot billionaire, the CEO. People just don't want to work anymore. People have become lazy.
Mm-mm.
Doesn't that sound like the mentality of a greedy corporate person that just wants to exploit you for labor? People don't want to
Exactly.
work. How about you raise the wages, sir, so people can have a livable wage, so they can have some type of motive to come in and work.
Kim
Rakeem,
Kardashian said the same thing, and the internet went fucking nuts. And then she turned around after she, I guess divorced Kanye, and she was like, I stay up at night and I cry myself to sleep because I'm a single mother. And I'm like, bitch, it is
Oh,
not the same
please.
as some
millionaires
woman
and
working a minimum wage job that's a single mother. You have nannies, you have tutors, you have all the help in the world with your children. It doesn't matter
Um,
that you're a single mom.
you know what? I say to her, miss me
Delusional.
with the bull crap. Miss me with
Yeah,
the bull crap.
she said the same thing verbatim what he said. Like she was like, people are lazy. They just don't want to work anymore. And it's always these same people in these same positions repeating the same things. Yep.
Well, they drug her ass because she was born into generational, basically wealth, and like
Mhm.
to have the
I wouldn't say
audacity to
she
come
was.
out and say that.
I wouldn't say
Yeah.
she was born into generational wealth. Her
She went to
Robert
Beverly
Kardashian.
Hills High School. They weren't broke,
She was
No, they
born,
wasn't
yeah.
broke.
She was
They
born into
wasn't
wealth.
rich. They wasn't rich, but yeah, they had more
It
than
was
average.
they had enough. They had enough, basically.
Yeah, no,
Like
her
even if they
father
were
was
like
a
the poor,
successful
like
lawyer.
because
They
like
had
in every
money.
Beverly Hills, like Kamorley Simmons, they were talking about how they're broke, right? But their kids had this like a similar lifestyle to the Kardashians. Even if you are broke, but you're the like broke a part of the Beverly Hills crowd, you're
Yeah,
still richer
you're
than
not
It's a
most.
broke.
different
So that
level.
doesn't count. It doesn't count. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It just
you're
means
not
you're
broke
broke
no hot
rich.
water broke. You're not broke no
Exactly.
hot water broke
They were
or
first
It's not
generation.
poverty.
no.
It's just not poverty, bro. Yeah, yeah. So you're just like you're rich, but you're broke, right?
You're
But you
broke
still have
compared.
like a bunch of opportunities to
You're
rub
broke by
elbows
rich
with people that
standards.
have it.
You're broke
They're
by
new
rich
money.
standards.
Or you
They're
know
new
what?
money.
I would just say that they were rich but not wealthy.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, they're rich but they're not wealthy.
I say that was upper
But
middle.
that's probably why Kim has the mentality that she has, because like even like people in poverty, once they get into positions where they feel comfortable or they're making enough money, they're usually workaholics because of that trauma. So yeah, I definitely agree. They probably weren't the wealthiest people at that
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, because
They were far
it's a
from broke
cycle.
though.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
cycle, especially in impoverished people. It's a cycle, and for a lot of people, it's hard to get out. And and that's the thing when people like you're not giving these people a livable wage, and you wonder why they're losing motivation to even come in and work. Nobody want to work a job for the rest of their life and live paycheck to paycheck.
To
That
still
is
be struggling.
you
Yeah.
still be struggling. That is a very miserable existence. And these people are making billions and trillions of dollars a year, and you can't even do that. And like I say, that's where
Mm.
economics and poverty intertwine because it's
Well,
certain people.
at least that generational
Mm.
wealth is transferring to biracial people.
Oh yeah, that's another thing there. Yeah.
Where?
Marry up,
But
people.
The
Who?
Kardashians' wealth is transferring to biracial people.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. Literally, the next generation of Kardashians, they're all fucking biracial. I guess except for Courtney's kids. They're the oddest looking children I've ever seen.
Aw.
but
They are.
but you know something,
no.
guys. If I can just chime in, but you know what's the crazy part? But you know what's the crazy part?
But
And I want this to sink in. You have municipal employees in New York who have bachelor's degree, who are making about $40,000 a year, more or less, living in shelters. Now let that sink in.
Yeah.
Let
mm-mm-mm.
that sink in.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Imagine you are a
And in
college
the
boy.
projects.
Mhm.
Well, at least the project is better. I mean, it may not be the
Yeah,
safest,
Uh,
but it's better than
yeah.
a
not that
shelter.
much better. Believe me, I lived in the projects most of my life. It's not
I
that
don't
much
think
better.
it's that much better.
Yeah, no,
Actually,
not from what I've
I've
seen.
I've
Yeah.
uh, I've volunteered at shelters, and they have some of these people living in like especially the private shelters. They have some of these people living in mansions because they need the space, obviously, but like they're not like living terribly. I would say that they're actually living in from my experience, what I've seen, they're literally living in better locations, a better
Mm.
quality of life, and more opportunity as well. Like if you actually go volunteer at these places, like you can't just think of like the fucking Salvation Army. There's other shelters.
Yeah.
Like there's so many other ones. Like they have them living in like houses, mansions from the ones that I've seen outside the Salvation fucking Army.
I
Especially
got
the
a
ones that
question
only
for.
accept women and children. Now the men, they got it. They're down bad in the shelter
The
system.
men been down
They are
bad.
down so.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
no,
men-
yeah, they are down bad in a lot of places, but I never hear men activists talk about the shelter system and men, which I think is really fucked up because they have not only less opportunity, but even if they are given the opportunity to have shelter, it is in the worst places, in the roughest places of town. Um, and it's like one of those shelters to where they got to show up at like 6 a.m.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
if
yeah.
they're not there on time, then they don't have a place to sleep that night. And
And then
even
they
if
got
they
to
do
be out
get there, then they got to get up and go by 6 a.m. You got to be there by 6 a.m. You got to go by 6 a.m. Something like that. So
But
yeah, but I never
shouldn't
hear
they
men
have to get up
activists
and
talk about
go
that
and go
word.
work? Shouldn't they have to get up and
Yeah,
go and go work?
they should, but it's completely different for the women. Like they which I understand why they give the women all the things that they need. And trust me, the women need those things because they have their children with them. You don't really see many men at a shelter with their children with them. And if they do have a child with them, they will be accommodated most of the time because they have a child with them. But like just a single man, yeah, they'd be like, all right, come in at this time and get out by that time. But it sucks for them because you can't get a job really if you don't have an address to put on the
Exactly.
application. No one's going to hire
Exactly.
you. And yeah, it's just really
Transportation.
hard for them. So I think that they should have something to where they have further assistance because there are resources for them, but I just don't understand why they aren't given them. But that's also up to men activists that they swear up and down. There's all these fucking podcasters, there's all these YouTubers, and they never talk about this. They
I've
never
heard.
talk about helping, like really helping men. Because I've literally seen women go into shelters and get real, genuine help. Like they're in those shelters for maybe like a year or
Well, women
less.
get help
They
for
get their own
everything.
apartment. They get their own job. And no, but they're not. It's not without work. They're fucking working their asses off, and they're given opportunity. And the only way that men are going to get those same opportunities is if other men that are activists step up, because they're always talking about, oh, I'm a man's activist. No, you're not. You're a man's activist when you're talking about, oh, he should be able to marry this type of person, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but what about the men that are literally really down bad? I never, ever hear this conversation from male activists, and that's why it's all bullshit.
I've heard it.
I never hear it. And they need to do
I
something
know
about it
you
because
don't.
it's bad and it's been bad since forever.
Yeah. I got a
And
question for everybody
the
else.
only reason that women have these opportunities is because literally other women have stepped
No,
up and
no,
helped with those things as
No,
well.
no,
Yes,
no.
women are
yes,
heard. Women are
yes,
not heard like
yes.
that.
Like I
No,
said,
these women
I
are not
have,
behind these
yep.
companies.
I
They're
have
not behind.
volunteered in shelters, and literally 90% of the people working in there are women. The
Who's giving
CEOs
them the
It's because
are
resources?
they are for other
women.
women. Because they are for other women, helping other women.
It's not only for women, but it's also for women and children. But the thing is, men have to help themselves, right? Pull yourselves up by the bootstraps,
Men, if
right?
men have been
That's
pulling
y'all's
ourselves
quote.
up by the bootstraps.
I
If you
literally
Well,
just
y'all need to
talked to
do it a
a
bit
home. I
better.
talked to,
if
but
the elite,
people don't
let me tell
understand
you
that a lot of
something.
people don't even want help.
Hold on 1
I
second,
just
Golden.
talked to a
Hold
homeless
on 1
man, and
second,
he said he was
Golden.
happy
Men
as
don't even
fuck.
want help.
Let
They
me finish
don't.
this. Hold on,
They
hold on.
don't.
Let me finish this. If these rich elite men snatch the resources away from women
What?
today, where would y'all be at? Because in these other countries, it is no assistance for women.
Boy, that's why
It's not none of that.
private homeless shelters exist in the first place. It's all funded by some rich person's own money. It's not a
If they
government
snatch those
assistance.
resources away, y'all will be crying. You'll be
Sure.
crying.
I got a question for all
Sure.
of y'all.
Yes. Okay.
You think the increase of violence, you think that's due to like more poverty or like defund or the police being defunded?
No, it's due to more
All of that
poverty.
shit.
A combination
All
of
of
all.
that
Oh
shit.
yeah,
There
I
are
think we
many
definitely need
reasons.
the police. I think that if there's no police and there's anarchy, then it's gonna be fucking anarchy. You know, like
But the police is not meant to protect the people anyway. The police is only there to serve as a buffer as a protection from the rich and the poor. You know, the
Well, if the
police
police aren't there
Mhm.
to help the people, then why is it that everybody calls the police when they need help?
people call the
But girl,
police.
I saw this thing on
It's
TikTok, and it
nice
was
for
some
it's
white
nice to
man, and
be
he
able to
said, "You
call
don't,
Child,
them.
you want to
please.
defund the police? The next time you're
I've
in trouble,
seen police
call a
officers.
crackhead." I was dead.
I know for a fact police officers, when shots are going off, everybody's human. When shots are going off, I know police officers that stood around the corner and waited around the corner until the shot stopped
Yeah.
firing. He wasn't giving a fuck.
Remember, y'all seen that school
He
shooting in
heard
Texas?
Uzi
That
do that.
shit
He
just
wasn't
took my
trying to.
heart out. They
He was
watched, they
doing.
listened to those kids be massacred for an hour straight while they stood
Thank
around
you.
the corner
Thank
and did
you.
absolutely nothing. So
Thank you.
listen, I agree with you, but not all police officers are like that. And that's not to
Exactly.
say that police officers are bad, but I
No, I'm
do
not saying
believe
that
that
they're
they
bad.
need to do, I feel like they need to do their due diligence and hire men that actually want to be men and protect society instead of just hiring people that want to be cops and they want to have this authoritative role. They literally stop these parents from going in and saving their children because these
Well,
parents are outside
yes.
the school hearing these gunshots and the police are saying, "No, you wait, I'll take care of it," while they did nothing.
Well,
And
see,
that
and
was in
here's the thing.
Texas.
And here's the thing. Like manhood is an intrinsic. That's something that has to be brought up into a young boy. That is his due diligence and his responsibility to want to protect. And for a lot of men, for a lot of young boys, it is, but they're only protecting their own individual families. They're not. At the end of the day, whether the only thing that separates me from the next man that's involved in that profession is a gun and a badge. Sometimes they don't have it in them, or sometimes they like flash before their eyes, and they say,
But you know what? I'm gonna be real. Like even in that case that I was talking about, the only person that ran in there to save their children was a woman. Was a woman. Was a mother. No, it was a mother. She was, and she got arrested and she got threatened. She went in there and she didn't give a shit. She didn't give a no, because there were plenty of men. There were plenty of men outside saying, "I want to go in and save my kid." They had that instinct. They had that instinct, but they didn't have the balls to actually follow through. It was a woman. They said that they would shoot her and she didn't give a shit. And she ran in there and she saved her kids.
It's like
so no. If it was back in the day, maybe, but I don't think men are the same anymore.
What you think changed? What you think changed?
Society
Society
and the way that men and like I agree with you that men, it's not something that's natural. I think it's something that is taught. So I agree with you there. So that's why I'm saying society and maybe the way that and maybe the way that men were taught. But you know what? Women, that mother instinct has always stayed the same. Always. And that is exactly why I'm bringing up her. And she was the only person to go in there. She didn't care if she was going to get shot trying to save her kids. And she pulled out both of her kids from two separate classes on two opposite sides of the building. And she saved both of her kids.
It was men there that
and they were both little boys that are going to get to grow up to be men.
It was men there that was.
It wasn't the father. It was the mother.
They was not able to get from the police officers because they wanted to run in there.
Oh my God, have you seen this woman? She's like 90 pounds and she was able to get in. You want to know why? Because she hopped a fence and she ran. Bro, there were like literally 90 parents out there. If they all bum rushed, there is nothing the police could have done. They were not going to shoot those people. They weren't going to shoot those people for going in there and rescuing their kids. And who cares? And who cares? And honestly, who cares if your child is staring down the face of a fucking barrel? I don't care if I'm going to get shot if my child is staring down the face of I'd rather it be me than him. And that's the point. So no, and even
wait.
she knew that. So and there were a bunch of dads out there. You know what I saw? You know what I saw? You know what I saw in the video? Because it's all videotaped. It's all recorded. You want to know what I saw? I saw a bunch of men holding their wives, crying on the ground because they wanted to go in and get their kids instead of actually doing anything.
Okay.
The whole thing.
I can tell you 27 multi. Listen. First and foremost, if you run in there, this is thinking logically, right? If you run in there and you get shot in the head, then what? In front of your kid, then what?
But is the situation logical? So what's the point of thinking logically?
You fought that long to get a word in. The situation's not even logical. Oh God.
Exactly, and that's why I didn't let him get a word in, because there's nothing that you can say that what she did was literally heroic. And you know what the male police officers did? They threatened her. They threatened this Hispanic woman. They threatened her. Oh, if she spoke out, you make us look bad.
With somebody that's armed with an AR-15
okay,
rifle.
And what's your excuse for the police that had AR? And what is your excuse for the police that had rifles and did nothing? The police were outside instead of being inside stopping the shooter. The one shooter. They fucking were holding back the parents.
If you run in as a parent without any firearms, to exchange fire and to engage the target, you're going to die, and your child is still going to die.
But she didn't die, and neither did her boys. Okay, so what's the excuse then?
My kids would have known that their mother died trying to save them.
Exactly. Who gives a damn? Who gives a damn? I would rather be the woman that's dead. Did you see the press conference of those people that lost their kids? I'd rather be a dead woman than to be at a press conference crying about my child.
Who put the shooter down?
Yeah, after 2 hours later, the police. After he got done fucking killing everyone.
Somebody that was not even there to put
the shooter
down.
So again, after how many hours after he got done massacring everyone?
How was he supposed to engage?
After he killed as many people as he could possibly kill. Yes, some man came in and I guess saved the day. After the day was not really savable. Like, I don't understand where you're saying, well, what's logical about that? The situation isn't logical. Why would a person, right, that's a school shooter, go out of their way to go to an elementary school to kill kids when that person could have just went to their high school, but they went to an elementary? None of this shit is logical. So why would you deal with it logically?
You're trying to save your child. If you don't have any weapon to engage a target that has a firearm,
but someone did, and their kids got out successfully, and she didn't die.
Okay,
but she didn't die. That's the point. There was opportunity and time to save children, but it was not done. And we know that because of all of the footage. He was shooting for hours. This was not something that happened within a blink of an eye. This was something that took a long time.
We're gonna send you. You're gonna be our secret weapon. We'll send you in there.
If my child is in there, you don't gotta send me in there. I'm going in. Whether I got a gun or not. But the point is, this is not something that happened within a blink of an eye. Oh my God, there was nothing we could do. This is something that took a very long time. Even if it had been 30 minutes, that is a fucking long time for someone to be shooting an automatic weapon that shoots out fucking 20 rounds in seconds. What are you talking about?
What were you going to do?
I just think at this point,
there were teachers that literally died shooting
children. I think at this point we're arguing over something that there is
and they didn't have a weapon.
This is dumb. Okay, this is dumb. Like at this point, you're arguing over nothing. Like literally,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna argue over facts.
Yeah, I don't see what
everything I'm saying is a fact. Nothing I'm saying is untrue.
They all fucked up. They all fucked up. There is no way you can make it better.
Excuse me, guys. Guys,
what do you guys think about it?
Guys,
can we get up there? I'm going to go protect.
What is this on that one? No, nobody's
Excuse me.
disagreeing, but you're using that as an opportunity to put down men.
No, we were talking about police officers, and I was agreeing with him because he was saying, "Oh, well, when shots are fired, everybody becomes a human, and police officers will be standing around the corner." And I literally named an example where police officers did just that. But then I followed it up with saying, "But there was a woman that went in, and she saved her. No, hold on, let me speak." And she saved her, and she saved her children, and she saved her children, and she was threatened by the police not to say anything because she would make them look worse than they already fucking look. Not to do interviews, not to say what she did. They threatened to arrest her for saving her fucking kids.
Let me ask you a question really quick, Multi.
Because she refused to listen to dying kids for like a fucking hour plus.
We got you.
Because that's what every other parent outside, every other parent outside was doing that.
Okay, I'm sitting at my kitchen table and I'm reading the message that you sent in the mailbox. So let me just say this. What you would have done if you were standing there?
I would have went in and saved my fucking. Ain't no cops holding me back. I would have been on the same shit she was on. If I knew, hold on. If I knew exactly what classroom, like she knew exactly where her two children were. They were on opposite sides of the building. She knew exactly what classroom they were in, and she did such. She went. She grabbed her kids. She didn't grab no other children. She wasn't worried about none of that shit. She grabbed her kids and she got the fuck out of Dodge. I would have done the same thing if given. Hold on. If given the opportunity, I would have done the same thing because I would not. I saw all the other parents that were denied because every other parent, men and women, had the same instinct to go in there and grab their fucking kids, whether they were armed or not, which, by the way, none of them were armed. And they all wanted to go in there and run, but the police told them no. She was the only one that did not listen because police don't have your best interest at heart, and they don't have your child's best interest at heart. No one is going to love your child like how you do. Period. She went in there with the knowledge of knowing, hey, I may be shot, but I'm going to get my kids out. All you had to do was get them out, and that's exactly what she did. And she was able to get two kids out on opposite sides of the fucking building. You can't tell me. You can't tell me shit, okay? That's all I know. Because this shooter was literally walking around the school for an hour plus shooting people with a fucking semi-automatic weapon that fucking shoots out, what, 20 bullets per second? And then we had the cops standing around the corner doing nothing. And they also had automatic weapons. But they did nothing. So what do you expect from a mother that is hearing children screaming bloody fucking murder because they've either been shot or shot at, and the police are telling you you cannot go in even though we're not going to do shit. We're going to stand here and we're going to wait for him to stop shooting. Which, by the way, he never fucking stopped shooting until he was dead. He didn't stop shooting until there was a fucking bullet in his head. So what are you talking about?
Multi, you don't stop talking, do you?
Not at all.
No, but
not when I'm right. Because you can't. I told you can't tell me nothing. I don't care. You throw any scenario at me, I don't care.
Excuse me, guys. Hello.
Pure evil.
Hello. Can we change the subject, please?
Well, if Multi gives you permission, you can change the subject.
Y'all mad?
I'm not. No.
Yeah, you are.
No. Because I specifically said that I welcome Multi coming up here so we can argue a little bit. I said it, and I said it now.
We're gonna argue a lot of bit.
Yeah, I know that. You can do a lot of arguing. Your motor mouth, man.
I am. That's you know, that's what us girls do. We talk.
Yeah,
okay,
you do.
Guys,
yeah, you do.
Let's try to tone it down a bit, please. Let's try to tone it down a bit, please. Thank you.
Can I add my input?
And you know what? Be nice. They never will be nice, and they never will. And you know what? You want to say that I would get people killed, babe? I'm not going to get nobody killed. I'm talking about myself and my own opinion. Keep up with the conversation. I never said anyone else should do it. I said I would do it.
Has
Okay.
anybody noticed
So
that
I
I've
don't
been
see
muted
how
for
I
the
would
last
get
30
anybody
seconds?
else killed. And by the way, in this
Has
situation,
anybody noticed
that
I was
mother
muted
didn't
for
get
the last
killed.
30
Y'all sound
Well,
fucking mad over
that
my
one didn't get
opinion.
killed.
Okay,
That
guys.
one
All
didn't
of
get
you, every
killed.
single
Hello.
one of you are
Okay.
mad over my
Okay.
opinion because you think
I'm not mad.
I'm making, not you, girl,
Can I
but because you think that I'm making men look bad, or do they actually fucking look bad
No,
in the
you're
situation?
using this.
Do they
You're using
actually
this
look
whole
bad in the
Uvalde situation
situation?
to put
Oh,
down
they do
men.
look bad.
Good for you.
Sorry,
I'm sure you feel
that's
good
their
about yourself.
actions. No one can change it.
I can't.
We mean.
yeah,
Hello. I think we need to change the topic, please.
but can I respond before y'all change the topic?
Go ahead, Irby.
Yeah, Irby, I never got a chance to respond. I'm speaking vicariously through you. Go ahead, brother.
I ain't gonna lie to you, that shit was pretty fucked up how the police and the parents just sat there and heard their kids
And was.
getting murdered like that. I'm not gonna lie to
Couldn't be
you.
me.
It wouldn't be me.
That's why I said I didn't understand what the disagreement was about. I mean, honestly, whether
Exactly.
she made a good point, you
Cool.
know what
Y'all
I mean?
would let
Yeah.
y'all's kids be murdered? Awesome. That's great. Because you need a weapon? Cool.
No.
That's fine. But I'm not
You're
that
trying
type of
to
bitch.
restart the
I'm
argument again.
sorry.
We didn't disagree with that.
No, because y'all got
I already
touchy feely talking about I'm trying to make men look
several
bad, but they
times that
actually
the
look
police
bad in that
are corrupt.
situation. But they actually look bad in that
Listen to your
situation.
Multi,
You're just
can I,
trying to
Multi, can I
restart the
virtually
Okay.
argument
shake you
over
right
again.
now? I just want to virtually shake you and be like, be quiet for a quick second. Please.
You want to shake me? That sounds like domestic violence.
Okay, guys. Okay,
And look at you making
okay.
yourself look bad. You sound like a violent man. Okay?
Okay,
Don't shake
guys.
me.
Let's tone it down. Okay, let's change the subject. Now, what I want to do is I want to talk about something
Okay.
more deeper.
Hey, Jose,
Okay.
can I respond really quickly and then I'm gonna leave it alone. I didn't get come on, Jose.
I know it's only my platform, but go ahead.
It's his
Jose,
platform.
don't I respect your platform every time I come up here? Don't I be quiet to give everybody a chance?
No.
Okay,
I
go
No,
ahead.
you don't.
I never get a chance to speak on a lot of these platforms. I
Boy.
don't. So the only thing I was gonna say, we agreed the police officers was cowards. That was a fucked up incident. Due to
Do you agree that they don't have like our best interest at heart, or they just thinking about themselves and like they don't want to get shot? Right? Do we agree on that? Do we agree on that? Because that's the only reason that I brought it up. But
specifically
Got it, boss.
saying
Got it,
that the
boss.
cops work for the government. They don't have an obligation to protect people.
That's
I
not
mean,
their
if you
children.
have
Yeah,
already,
they
if
don't-
you
I mean,
had
yeah, it
felt that,
shows,
if you were
clearly.
actually, if you had actually been listening instead of trying to win a fucking argument.
it's not an argument. I'm telling fucking facts that happened. It's not an argument. I'm not arguing
me-
over facts. You guys were touchy because you thought I was making men look bad when men actually look bad in this situation. How are you going to blame a woman for a man's actions? Did they or did they not listen to kids get shot for over an hour? Yes, they did. Fucking facts. I'm not arguing over that. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's not an argument.
I got a quick question for you, Multi. What breathing techniques do you practice that you can teach me?
None. That is a fact. Okay.
No, you know what?
Just breathe in and out. Breathe in and out.
Multi has a monster mic, so you guys cannot. You can just forget about it. Her mic is fucking all y'all up.
Yell into that shit. Listen, that's fine. That's fine. I wasn't trying to make men look bad. It just so happened that men actually look bad in this situation. And by the way, it's not all men because there were female officers as well, but officers in general. And that's what the fuck I was talking about. But I did follow up by saying that there was one person to run in there and it happened to be a mother. That's a fact. I'm not arguing with you about that because there is no argument because that's what fucking happened. Nothing that I said. Nothing that I said was not. Nothing I said was untrue. Absolutely none of it. So I'm not arguing about it. Point blank. Period. That's what happened. Now, if you guys have an issue with facts, that's not my problem.
No, the only thing I'm gonna say is the only thing that saved that woman from not getting shot is just that the shooter happened to be on the opposite end of the school at that particular time.
Also, she's not stupid. She heard where he was at. And she went and got her child on the opposite side of the building, which, by the way, if you actually listen to her story, she was close to the shooter, but she was able to get not only her children out, but she got some other kids out as well. So you can't tell me that other people weren't able to do what she did, because it wasn't something that was just like, oh my God, impossible. Cut it out. That's
But I
the
mean, you
point.
guys, can we agree that if everybody would have bum rushed, the outcome might have been different? Like if everybody would have just bum
Yes,
rushed that
There would
bitch,
have
Yes,
been
you
a
know what I
whole
mean?
lot of people dead.
completely.
yes,
It would have
A
been
whole lot of
yes.
completely
people were
different. There would
dead.
have been way less. Instead of children being casualties, it would have been adults. And honestly, that's less bad. Sorry. I'd
Okay,
rather,
I agree.
my
I
kid
agree.
okay.
lose me
Hello.
than me lose
I
my
agree.
kid. And that's on period. So I'm
I
not
agree.
Okay,
saying that it would have been, I'm not saying that there wouldn't have been casualties, but it would have been adults and not children. And that's what's like annoying why anyone's disagreeing with me, because everything I'm saying is fucking facts. If there would have been more parents like her, because the other parents wanted to bum rush as well, the police told them not to. They said, hey, if you do this, we're going to arrest you. We're going to shoot you. And she didn't give a fuck. If more people had had that mentality, yeah, some of them would have got shot, but you know what? Less children would have died. And that's the fucking importance.
Okay,
So
guys,
18.
we're going to change the subject, and we're going to talk about a different thing gets more cheerful. First of all, there is 11 people viewing the stream, which is basically more views than El that gets in one of his snooze fest. Number one.
That's
Um,
not positive either, Jose. You going at another guy that you don't like. That's still
I'm
negative
dead.
but
energy
but but
too.
you know,
It's his
but you know,
platform.
but you know,
That is true. That is true.
yeah.
Hey,
But
the
but
nerve of you to back
tonight.
him up after you done took over for the last damn hour, girl. Mute up.
All right.
But tonight, I went out earlier tonight, okay, and I actually attended an event when it was a sip and paint event. Basically, you painted while you drank wine.
Yeah, I've been to one of those before. They're fun.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, and believe it or not, I was like one of the few men there because it was a women's committee. So basically, I was surrounded by a whole bunch of women, and I did not feel intimidated, not in the least.
I'm sorry, but this comment is so stupid. You get people killed
Hey,
when you act in your own interest. If he would have had an AK,
it's
that would have
acting
killed
in
a
your
whole
own
bunch of
kid's
parents.
interest.
You mean like all the kids that died in there that they just turned around
Right.
and listened to them?
That's so
Yeah.
stupid.
Like, yeah, let's just
Okay,
move
Babe, it's
on
not
because
acting
these
in my
people are
own interest. It's
delusional.
acting in my child's own interest, because you can't put that shit on the teachers. You can't put it on the police, because there were plenty of teachers that died trying to shield their students. And guess what? Still wasn't good enough. Still
Well,
didn't get them out the classroom.
I'm gonna leave this alone.
But a
I
parent will
think.
probably get them out. But you know what I want to say? What Jose just said about the sip and
Oh,
paint. I
come
have been to
on.
one of
You
those.
just
It's a
said
lot
the
of
whole
fun.
lot.
yeah.
It's hold on. It's a lot of fun. When I went, it was nothing but women. So I don't know if that's like a woman thing or whatever, but I noticed that a lot of women go to the sip and paints. It was a lot of fun. What did you paint, Jose? Like, did they have something like someone like standing up there so you could paint? Because when I
No,
did it, it was like
basically,
it was a
you know
naked
what?
man.
Okay, actually, you know what I did? They just gave me like a stencil, and they gave me like
You don't tell women to relax.
Oh, that's it? They
Oh,
just gave you a stencil.
I'm gonna tell. Yeah, y'all need to
They gave
relax.
us something to paint. They had a
guys,
naked
can I
man up there, and we
I
was
continue?
am
all
very
giggling.
relaxed, but that was a dumb
Guys,
comment.
can I continue? It's only my own platform.
Sorry.
But, okay.
Right. It's only
No,
my platform.
no. What they did was they gave me like a small canvas. Then they gave me a stencil. Then they gave me some paint. And I just painted a design. That's all. I mean, the whole point is not big. It's look. I'm not a Rembrandt, and I know the
Mhm.
night outwards sucks. It's just what it is. It's a time to relax. It's a time to chill out and to just to have fellowship with other people. Something that we have not had not a great deal about since the beginning of this COVID-19 crisis.
Mhm. I liked it. It was very relaxing. I learned a few tips or whatever in art from it, so that's always nice. I will say that my art teacher wasn't too pleased though, because I didn't take fully all of his directions, because I was like, this is supposed to be art.
Nobody care about no disrespect and all that. This is YouTube. People just want to disagree just to disagree. You guys are going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, people shouldn't go and save their kids. This is the dumbest shit I ever heard. I don't even care what these people are talking
You
about.
wouldn't
It's
have been
stupid as fuck.
saving
They thought it
nothing
was better to sit
if
around
you
and let
would have
them
caught
murder
a
all the
5, 5,
kids.
6
That's why
round.
this
I don't
conversation
give a
is
damn,
retarded.
but honestly, listen, D Nice. Bum rushing would have been better than what the police did, which the parents listened to the police and let the police handle it, which they did fucking nothing. So I don't know what you're talking about. That shit literally makes no fucking sense. And yeah, bum rushing probably would have been better because, again, a bunch of parents were willing to take bullets, and the police that had on bulletproof vests and fucking AKs weren't even willing to step around a fucking corner to take a shot at the guy. So I don't know what you're talking about, but that makes no fucking sense.
Okay.
This man
I'll
was
just
shooting
say
for
this.
over an hour.
I'll just say this to my boy, the introvert Boricua. What type of damage you think you can do with a Sig Sawyer AR and a 40 round mag?
Oh, we ain't gonna go nowhere with this conversation.
Well,
Yeah, because there's no logical sense to it. It's stupid.
This shit is retarded.
Yeah.
What happened is what happened.
But she had
we
every
ain't gonna
right
go
to do what
nowhere
she
in
had
the
to do.
conversation because of multi. That's why we ain't
People-
going nowhere in the conversation.
Some people, well, because some people don't like, they don't like the delivery, so they just want to be oppositional just because they don't like the delivery.
No, I'm not.
Exactly. And you know what? I bet that woman that saved her 2 boys, she don't regret that shit one bit and went in there with nothing.
Yeah, that's
Nothing.
because she came out on top. If she didn't
No,
come out,
it's because her kids came out alive. She didn't give a damn about being shot, obviously. But the police that had on bulletproof vests and had AKs were more than worried about being shot.
He could
If you
easily
get
have
murked,
been killed.
you ain't saving a damn
This is what's
thing.
wrong with society, that people care about themselves more than fucking children.
No,
Their children.
it's not.
Y'all are
If
sick.
you get
Sick,
killed,
sick
you're
people.
not saving nobody. What common sense don't y'all get about that?
I think that the police, I think everybody should have rushed that shit.
Saving a damn thing.
I think the police should have done. Hold on. I think the police should have done their job, right? But they didn't, and the parents knew that they weren't doing their job, because if you see the fucking video, the parents are like, "Why are you out here threatening to arrest us when you should be in there handling the gunman because he had been shooting for over 30 fucking minutes at that point?" What the fuck are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about?
Listen, if more people would have bum rushed with her, then maybe more people could have let
Stupid
other
as
kids
fuck.
out the back door, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
She opened up a window, bro. She opened up a window and let children out. She didn't even open up a door. It was a fucking window. Anything.
Don't insult
anything.
Nobody. Don't insult nobody. You're going a little too far, Mouse.
Okay, now
because I'm asking what the fuck you're talking about. No, they're being insulting. They're saying that I would get people killed. I never said other people should do it. I said I personally would. I would. Okay, no, because you're not hearing me. Because you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me clearly.
We're too near you not to hear you. We hear you loud and clear. You're too near you
Well,
not to hear you.
listen, if y'all heard me, y'all wouldn't be saying stupid shit. If you heard me, you wouldn't be saying dumb shit.
Change the subject because we're not. Okay,
Oh, well.
guys.
So 18
guys,
keep it real. You
let
wanna do
us
the same?
change the subject.
You say, would I do the same?
Y'all some heathens.
Yeah, I would have did
Y'all
the
shouldn't
same.
have
I would have
children.
had a firearm on me to engage.
Cool. Awesome.
So what if you didn't have a firearm?
Exactly.
If I didn't
You're
have
gonna
a
fucking
firearm,
go home and waste time, go get your firearm.
Okay.
I would have had to, because I'm trying to get my child out. I'm not trying to
No,
die.
well, they would have been dead. Because you wanted to go home and waste fucking time. Because time is precious. And that's exactly why the parents were freaking the fuck out.
If I would have been
talking
there, who was
about?
gonna save him?
Don't make no sense. Be logical.
Guys, let us change
You don't
the
know a damn
guys,
thing about guns.
let us change the subject.
Okay,
Guys,
I
Multi,
don't
Multi,
let
care.
us
Multi,
change the
Multi,
subject, please.
enough with the screeching. What the hell are you doing?
You want to
Guys, let us change
Listen,
the subject,
the fact that
please.
you don't know
Yelling and
trolling when you
screeching doesn't
hear
make
it,
it
like
right.
this is the I'm saying the same shit to you that you just said to me like 20 minutes ago. You can't
Wait,
handle
hold
it.
on. I just put the two together. That's her husband. That's why. I didn't even get it at first. That's her husband, the guy in the comment section. That's why she started trolling like that. Okay, now I
Okay.
understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys, guys, I'm gonna share a secret. Ramon knows about it, and I know about
Y'all's
Rakeem.
kids would die.
Okay, can we get off
They
this subject,
would.
please?
Yeah, let's get
No,
off
that'd
this
be not.
subject. Let's get off this subject.
Tell the comment section to get off the subject too.
Okay,
Hell.
guys. Okay, everybody, let's get off the subject. Okay, everybody.
Okay,
Thank
Multi
you.
would have ran in there and got done dirty.
Like, I
Rakeem.
don't
Yep.
know what training to be a
Yep.
cop means. I have people that
Yep.
are in my family that are
Okay,
cops. Like,
hello.
who
That's
cares?
Yep.
okay. I'm gonna share something that only Ramon and Denise know about me. Are you interested?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, the secret is the circumstances how I lost my virginity.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Oh my God. What is happening? We were just talking about dead kids. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Clearly the cops didn't know what to do. They let all them kids die, honey.
Wait,
Okay.
Girl, what are you
wait to
fucking talking
transition.
about?
Wait,
What are
to
you talking
transition
about?
hellfire.
The cops did nothing. They saved no one
Multi,
in
you
this
said that
Okay,
situation.
basic
What the
guys,
fuck are
let
you
us
talking
already.
get
about? You know
off
what?
the subject,
I hope that
please.
you go through something like this one day and those same cops show up
No,
and
no,
save
no.
your
Don't say
fucking
that. Don't
ass.
say that. Don't say that. No,
No, you
no.
fucking stupid. You're fucking
No,
Okay,
stupid. She said that I would get
okay,
people killed,
guys,
bitch.
No,
we're
stay
we're
I hope the
peaceful
going
are
same
to
shit
change
happens
the
necessary,
to you
Multi.
subject.
and those
Multi,
same
the
cops come up to
no,
necessary
that's
save your
foul.
stay.
ass.
That's foul.
Okay,
Okay,
I
guys,
hope,
Stay
yeah, they
with the
come up to save your
instincts,
guys,
fucking
we're
Jose.
family.
going to change the subject.
Give
We're
a
going to
damn.
change the subject. Hello, we're going to change the subject.
Malta, you got to practice a little
Well,
bit more
tell her in the
self-control,
comment
sweetheart.
section to
Okay,
change the subject. I
Okay,
already
everybody,
why
asked
you
that
give
and
looking in
she's
me
the
still
comment
1 second.
talking.
section?
She's
Okay,
still
Just a second.
talking.
Never mind the comment
okay,
section.
hello. We're going to change the subject. So now we're going to talk about how I lost my virginity.
We're gonna
Oh
get
my
into
God.
like,
How old
we
were
going
you?
we're going from action movies to X-rated
How old were
movies. Go
you?
ahead, Jose.
Actually, I was about 18, and believe it or not,
Oh, late bloomer.
believe it or not, I lost my virginity on a church trip.
Jose.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Denise, you love these ratchet streams because you fit right in, honey.
Literally. What are you talking about? You over here adding to the mess. I hate people that participate,
Well,
right?
she's
And they be like,
trolling
it's
from the
so
comment
rampant.
section. She's trolling.
Sis.
So she does love
Okay.
ratchet streams.
Now, okay. Now,
You can't be
shall
above
I
it if you
continue,
participate
or are
in
we
it.
gonna? Okay. It just so happens that my girlfriend at the time couldn't wait any longer for us
Oh
to
my
do the deed.
God.
So we just like, you know what? What we did was we went
Where
into
did y'all
the
do it at?
Huh?
Where did y'all do it at?
Okay, actually, we did it in the woods. We brought a blanket, put the blanket on the.
Damn, in the woods. Woo.
That's a scary setting.
Yeah, I mean that's
What if
like
a bear? What if a
Yeah,
bear had like
yeah.
walked up on you and just started beating the hell out of you?
We would have
dang,
run.
Jose,
Damn, a
well,
deer could come out of nowhere or something.
A
Jose, was
grizzly
Jason
bear just came up and started boxing you.
Was Jason
Rough
Voorhees behind you,
interaction.
Jose? Because that sounds like a Friday the 13th movie. You don't want to be caught.
No,
I just imagine y'all on a pile of sticks.
I ain't
Ouch.
imagining the damn thing. I can't even get that image in my head. But
I'm
yeah,
dead.
that's like, man, that's rough, Jose.
but look, like I said before, she couldn't wait any longer. She wanted me to do the
Oh
deed,
my God.
and we were
Be
both
nice, girl.
virgins.
Let it
So
go. We're talking about his virginity story or losing it. I don't know. Him popping his cherry.
She
Damn, he's
said
still
if you
on that
march in there
in the
talking
chat.
nonstop like here, you'll get people killed.
I'm over here. They need a distraction, motherfucker. There's more than what the cops did. Hell, I would have died a hero. I was like, kids, run, run. Hell, just saying.
So,
That lady literally
So,
saved more
I
kids
just
than the
saw-
fucking teachers that got shot.
so I can say something that no one else can say, that they actually lost their virginity on a
In the
church trip.
woods.
Yeah.
Y'all going to hell.
Yeah, but I see why you're in the church. I see why.
Just to pick up women. That's a real thing now.
You've been trying to make amends ever since. I know.
I'm dead. That is so funny.
Was this before
That
or
is so
after
funny.
baptism, Jose?
What happened?
Was this before or after the baptism?
After.
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
Y'all
Damn.
did it before.
Look at you, sinning after baptism. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, God gave you a blank,
You might need-
blank
you might need to
slate,
do
and
a
you really
redo.
used it.
You might need to do a redo on that.
That's so funny.
You dived in one
When did
body
y'all
of
lose
water.
y'all's virginities, men?
Well,
What, I lost my
Yeah,
virginity.
crickets.
No,
16.
I lost
that
my
doesn't mean that I haven't lost it. I mean, cricket is cricket to you to mean that
This
I
is a
haven't lost
Christian
it. You
channel. I don't want
will
to
be
get
wrong.
in detail, but I lost my virginity.
Yeah,
at
you was all of it.
Huh?
16.
Where did you lose your virginity?
15 years old.
Oh,
No.
you were a child.
When did you lose yours, Multi?
No comments.
Now it's no
Look
comment.
at that.
Multi still got it. She's
Yeah.
a Christian woman. She still got it.
Mm.
Back for revenge.
Oh,
I is. And you know what? Y'all was talking all that shit, talking about I'm going in there with no protection. I'm going in there with the protection of the Lord.
She's holier than
Go in there
thou.
with my fucking holy water and sanctify a bitch.
yeah.
But 15 though, that's so early. You know what? I feel like every time I've heard of like men or boys losing their virginity, it'd be like hella early, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, you were molested!" Like, what's going on? Why do y'all lose your virginity so early?
Because we're
Girls lose
attracted
it younger.
girls lose it young. I knew a
Lose
girl
it
that was
younger.
pregnant. when I was
No, I'm
young.
not saying that they don't, but like I feel like boys lose it like crazy young. Like I've heard boys be like, "Oh, I lost my virginity at like fucking 11 or like
Some of
8
them
or
are
some
lying.
shit," and I'd be
Some of
like,
them are
"Oh my
lying.
god."
Some of them are lying. So,
Yeah.
some may be.
I mean, but some of them aren't though, and I'd be like, "That's sad. You don't even know what you're doing."
I was
Oh my
close to
God.
it.
Is that a troll? Not to the PE
No,
teacher.
you can't be serious. I mean, that PE teacher should be in jail then.
It's always the PE teacher, y'all. Every time, like they be like the the guy that's fucking everybody. It's always the PE teacher. It always
Couldn't have
is.
been
You gotta work out. You gotta watch out for them.
My PE teacher was a butch female that looked like China from WWF. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, I had a lesbian
Damn.
PE teacher as well. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
My
Looking
PE
like that.
teacher wasn't a lesbian, but we hated her.
But if it matters, I was close to being 16. But I
You're
was
close.
That's still a
You're
baby.
close.
It doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Was the girl
young
your
person.
age or was she older?
She was
Hey
16.
Tom.
Oh,
Hey, Tom.
it's always older.
She was-
That's nothing.
She
She
was older.
She only
My-
had me
in my
like
case.
about, she only
Yeah,
had me
but-
like about 6 months. Like
Irby,
5.
how old were you?
6. But the girl wasn't 16. She was like
16?
21, 22.
You were molested. This is what I'm
Oh
talking
my
about.
goodness.
This is what I'm talking about.
Statutory rape.
He was molested. Fucking somebody
call that.
SVU's dun dum.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
Sure.
But,
I
you
wanted
know what?
Law
I
would call it that.
But just
Statutory.
You know
because
what,
men
guys?
don't call it that doesn't mean that's not actually what it is. It's still
Right.
predatory. Yeah.
Because that's
But
nasty
guys-
as hell. Because when I was 21, I was not looking at no damn 16-year-old boys. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Believe it or
Guys.
not, it happens often. It happens.
I
often.
know. That's what I was talking about. And then you were quick to be like, oh, they're lying. No, they're not. Okay,
I'm
Mr.
talking
Men's
about
Rights.
I'm
How about we protect the boys?
I'm all about protecting the boys first and foremost.
No, you
But what
don't,
I'm
because you
saying
call
is
them
that
liars.
Um,
it's quite obvious that it's certain boys that lie about certain shit just to be cool.
Chris
But a
Hansen
lot of them
showed up,
don't,
y'all.
though.
Chris Hansen
Oh
showed
my
up,
God, Chris
y'all.
Hansen.
Shout out to Chris Hansen. How to catch a predator.
I can't with the trolls tonight, y'all. See, the comment section's doing it real big, low key. The comment section is
Right,
doing it
they're
real big,
going
low
nuts.
key.
And you know what? Y'all are welcome because I get shit popping, make stuff controversial,
You
and get
did.
everybody's
You did.
blood boiling.
You did. You
but
And
did.
you
that's
know
what
what,
needs to
guys?
happen.
Because you got my
Guys,
damn blood boiling.
guys,
That needs to
You're talking
happen.
about your blood. I mean,
excuse me,
And it
what
doesn't matter. It
feeling
doesn't matter whose blood is
excuse me,
boiling. Someone's needs to be boiling.
excuse me. I got a funny story that I got to share with you guys.
Is there another virginity one?
Well,
Well, there's nothing wrong with virginity.
well, here, wait, okay. So we go out into the field. Me
Oh
and my
no.
and my coworker, we go out into the field
Public
to do a
sex is
home
your thing
visit,
now.
and then the woman that we're interviewing, she starts to hyperventilate in front of us. So I do one of these. Okay, lady, please calm down. We're not here
That's
to
it.
hurt you. We're here to help you.
That
So
would
we
make me
managed.
hyperventilate more. That sounds like
So,
that sounds
so
just
we
like what a
so we
predator would
managed
say.
to so we managed to calm her down. We do the interview. We're getting ready to go out to leave the apartment, and then she makes this statement: "I need to get laid."
Oh my
That sounds like
God.
Jose, that sounds like a
What the
Cinemax
fuck?
soft porn movie
Yeah, what's happening?
back in the day.
And did
So
y'all fuck though? Did y'all? No, please tell me you didn't.
no. You know what I
Oh,
said?
thank God.
No. What I said, and I said it with a straight face, in a very professional manner. I'm sorry, miss, but we cannot assist you in that area.
That's not how the porn movie goes, Jose. You gotta
Yeah, but
you need to follow the script. You're not following the script. Yeah.
yeah, you're not following the script.
You should have
First
been
of
like,
all,
hell
okay,
no.
okay. First of all, I am not putting my JLB on the line for a booty call.
In Cinemax, you do. You was
She'll
a
probably
Cinemax
testing
star.
you. What if she start
Get to it.
hyperventilating? I would have been like, okay, we're not doing this interview. Fuck it.
Wow, but the whole
Fuck it.
hyperventilating. Oh,
That's crazy. And then she was like, I thought she was hyperventilating because she thought y'all was gonna like attack her. And then she turns around and is like, I need to get laid. I would not sleep with her. She'll probably turn around and be like, rape. Who knows? Can't trust it.
And all of these
They
And the
over here
things,
crazy,
giving,
and the,
and they over here, and these men over here giving you terrible advice, talking about some go with the script. Yeah, you would have been on fucking trial.
okay. Monty was a joke.
yeah, like
That was a joke too. That was a joke too. See, y'all be so sensitive. No. I was laughing. Y'all be so sensitive about my little man jokes because y'all can't take it. It's fine. It's fine.
Here we
Whatever.
go. The
okay,
whole
looks like the trolls are. It looks like the trolls are making their presence felt.
The men need a lie detector because why is that a dark skinned Joe Biden?
Shout out to Tom Likas, Chris Hansen, Maury Povich, and Joe Biden. You got them all.
Oh, why did y'all make a dark skinned Joe Biden? Like, what's the point?
Because
First
if
of all,
you
Sleepy
don't
Joe.
vote for him, you ain't black.
Sleepy Joe is so funny though. Like all the compilations of that man falling down is hilarious, and I'm like, oh my
there
god,
are
this is our president.
Yeah, I didn't.
Makes us look weak.
different ones.
There's more than 3. I saw him get lost on the red carpet. On the fucking red. How do you get lost on a red carpet?
How do you do that? How the heck
I don't
do you
know,
do
but
that?
Joe pulled it off. You know, he's different. He's an innovator. He pulled it off. He got lost on the red carpet. He was in Italy, and somebody had to tell him, like, just keep walking forward, you nutcase. Like, why would you? Why you lost? I just saw the recent video of Sleepy Joe falling, and he blamed the object that he tripped over. It was so funny. And he fell in front of like I think he was at like some Marines, I don't know, graduation.
Actually, it was an Air Force cadet graduation.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yep. And he tripped over that. I don't know what it was, but he tripped over whatever was making him taller, seem taller. And he blamed the object. It was so funny. I could see all the other Air Force men laughing at him. I couldn't. And I was like,
No, what about when the guy shook his hand and he still had his hand out while he couldn't remember he just shook his hand?
He didn't know who the fuck he was.
Everybody
you niggas gonna bite in again?
Get this man a caregiver.
Everybody, fell for the okie doke with the Democrats. But
RZA, she is so funny. She said, "I see Joe voted for himself."
Well,
I was so mad when I found out that.
Don't forget about all the dead people that voted for him as well.
Dude, yes, I saw that. What was it? I was so disappointed when I found out Joe was a Sagittarius. I said, "Oh, give us a bad name." Can't stand Joe.
Yeah.
Yo, Jose, I love your trolls though. Actually, they're so funny.
Yeah, they're funny.
They're less vicious than our trolls, but they're still entertaining.
Yeah,
nonetheless.
ours are terrible. They're not even funny. Our trolls aren't even funny. They're just bad.
Yeah,
I'd be like, damn, gotta delete you.
Y'all got evil trolls.
How would you know? Are you one of them?
No.
18 letter, do you watch our channels? 18 letter, do you watch our channels?
No, I'm just making that that calculation off of that. I've been into some nasty panels and I've seen some real.
No, but I'm asking, do you watch either of our channels or no?
No, I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up.
Well,
I notice a lot of people these ways. I support a lot of people these ways.
We're not going to go there, okay?
I notice a lot of people over here on this side. I support their channels and they don't support mine. I've definitely noticed that. Absolutely.
I didn't even know you.
I literally like everybody on the panel. I have literally no ill will towards anybody. I like everybody here.
I didn't even know you did live streams. I thought you just did shorts. I've watched your shorts.
What?
I
do videos, live streams, and shorts. I do it all.
I'm talking about Golden.
Wow. To the ego.
It's all good, Rakim. That was actually that was more so like a widespread shade for a lot of people that I support in these spaces that don't support me. It wasn't necessarily.
Hey, Alexandra.
Oh yes, my congressperson. She's my representative in Congress.
Yeah, I ain't voting for no goddamn AOC in no 2020.
Come on, not AOC, Jose. You know what? I love you, but you are so far left. Sometimes I just want to be like, no, Jose.
No. Look, just because she's my representative in Congress does not mean I'm too far left. Please don't
listen, Denise. You are still trolling because you have been on my channel before because you've commented on my channel, so I know that you know what our channels are about.
Stop it. Stop trying to trigger us.
I did see your video. I did see your video, Golden, when you was going at Chrissy, which I agree with a lot of what you were saying.
Oh, okay, so you have.
Don't nobody like Chrissy. Don't nobody like Chrissy. we be listen, this is the thing. We be coming at everybody that be coming for black men because our dads are black. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah,
Chrissy, like I watched Chrissy from the beginning and I saw she made that trend for no, this is back when she was more neutral, and this was way before she went rogue. And then when she started changing her content to get more money off of views and super chat. The same thing with Paris Milan. They all followed that same formula. They were all more neutral into the space, brought in by black men in the beginning, and then they turned around and turned. And then now Chrissy, she doesn't give her followers any type of good advice. She just manipulates them.
None.
Denise, our channels are about mixed and light-skinned people and the things that we go through, our experiences, stuff like that. You know, the same thing like some of the people that are kind of like latching on and trying to do the same thing. these ways?
She's literally
Yeah. You know, like the colorism channels that try to come, like we're the villain or whatever in the colorism channels. Like we just tell
We're
our
the
experience.
opposition to the.
Yeah, because
we're the
they
opposition.
swear we don't have an experience that's negative at all in our lives.
If you notice,
Yeah.
She said our channels are about hip hop.
Not hip hop.
She's one of the sole reasons that the
I do
Golden
put hip hop on my channel.
started.
She's the sole reason because of what?
I said she's one of the sole reasons that the Golden Sphere started.
Yeah. That's what Exoticals United always credits her for starting her channel in opposition or whatever.
And then if you notice one thing about Chrissy that she does, she'll throw shade towards people and then try to say, "Oh, my best friend is light skinned. I really don't have. I'm not saying this." And it was a lot of negative things that she says, but the difference is between her and other channels is that she tried to articulate herself a certain way to throw shade and talk down on people versus other channels who just outright insult people. But she's one of the foremothers of that. So
I mean, there's thousands
like
of colorism channels.
For every action is a reaction. So if people are making content dragging mixed people, biracial people, and to be honest, Latinos are, even though you guys have a different culture, you're still like mixed race people, so you are involved in
you're
that.
Still a part of it.
Discrimination against y'all as well. And so we're just the opposition to that, to like, you're going to make videos dragging us, then we're going to like counteract that. You know what I mean?
Because a lot of the time they'll get us confused with Latino people or whatever. And they'll be like, well, they don't accept you and blah, blah, blah. And I don't really have bad relationships with Latino people, but like they still are like lighter skinned people compared to the Black community. And so they do come up in conversation a lot. So I don't really see Latino people talking about that because maybe they just don't feel the need to, but we talk about it.
Well, I would say one thing with Chrissy, she's one of the original grifters in this space.
Chrissy.
Yeah, she pretty much keyed in on a lot of dark-skinned women's insecurities and capitalized off it.
And she capitalized off of it. Yeah. I mean, they all do though, essentially, because there's so many channels now.
She even said herself selfish, so I don't expect her to care.
They don't uplift them at all. They don't tell them that, oh no, dark-skinned women are beautiful. They don't do none of that. They just feed them hate all day. To keep them, keep them fueled up, keep them riled up.
Sad is that they become,
which is not true.
Yeah, and the sad is
so many beautiful dark-skinned women
that need that hate to keep them going because in their lives. Some of them still.
And they'll tell them like, yeah, you're beautiful, but not compared to like a light skinned woman, which is crazy because we have like Gabrielle Union. I can name so many darker skinned women and brown skinned women that are like gorgeous.
Here's the thing. Here's what
looks are not dependent on your skin color. It's your features that make you attractive or unattractive.
See, that's what I'm saying. But
genetics.
First they moved the goalposts because first it was just about colorism. Then if I point out that my first crush as a kid was Foxy Brown, then they'll say, "Oh, but no, her features is different."
And is that Pam Grier?
Well, Foxy Brown is a Blasian. No, she's a Blasian, though. You know that she's a Blasian, right? She's mixed race.
She's mixed.
Yeah,
she's mixed.
Mm-hmm. She's just dark skinned.
Whether they're brown or not, they mixed as mixed. Yeah, she's a Blasian. Like Pam Grier, she's mixed.
Well, I knew she was Trinidadian. I know she was dark skinned, and I thought she was a.
She's mixed with Chinese. She used to rep that. Like she had little Chinese tattoos and the little she used to have the little nunchucks in her hair and shit. Remember?
Because she's part. Yeah. And most of these people that are even darker skinned, like Miguel or whatever. Miguel. Like his name isn't just Miguel for the hell of it. He's fucking half Hispanic. So like a lot of it will be they represent it. They're just not like overly doing it or anything. And what I hate about those channels is they will tell these dark-skinned women like, oh yeah, we all look like fucking Viola Davis or whatever, and it's just not true.
Go ahead.
So who y'all think is the worst? I'm gonna say their names tonight. So who y'all think?
I'm gonna say it's Paris Milan. I'm gonna say it's Paris Milan to me.
Yeah.
And you know what? You can't even like argue her talking points. You can't make a video. She will strike your channel. She's the worst because even Chrissy won't even fuck with you if you make a video on her, and neither will Loho. But that damn Paris.
Gigi, let's talk about it though. You know who everyone thinks is so bad, but actually isn't really bad at all? Who were we just talking about?
Who?
Oh,
We were just talking about
Oh, you
what's
talking
her
about
name that you did
Rashida?
the interview? Rashida.
Mhm.
Rashida is actually, I respect Rashida because you know she talks her shit or whatever, but she will do an interview with you, and you know she'll
Mhm.
be respectful, and I can
I
rock
really
with
do
that.
think Chrissy stole a lot of her. I think
Yep,
Chrissy
She
did.
hates Chrissy.
she
Yeah,
did.
she always
She
she
stole
always
a lot
calls
of
her
her
out.
stuff.
Yeah.
Here's why I'm gonna say Chrissy is the worst, right? Because Paris Milan is nasty, but here's why I say Chrissy is the worst. Because Christy throw rocks, she hide her hands, she privates her
Mhm.
lives. She
So
was the
does
original
Paris.
person that Paris got it from her. She was one of the original people that private their
Mhm.
lives, and then when
Mhm.
she'll put out certain messages, and then when
Mhm.
women come back and they question her, well, I followed this advice, I followed that. Then she'll turn around and gaslight the women and try to backtrack on what she
Mhm.
says. She's a very manipulative, sneaky person. As you watch Chrissy's lives before, she's even said that based off her zodiac sign. Back in the day, this was way back in the day. She was like, I can be sneaky. I can be sneaky. She said that. I never forgot that. She's a very sneaky, manipulative person. And when shit gets wild in these YouTube streets, because her little hell spawns that she created from her channel
Mhm.
is causing chaos, then if you notice, she backs away and she don't make lives for a while.
But then they
Mhm.
demonize the light skin sector because like I said,
Yeah,
every action has a reaction, right? So you're
a
gonna come out here and you
pushback.
want to diss light skin people, and then when we come back with pushback, it's like they're colorists, they're bad, they're this and that. Like
Right.
I will say
But the
though,
reason,
there are a lot of negative people, and I don't mean just negative because you don't like their personality or whatever, but I mean like racist people in our sector, biracial
right?
people that are coming out with white
By
supremacist talking points and
racist.
all that shit. And like a lot of them, most of them don't like me and Multi because we're just on a different tip. You might not like us
Because
because
we
you might think like,
refuse to
oh, they're
not like our
wild or
black
whatever.
side.
But we're not
They're
out here
fucking
being fucking
weird.
racist, and we're not like
Yeah,
trying to
no, Louis
separate
Gelato was
people
one
like
of them.
some of these other people are.
When I ran across Louis Gelato, I was like, this is an angry little man.
what about
I never knew
Listen,
these type of biracial people
Bluish.
existed until I came to this
yeah,
space.
Bluish
Literally.
hates black men because he got his all his damn teeth knocked out by a black man, which is you know
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
But we don't have this trauma with black men that some of these people have, and we actually
I don't have
have like
trauma with black men or
positive.
black women.
But the
Exactly,
funny thing is, here's the
exactly.
thing. I guess when it's people that you feel that don't look like you, that's when the racist aspect come in. Because I grew up in the all black neighborhood. Guess what? I got
Hmm.
jumped too. I've had lots of fights
But
too.
it's more than just them not
No,
looking like them. Like they have these traumas that they cannot
no,
let go of. And we don't have these traumas with black women and black men. And we don't have this hatred, you know, because we
yeah.
don't look like them. But we don't
Um,
have we didn't get jumped. And we've noticed that a lot of people on our channel, they'll be like, oh, I got jumped. And we used to be laughing. We used to be like, shit, I ain't never got my fucking ass beat. I don't know what the hell y'all are on. I don't, you know.
no, but see,
But that's
maybe
crazy to take
maybe
that
they
with
was
you
put
into
in,
adulthood.
yeah, maybe they was put in a position where they never got over
A
that
mess.
because I was
You know, but
taught
we
as
all
a
have to
kid.
take responsibility as adults to
Exactly.
address our
yeah,
trauma.
Yeah,
I'm
You know.
yeah.
surprised.
'Cause
Your
I'm
childhood,
surprised.
yeah, it's childhood trauma, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I was
I'm
taught as a
surprised.
kid, it was times where I was scared to fight, and as a kid, I was a
Hmm.
little. And my people told me, "No, you're gonna get out there and you're gonna fight. You're not gonna be scared. You're not gonna run away, and you ain't gonna back down from somebody." So, and that's what happens. You have people within certain in certain these areas that target
Listen,
people.
they
So,
get mad because
Riz, I
listen, we
agree.
tell the truth, and I tell the truth because
Right.
since I have been on YouTube, the most attacks that I've gotten, they've called CPS on me twice.
Hmm.
They have slandered me. They've said the worst, disgusting things about me. It has all come from other mixed and biracial people,
My
literally
own
point blank.
people.
Besides one
It's
other
always your
person, which is
own.
Lashid, you know, but other than her,
Yeah.
the rest of them were mixed people, you know.
well,
It's
here's
That,
one
always
thing
your
I
that's
own
will say.
I
people.
don't. That's what I don't understand, Gigi. I mean, I don't know if I have asked you about it before, but maybe I forgot. It's just that I can't put my head around. I can't wrap my head around that what you're describing. Somebody who is racially mixed has a problem with you being racially mixed and calling authorities on you and all. I mean, I'm
You
not.
know what? Because
It's
you know
not
what
because
hurts
she's
people more than
racially
anything?
mixed.
Yeah,
But
no,
the
what
other
hurts
people
people
would
more than
hurt,
anything
and
is
it
when
has
you
to
hit
do
them with
with
the
you.
truth. When I make a video, when they make these live streams about me and I come back and I make a video and I hit them all with the truth about themselves with receipts, they're punching the air. Like they
Also,
can't, they
it's because
lose
she's
their
not pushing
minds.
an agenda that they want her to
They
to
want us to
push as
separate
well.
from Black people. That's what they want.
Basically,
You know?
they wanted us to be racist or whatever. And the thing is, we could never separate from Black people. That's like I'm mixed, right? So I'm mixed with Black and white. So you know, someone they described it. They were like, it's like mixing cherry Kool-Aid with grape Kool-Aid, right? When does the cherry Kool-Aid begin? And when does the grape Kool-Aid end?
That's what I'm
Right?
saying.
You
Yeah.
can't fucking separate something that's already mixed, and they
And
didn't
that's
like
why I
that.
said that
Yeah.
if you look
About
at mixed people's
excuse
history,
me, but
go ahead.
speaking about Lashid, I
Ooh.
actually
Hold on, I wanted to
watched.
respond to DJ Moti. Y'all forgetting about
It's about to get
somebody.
messy. It's about to get messy.
Y'all forgetting
Not
about
Irby's
somebody.
cutting off Jose too.
No,
I
Jose,
can't.
let Jose, hold on, let Jose
Yeah, let
finish
Jose.
right quick.
Now I actually
What
saw
was I saying?
some of Lashid's content,
Mm.
and I think all I said was that was kind of lame. And then all of a sudden, she's talking about me in one of her streams and whatnot, and it's like making and you know creating some sort of narrative. So you know what I said? I said, you know what? I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna assume that you do not know me and you do not know anything about my platform. Okay, I was just expressing an opinion. I mean, maybe
They can't stand that we have been talking to the Latinos. They can't stand it.
Why they can't
Well, you
stand
know
it?
what? They hate on
I
us
don't
for
know
that shit, but
why.
they always copy the blueprint because now they're all over there talking to Latinos. So like when
They
we
would
do
be more
things, it's a
happy if we were
problem.
talking to white people, right?
When
But
we
then they
first
copy.
started, when we first started working with Latinos, they were dragging us. They were dragging us, and now they're over there on Radical Latinos live stream trying to work with the Latinos. They
Oh
always
snap!
follow our
I ain't
blueprint.
gotta say no names.
They always
I ain't
do.
gotta say
Because
no
we're
names.
always ahead of the time. We're like, well, Latinos are very similar to us. They're of different races. They're mixed race, but they go by their their heritage or whatever. And we're American, so we go by like our race and stuff like that. So we do have differences. We've never ever sat up there and said, "Oh yeah, we're exactly the same." We are different, but we do have certain connections, and we try to talk about those, and we try to add Latino voices to the conversation so that they can also tell their stories. And
Cities, they were mad about that because they wanted
they
it
don't
to be
like that.
specific to Black and
They just
white
want it to be
biracial people.
biracials. Yeah, but as we know, there's so many mixes out there. It's not just black and white. You got black
Yeah,
and
remember
Indian,
they
you
didn't
got the
want
Blasians, we got everybody. We got the Blaxicans,
MGMs.
MGMs. We have everyone, and we were
but you
also
know,
inclusive to black people as well. They didn't like the fact that we would have people that are
And white
fully
people. I
black
interviewed white
and
people on
white
my
people
channel.
on the
here's the
channel.
thing.
And me and Gigi would be like, dude, we're both black and white, right? Why
And
would
see,
we
here's the
exclude
thing.
black people? Why would we exclude white people? Those are the people that are making us.
And
It
here's
doesn't
the
make
thing.
any sense.
See, here's the thing. Let me say something really quickly. When it comes to YouTube, YouTube is the place where everyone can say how they truly feel without it being consequences for it. You have a lot of people that sit here and lie and they'll say, "Oh, it's just YouTube," but no, that's how they really feel.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. See, a lot of people, I don't know if people think certain people are just dumb or they're stupid, but you can sense the animosity when people have. They'll lie and say that they don't have any animosity, anything, but you can sense it. You can tell. You can just tell off their energy. If a lot of if they have certain talking points and don't know the history on different things, you can just tell how people try to hide their racism or how they try to hide their colorism and everything. So I can tell that certain people that I've talked to got this agenda to want to start a blue vein society again. You can just tell with certain people. You can tell, like I say, if you can read between the lines if you're smart enough and you can You can see
Do
above
you? I had a question.
I felt the way that they
I had a question.
demonized us initially. I was like, well, maybe that's what happened with the Blue Vein Society, that it was just so much demonized.
No, it
and
did.
was all
It did.
lies.
It did happen with the
But
Blue
I'm
Vein
not gonna
Society. It was
lie,
demonized.
since I have seen some of these mixed race people, I'm like, you guys are probably the bad guys that these people were talking about. You know what I'm saying?
the goal is
My
for some-
thing is, I don't see a problem with the Blue Vein Society, just like I don't see a problem with the all black organization or an all Latino organization, which they do literally have those. I don't care as long as they're not racist, right? As long as it's not led by hate or in
Yeah,
hate.
Blue Vein
And I
Society-
did research. No. I did research on the Blue. I know about the Blue Vein Society. It was not built off of hate. Maybe it may have turned into that over time, but that's not what the origin is from. And there are many things just like that. And the Blue Vein Society to this day, updated. If you don't know about the update, they do allow dark-skinned people in. If you go look up the pictures of the Blue Vein Society today, it's not like just light-skinned people. So it's could have been hateful,
wealth,
and then
right? 'Cause I've seen
exactly,
some stuff
it's
on
always
YouTube
has
too
always
about
been
wealth.
about wealth. It's always been about black wealth, and just like how white people have societies to this day that are thriving, where they pass on their wealth, and they're like, okay, I have a daughter, I have a son, I want them to marry into the same class that I'm a part of or above, so they're going to be a part of these social clubs. It's the same thing. That was the origin of it. But if you listen to pro-blacks talk about it, they pretend as if the origin is just about being light-skinned and whitewashing yourself and blah, 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 blah. No, it's not.
Well,
go look at an updated version
But
of
there's
it.
bad people
You got
in
wealthy
every
black
group.
people in it. Exactly.
There's bad people in every group.
They're probably talking about a subgroup within the group rather than the entire group, because we've had to deal with that with our little group, I guess, on YouTube. They will, like, we have shunned the bi-racist people so fucking hard and for so long since the beginning, and they are still, that stigma is still attached to us.
And we're viewed as the bad guys, which is the sick part of it all. It's
because we're more successful than the actual racist people, by the way. And that's the craziest part, is that the people that aren't racist are the ones that are winning. And the racist people are literally just like floundering, I guess, all over YouTube. And we still have their actions attached to us.
Well, they were just like blood sucking off of us, and now they have moved on to y'all's community. So that's why I said I'll come over here and kiki with Jose and y'all and talk shit. But as far as my platform, I won't be mentioning any of those characters. They can go clout chase off of Radical and off Angry Biracial, because I'm not giving them no
Radical
shout out. No,
I'm sorry, but Radical is so desperate. You are so fucking desperate to take on these people. You have no idea. You're so desperate.
Which is weird, because he's for Black and Brown Coalition, so I don't know why he's picked up these people, but okay.
The biracials, that doesn't make any sense.
Guys, but in all fairness, okay, he's not here to stay.
No, I was just saying that because I know he might hear it like you're desperate.
No, but
that's not Jose. That's Multi.
Okay, I'm just saying he's not here to give his his point of view. So we don't know. Okay, we don't know why he's approaching. Okay, I'm trying to aim for the high road. Okay, so.
Jose, you was just throwing shade.
You were. Also, Radical Latina don't even care about your platform. He don't even show up around here, but we do. But that's like, I don't know. That's weird.
No, I'm just simply stating that he's not here to give his counter argument. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Let me ask y'all a quick question. So, how do y'all feel about biracial people that identify as Black?
Cool.
I feel like it's our natural born right to, but I feel like it's not beneficial to us, because even to teach your kids that, to send them to school and they look ambiguous, they look they look Latino, or they look fucking like they're
Right.
from like the Middle East or some shit, and they're like, yeah, I'm
Right.
black, and you don't think the other black kids are gonna be like, bitch, you're not black, you know?
Because
What
in
I'm
my
saying?
experience, that's exactly what happens, and those children are not wrong because only two black people can make a black child. You know, that's erasure on both sides. In pro black spaces, it's only told, oh, it's black erasure, but it's erasure on both sides because the child that is being told that, because this is not something that comes natural, where we're like, oh yeah, we're just black. No, that is something that is taught to you. That is not something that comes natural. That's taught to you. Your
Well,
racial
I feel like
identity is taught
we're
to
a
you.
subgroup. We're a subgroup within the culture. I don't think by us claiming what we really are, I don't believe that's like, oh, we're separating from black people. No, we're still a
No,
part of
that's
your
what we
fucking
are.
family. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they
that's what
Like,
don't.
I'm
There's
we
no
are
always.
choice. There's no
biracial.
choice in that. There's no choice
Yeah.
in that on either side, like
That's
at all, because we're being raised in a home
yeah. Let me
with black people.
say this really quickly. Let me just say this really quickly. That's exactly what I said on a previous live stream that I was on. It's like
Mhm.
now it's definitely difference between the Latin community and the biracial
Oh
community
yeah.
in the United States, because in Latin America was no miscegenation laws, and the admixture they're generationally mixed for multiple generations.
hmm
Yeah,
Versus
they're
here.
MGMs.
America is a special case
And then
because, as you
and then
know, the one drop rule
exactly.
is something that. But the only
Let
story,
me
the
finish
reason
this
why I
part.
don't like the one drop rule told by specifically one racial group of people is they pretend like it affects them when in reality the one drop rule was intended to affect mixed people and completely take away and erase their identity and just throw
Not to
them in a group, and
not to
that is the
say
truth of
exclude
it.
them from white wealth as well, to exclude them from white wealth, because there was a lot
Yeah.
of
Exactly. So that takes from them more than it does. And when black people tell the story of one drop rule, they're always talking about erasure. But our side is never told. That rule was specifically made for mixed people. It had nothing to do with black people. They were
This
like,
is
hey, we're just
why
going to fucking
our
throw them in your
channels are
group and
controversial,
take
because we're
away their
saying what
wealth,
other
their
people won't
generational
say,
wealth.
which is the
Exactly.
well,
truth.
And that's what's controversial about it
let,
is because
yeah, let me
it's not
point
done.
let me finish this point really quickly. Yes, that's what I said on a previous live stream. Biracial people in the United States, history is so much intertwined with African Americans or Black
Mhm.
Americans, is you can't completely detach yourself from that. And that's the
Oh
thing.
no.
That's the thing that gets me when I was hearing some of these people talk. I'm like, y'all don't sound like y'all really know what y'all talking about.
Because they're stupid.
But and that
And
goes to show,
unfortunately, they're riding our ass in the algorithm. So there's that, you know.
And then people won't give us a chance, or when they do give us a chance, they're like surprised because they think that we're gonna be like these typical bi-racists and try to separate
it's good
from
to know
black
that I
people.
wasn't
And like you
tripping.
said, no,
Good
you
to know
aren't
that I
tripping at
wasn't
all. You're literally on the fucking money. Because that's what I was saying. I was literally, when I first came out, I was making historical videos because I was like, oh, like I just want to highlight our history within the black community. And how because like I said, there are 100 of colorism channels like making us to be the villain and saying, oh, they just want to steal things from you. But in reality, historically, we've only helped black people. So yeah, white people did do the one drop rule and they did throw us within the black community. But while we were there, we were doing a lot of good things, and they only talk about, like, I guess, the bad biracials or the biracists. But there are a lot of biracials that did a lot of good things, and they used their so-called privilege to help further black people. And
That's a
that's
good
historically.
never
point that
talked
Denise
about.
made too. That's the whole point, that Latino people, for the most part, I mean, because there's different races within the whole group, but for the most part,
Right.
you guys are mixed race people. Period. Point blank. You just have a different culture than us. That's it.
Yeah, they have a different culture and they just see things completely different. So we
Because they
respect
have a
that, but
different
at the
culture.
same time, exactly, we respect it, but we also want to hear y'all stories and compare and have that connection. And there were a lot of biracial
A
people
lot of
that were
biracial
threatened by that.
people a lot of biracial people growing up tend to gravitate towards Latino. Like
I
even
did.
myself, I hung out with a lot of Puerto Ricans, a
Yep.
lot of Dominicans, because I think it's because you don't really stand out. You kind of fit in, even though you're still
You
kind
fit
of
in.
different. But that is the
Exactly.
life of a biracial person. You don't necessarily fit in completely anywhere, you know?
Anywhere,
So,
because there's no communities for just biracial people. Like, where's
yeah.
the, and I had a bunch of comments when I said that, and they were like, there is communities, but it's not in fucking America. And the ones that are in America, like the Creoles, my best friend is a fucking Louisiana Creole. You have to
Mhm.
be born into that. I'm a biracial. I've went to her hometown. I've met her people. I couldn't just come in as a biracial off the fucking street and be like, oh yeah, I'm not Creole at all, but I want to join. That's not how that fucking works. She was born in one. I wasn't born in one.
And see,
So there's a huge difference.
and that's the thing, because the Creoles come from under French law when when Louisiana was a French territory, so they was mixing for multiple generations. That's why you had the Creoles. When a lot of the times, in most cases with biracials, that mix is usually for only one generation before they decide that they're going to date.
Yeah, most of us are first generation,
and or a white American, and then however that may go, like Eartha Kitt, for example. So. Yeah, so
isn't that
like,
crazy? Her mom was a slave and she had Eartha Kitt on a plantation. I did
Yeah.
a video on her.
So like, yeah, that's pretty much.
So-
Hold on one second. So, like, where Denise is saying that, like, what they've heard from biracials, they want their own space the same way everybody else has a space. But that's the whole point. That's what we signed up for. That's what we actually built. These people came in after us. All of these people you guys see, they came in after us, okay? But the whole point is that we came to make a space for us, yes, but we didn't come up and make a space for us to shit on Black people or white people.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, because I kind of felt some shitting on.
But this is the thing. You know what? And listen, the thing: Black people and white people are gonna feel some type of way regardless, because at the end of the day, I'm a part of both of those communities. So I have had positive and negative experiences with both of those communities, and I will talk about both. But don't get that shit twisted with the fact that I am very connected to both. I don't like to hear actual racist people talk about either one of the communities that I'm from.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I've had positive and negative experiences with both, but this is where people get it twisted because they don't understand biracials, because biracials do not have a prominent voice as fucking biracials. Usually they're saying they're Black, whatever. But as biracials, and one thing that we can teach people is the fact that we come from both and we're connected to both. And we don't want to hear negative things, but at the same time, as biracial people, we have experienced those things, and we should be able to speak on those things, because Black people, especially on YouTube and plenty other platforms, for fucking 10 plus years have been talking about the negative experiences that they have had with biracial people. And I don't argue against that. I don't go in their comment section and tell them that they're wrong, blah, blah, blah. I don't do none of that, because cool, it's valid, babe. But guess what? My negative experiences or positive experiences I've had with Black or white people is fucking valid too.
The problem
I'm still a person of color.
The problem is that we all have experiences as biracial people with negative with white people and Black people. My problem with these spaces now is that, like, everybody wants to glorify only white people, and I'm like, I literally, as a biracial people, have been treated like shit by white people as well. So that's where I disagree with that. And there's kind of, let's be honest about it, there's a little bit of a disapproval or a little bit of a whatever if you do point out the things that white people do as well in this space. And so like that's what I don't that's what I don't agree with. You know what I mean? Because it's like I've been treated like shit by white people as well. You know what I mean? So
right, but I've always been honest with my own personal experience as well. Like I've dealt with more shit from Black people than I have from white people, and that's because I feel like I've maybe been more around Black people willingly than I have white people. So like, of course, that's going to enhance your experience, positive or negative. And the thing is, I've never had an experience that's been like fucking like, traumatic, like some of the stories that I've heard in our community. And I feel like it's a bunch of biracial people with a bunch of trauma that they need to clearly go to therapy for. and they're blaming it on Black people or white people. And my thing is, like, you got to go to therapy, like, because Black people nor white people are a monolith.
There's bad people
They're
in
not
every
all the
group, and the problem
same.
is with biracial people is that none of us can be 1,000% like in agreement because we live in different areas of the country. We have
That
different
too.
experiences. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody might be like, well, white people have always been nice to me, but Black people haven't. But it's like, well, in other areas, they're like, well, the Black people were very accepting to me, but the white people were not. We all have very different experiences, so it's hard to get on one accord.
Excuse me. I just wanted to share with the panel that next week on Friday, I'm going to be having a discussion regarding biracial people. Okay. And what I'm going to be asking, the biracial people that's on the panel, to share their experiences. So we can have a more of a deeper understanding regarding what it is to be biracial, because sometimes people can get the wrong idea regarding the community simply because of the actions of one or two people.
Well, I'll just say this really quickly. I didn't know it was beef with biracials and Black people until I came into these spaces. Growing up, I got plenty of biracial people in my family. Maybe it's the way I was raised, but I always just considered them Black. You came to me and you told me, hey, I just consider myself Black. All I said was okay. I never really questioned anybody as far as, because that's the way I was raised growing up.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot to do with
I'm going to tell you a big
being
major
raised,
difference
how
that
you're
people
raised.
like to overlook. They like to pretend and be like, well, I've had more negative experience with Black people. That's because Black people are going to tell you straight to your face how the fuck they feel about you. And white people are going to snake you in other ways behind your back, whether it's systematically or like if the police come, they don't like, it's different ways, but it all is the same thing. Like if you're not a part of the majority, you're going to be a target regardless of what community you're in.
Location plays a huge role. I really like that you brought that up because me and you are both from the South, right?
No,
racism is, well, not you. I was talking about Gigi. Sorry. Where are you from?
I'm from the Midwest.
All right, cool. Well, from the South, me and Gigi from the South. Racism hits different. Okay. The white folks are different out here.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny she said that she's never had no experience, because where I live, the white people actually have more disdain for the Latinos than they even do for biracial people. Literally.
I know. Literally.
Exactly.
Especially in Texas, girl. There's so many Latinos in Texas. Oh man, these motherfuckers be punching the
They look
air.
at you and all they see is go back to your fucking country.
They don't even give a shit about Black people. They be fucking on Latinos' asses. Yeah. Like the racists nowadays, where I'm at,
racist ones.
Shit.
And that's
they
the crazy
be on
thing.
Latinos,
especially with this border crisis. Forget about it,
girl. And I be looking at them sideways with Texas. I'm like, Texas used to be Mexico, bitch. You'd be surprised they all over here.
It used to be northern Mexico.
And that's the thing too, because in the Midwest, it's the same thing as in the South. Like but it's a lot of areas where they will. It's been that separation and that tension there. Like I work in the field that I work in. I work with a lot of some of these people, and you can tell they're trying to hide their prejudice, especially when you go to these small towns and they don't really, into these different areas in the North and all of that. You can absolutely tell, but that's what I've been saying. I know that based off of.
But there is this other aspect, and Black people throw it in our face all the time, and it is true. We can't deny it. I've had a white lady on our panel, and they told us straight to our face. A lot of white people, they do find us the more acceptable version of Black people. They find us, more attractive, easier to talk to. I've had a white woman on my panel, and she said, I feel more comfortable talking to biracial people because they're less defensive. They're not looking for everything to be racist. They do look at us a little bit differently. They can see themselves in us, just like, I guess, some Black people can see themselves in us. You know what I mean?
It depends. It depends on that, because in some cases, like you say, your experiences may be valid, but I've heard from biracial people who was completely shunned from their white side because of the fact that they was half Black. So
and that's why biracial people, we all have we have a lot of similarities, but we also have all different types of experiences,
18.
Yeah, go right ahead,
Multi,
Irby.
you fell down. Her phone must
Have
have
you ever
died.
heard of
Well,
the term?
maybe the battery in her phone died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
18. That can hear me.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
go
hear.
ahead.
Yeah, we hear you.
You ever heard of the term? You ever heard of MGM people? If you're not familiar,
Multi-generationally mixed people.
yeah, like
Yeah,
Vanessa
that's
Williams and
like
Vanessa
Hispanic.
Williams, Steph Curry.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you look at them as black people? Because that's another big topic. Because at least people with like biracial people, they can be like, well, you have a white parent. But there's like
Mhm.
this whole thing with the MGMs where it's like, oh, you're just running away from your blackness or whatever. Like, what do you think about that? Like, MGM.
I mean,
people.
if people decide that they want to label themselves, whatever they want to label themselves, that's on them. Like I said, me personally, like I said, I grew up with I just looked at Vanessa Williams as part of the black community. I knew she was light-skinned. Her parents, they were just looked at as light-skinned people. I got a brother, he's very light-skinned, that live right across the street from me. This is a mostly black area that I live in. And he grew up in the same city that I grew up in, and he always considered himself just a black man. It's certain Creoles as well that I've met that was from Louisiana up here where I'm at, and they considered themselves just black people. It would like a lot of this stuff is just talk online, and a lot of it really comes from certain women's insecurities that plays a very big part in it. Like I know guys.
But shouldn't we all have a reality check? Because that's the problem with America right now with these identity politics. Like, shouldn't everybody just be what they are?
Well, yeah, but
If
18.
they want to be what they are, they can be what you are. You go look into legislation, get laws changed, create your own
But
community.
18. Let me respond to you about
people
that.
be able
You
to
said that. You said that about Vanessa Williams, but Vanessa Williams, from her own account, she got flack from the black community because people were saying she was too light.
Yeah, they said that she was not the first black, whatever, Miss America or whatever she was.
Yeah, because she did win a major beauty pageant, but she had to give it up because of some naked pics.
But they also were saying like you're not the first black anything because she looked let's be honest, she looks biracial, right?
Yeah, well,
you
she
know
had
what I mean?
big blue eyes.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
They're
but I
saying
never
that
like.
Kenya Moore was the first black.
I grew up in a black community. I grew up in a black community. So, like I said, the way that I was brought up from the older generations before me, they just identified people like Vanessa Williams is black. People like Smokey Robinson is black. I didn't grow up with no stigma looking down on biracial people or telling them that they wasn't black. I didn't grow up like that. I can only speak for my personal experience. Now, if people felt that way or if they experienced something like that and you want to identify different, go ahead and identify different.
It's not different, identifying different. It's actually claiming what you are. And that's the weird part that I can't understand. And I was really shocked when I came to YouTube, when it's like, when you're telling biracial people like, yeah, you're biracial, just claim what you are. And it's somehow controversial and bad. I'm not saying that you think that, but I'm just saying in general, I was shocked by that because I just was like, wow, like we are in a time and a day where people just want to identify how they want to identify, except for like identifying with the truth.
Here's the thing, and another thing too is where we're not going to be honest. I just want to say this. I want to answer Denise's question. With Denise's comment, it has been biracial people who felt, more accepted in the black community. They gravitated towards the black community. They was able to elevate in the black community a little bit more because I'm not seeing. At least I never seen it. I haven't seen a lot of groups of white communities that was more accepting of biracial people, or the people that I've seen that I've met.
Well, if that was the case, then the Blue Vein Society would have never existed, right?
No, I'm talking about within their circles. They didn't have them in their circles saying, "Hey, this is my half biracial child, and he's going to be joining us in this, in all events where." It's nothing but white people. It never happened.
I know, but I just think it kind of diminishes the truth of the fact, and that's why people get offended. Even biracial people to be called a buffer class. But the reality is that we had white parents that allotted us different privileges because we had, they could see we were their children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were their children. Of course, there's going to be.
This is my only issue with some of these pro-black arguments is it's trying to discourage biracial people from claiming biracial, just
No, it's
because
Yeah.
hold on, just because white people essentially have done wrong things. The
hey,
difference
sweetheart, if
is
you
we
And
if you
most
cannot
biracial people
take
don't put
away
white opinion above everything else. To be honest, like black people do.
exactly.
Like we really don't give a fuck about what white people say. Like we
okay,
don't.
We
go
don't
to
give
the
a
because
fuck
debate,
that's
at
something
sweetheart.
that
all.
I've heard
And
about.
we've never given a shit
Hey,
We never
historically.
have.
That's not
That's
even
why we've
that's not
always
even
fought
true
back against
historically.
them.
Mhm.
It's not
No, no,
Yeah.
even
no.
true
I'm not.
historically.
No,
And
I'm not
hold on.
saying.
The only can I please? I just got here. I wanted to touch on this. The only reason a lot of things have even been done in the black community historically is because of, I guess, biracial privilege. Like, for instance,
Uh,
nope,
like what?
nope, nope. Let me finish.
What?
If you know
Tell
the
me about
history of
Doug.
slavery,
Yeah, I know. I
then you
know. I
should
know.
look up. You should look up the biracial side of slavery. For instance, the mulatto era or whatever. The mulatto era was basically helping because white people do see themselves in us because we are half fucking white and it shows on a lot of us. They saw themselves in us and it helped them sympathize with black people. Literally, the entire mulatto era, they were like obsessed. Like, for obviously, there's history of black people, right? And you get a lot of writers that write a lot of books and manifestos about black people, like they're like obsessed, right? Same thing for biracial people, same thing for Latinos, same thing for Asians. White people just are fucking obsessed with anything that is not them, right? That's just fucking historically. So there was an entire mulatto era where they made a bunch of movies and shows, where they depicted the tragic mulatto era. And
Okay, I know.
the tragic mulatto or mulatto era was like, oh my God, if
Yeah,
they
like
just
Pink,
didn't have this, if
like the
they just
movie
didn't
Pink.
have this one, yeah, if they didn't just have this one drop of black, life would just be so good for them. But it's not because, they're part black and they got those few drops of black in them or whatever. And this is literally like, this is what the fuck they're depicting. And white people and people in general, this is a fucking general fact now that they only care when it is people that either like in movies and TV shows, like say someone's going through a hardship or something tragic happens to them. They only care if it's like the race of person that is the same as them, or something that they can see in that person that is the same as them, or even if they're from the same class as them. I mean, with this whole Titan tragedy, where they went down there to go see the Titanic and they all died and stuff. You got a whole bunch of fucking poor people making fun of them and they're like, oh, I don't give a fuck. Like, they're not, I can't see myself in them. So I don't care. That's a real thing. And that's something that was used, and it not only benefited, biracial people, but it benefited black people because they were like, shit.
Okay,
They were
okay,
literally
okay.
seeing, hold on. They were
Wait,
seeing at
wait.
these
Y'all,
auctions, hold on, at these slave auctions. Let me just finish. I'm literally about to be done. At these slave auctions, they would see biracial people that were fucking damn near white passing in chains, and they thought,
what
damn,
auction?
if they are taking people with just even one drop of black in them, what is going to stop them from taking me next? And that is what started the entire revolution of white people even fighting for black people to not be fucking slaves anymore, okay?
What
To
white
set
people
them
were slaves
free.
besides Jim Brown?
Yeah, there were white people that were slaves. I'm not saying that. But
No,
I'm
I'm not.
saying that is
You don't
something
even
that
understand what I'm
contributed
saying.
because there are books on it.
Multi, you're
There
going
are
on and
movies
on
on
and
it
on.
from back then. It was something that was highly influential. And so that's what I'm saying. That's it.
Look, listen. What I'm saying is that shout out to Bro Tip. The only thing I'm saying with that is that I'm trying to figure out what biracial people were in change when they was mostly the house slaves that was a product of
That
the
is
slave.
another big
That's
problem
a
that you guys
lie.
push
That's a
on
lie
us.
as well.
And you
A
know what?
fucking
We were
lie.
literally sold
Literally,
into
Eartha
sex
Kitt. You just talked
slavery
about
and
Eartha
all of
Kitt
that
One at a
shit.
earlier,
time. One
and
at
she
a
was
time. One
born.
at a time.
Hold on, you just talked about Eartha Kitt earlier, and I know that you know that's a fucking lie. because you just talked about Eartha Kitt and she was born on a fucking slave plantation. Stop. She was born on a fucking slave plantation. And you're telling me
but let's be
that
honest,
she was
though,
a
with these
house
slave
slave.
owners that were creating all of these biracial
Fucking
children, do you
lies.
guys literally think that every single
Harriet Tubman
biracial
was a
person
house
was in
slave,
the
and was
house?
she light
Do
skinned?
you
Was she
really think
biracial? Don't think so.
every biracial person was in the house? They were not. Okay.
Y'all are dumb.
A lot of
How big y'all think the house is? Ignorant. And the thing is, first of all, why is it better to be hold on, why? Because you are ignorant. Why is it? Because you're clearly not willing to learn. You're clearly not open to learning. You're clearly not willing to learn because you're being very defensive and saying ignorant shit that we're all house slaves. And the thing is, how is it better to be closer to your abuser than fucking further? Field slaves had way more freedom than fucking house slaves. There are fucking manifestos where house slaves had to stay up all night fanning their fucking master. If they stopped, they got their ass beat. What are you talking about? How is it better to be closer to your abuser? How is it better to be closer to your abuser than further away? House slaves had their own shacks. They had their own families. They were the ones jumping the fucking broom, not us.
Hold on. No, this conversation about who had it worse always goes in a bad direction. I don't really. Let's not do the who had it worse thing. Slavery was disgusting all the way around, and everybody suffered. Everybody suffered.
Shout and not listen. I mean, we're having a combo here.
Excuse me. Let us welcome Brotet. Good morning, Brotet.
Can I say something really quick before I let Brotet?
Hey, Brotet.
Hey.
Denise, I wanted to speak on Denise's comments really quickly, because Denise, you said majority of black people, because racially ambiguous folks always get stripped of their black card. Example number one, Barack Obama, he was black when he won, biracial when he didn't do what black folks needed. That's because black people got him in there. Nobody's voting for you, Denise, if you're not gonna do something for them. Not the Jewish, not the Irish, not the Italian.
Why? They voted
still
Biden
voted him in.
They
still voted him in, and he still didn't do shit. And the same thing with Obama, didn't do shit for him.
They vote anybody Democratic in.
Exactly. So let's stop pretending. Let's stop pretending like black people aren't conditioned to vote Democratic. Let's stop pretending like they aren't conditioned to vote Democratic historically. And Democrats were the ones for slavery. If you actually look up into history. Exactly what I said. Ignorant. Just like your comment about light-skinned people being the house slaves, as if that job is any better. Which house slave? First of all, field slave's job ended when the sun went down. House slave's job never fucking ended at all.
Chill, man.
But we can go on and on about which one is tougher. When both jobs suck.
Slavery is never going to go anywhere positive. Period. Point blank. It's never going to go anywhere positive.
Y'all won't let nobody speak. Y'all take over the fucking panel and don't let nobody else speak. And I'm sick of that shit.
Then what do you have to say?
For quite some time. I've been keeping my cool for quite some time.
You've been also talking. You've been also talking.
Right. You've been
also running your trap. You've been also running your fucking trap. Talking about biracial people is what you've been doing.
Right, and you expect us not to say nothing? You got me fucked up. We've been nothing but respectful. We've been nothing but respectful of Black history because there's no reason to disrespect it. But what we're not gonna do is fucking lie on history. You want to say some ignorant shit, you're gonna get corrected.
Fucking Ramon hasn't talked. Irby hasn't talked. Right. But guess what? 18 letters been fucking talking.
That's because y'all been running y'all.
Right, and stop pretending like it's just
fucking mouth.
Get out of here.
Talking about y'all this and y'all that. You've been running your mouth too.
When I can wrestle and get a fucking word out of it, yeah.
Okay, guys.
Okay, so you're mad because I disagreed with what you had to say? Okay, I'm sorry that I corrected you on history that you clearly didn't fucking know. Because as far as what you should know is that first of all, field slaves, their job ended when the sun went fucking down. Their job ended when the sun went fucking down. So I don't know why y'all try to pretend like being in the house closer to your abusers is a better option. But it's ignorant and it's stupid and it's also untrue.
Guys, can we all simmer down?
I never
Can we-
said. The only thing I said was that most biracial people was a product of the slave master and a slave woman that worked in the fields. That's all I said. All of that other shit
During
you brought in
slavery.
That's not all you said. That's not all.
That's not all you said. You said that
Oh
most
my
of
God.
us were in the house when that's not true. Because I literally just brought up the example of Eartha Kitt, which you are the one that brought up earlier. So I know that you know that that's not fucking true.
Where was Eartha Kitt?
Eartha Kitt was not in the fucking house. What are you talking about? She was born in the motherfucking plantation. There were plenty of. First of all, do you even know the majority of? Hold on. Do you even know the majority of the slaves? More than half of the slaves were biracial people. More than half of the slaves were biracial people. So what the fuck are you talking about? So you saying all them niggas was in the house? You're a lie. Harriet Tubman was fucking dark skinned and fully black, and she was a house slave, and that was the only reason she was able to make the fucking Underground Railroad. She wouldn't have been able to if she was in the field. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Guys, we need to, guys,
You're not talking about shit.
Go ahead, bro.
Because you don't know. Because you don't know.
We need to
I can name house slaves that was black and house slaves that was biracial. Can you? No, you want to sit up here and say, all of us were house slaves. What the
when
fuck
you're
are you
talking
talking
slavery,
about?
shit can never go well. It can never go well when you talk about slavery.
Guys, can we simmer down? I don't want to.
Girl, it is the projects.
Guys,
she said, I feel like I'm in the project.
I don't want to mute anybody at this point.
You should. You should have used that a long time ago.
Okay.
Sure.
Protect.
You know what? I'm gonna go because I feel like I'm making it hella spicy. Let the men talk. Y'all have fun. Jose, love you. Always gonna support you. Gonna leave a comment down and a like, but I'm gonna go because you know it's just people don't care to hear anybody else's opinion. That's fine if you think that all the house slaves were biracial or majority of them. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But I just wanted to give my 2 cents that it wasn't like a good deal.
They can't take the
It wasn't a
truth.
good deal.
Multi, they can't take the truth. Don't leave. They can't take the fucking truth.
Because I'm just tired of sitting up here and they're making it seem like, oh, I'm being irrational because I'm talking about the history that I know about. And meanwhile, this person probably didn't even know that Harriet Tubman was a fucking house slave. You don't make no damn sense.
They want to diminish our struggle like we all weren't in the fucking trenches together. Like we all weren't in the
How do you
fucking
think them
trenches
biracial
together.
children came about? How do you think them biracial children came about? They're just going out to the fields and fucking people? No, they're putting them in the house. What are you talking about? So I'm talking about the things that I know. And if you have a problem with me stating, if you guys have a problem with me stating that being a house slave is no better than being a field slave, then I don't give a fuck because that's a fact. It's no better. A slave is a fucking slave.
I never said anything about that. What are you talking about?
Okay.
But you sure did get mad when I brought it up. But you did get mad when I brought it up. So, like I said,
hello.
I'm gonna go.
Yes,
Multi.
You'll be doing
Multi, please. Okay, Martine, please. Multi. I'm asking
Jose,
you.
You should have told her please a long time ago, man. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, please stop playing crybaby. You've been running your mouth the whole time too.
Do I have? Excuse me. Do I have to mute
I haven't
people?
understand anything. And you
yes, he has. Ramon, you've been sitting over there like you got something in your mouth, like you can't talk. He's been running his fucking mouth the whole time.
You full of shit.
I wasn't able to even say anything.
And I better being able to hear what he has to say, eh?
And they know that, man. And see, this is what happened. People be giving motherfuckers leeway, and they don't check them from the gate. And this is what happened when you don't check.
No, that's why your ass got checked. That's why you got checked.
No, I ain't get checked by a motherfucker.
Yeah, you did get checked.
Order in the court. There will be order.
And you think you gonna check us? You ain't gonna check us. Period. Point blank.
Yeah, they ain't my platform. If it was trust believe, y'all wouldn't be over there.
Wouldn't be over where?
I just said. I said what I said. You heard me.
No, I didn't. That's why I said what. If I heard you, I wouldn't have said what, right?
Man, go ahead, man.
Exactly. You get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. Don't disrespect me.
fuck you,
Because
bitch.
I ain't said shit to your motherfucking ass until
the
now.
platform,
But if you want to
No,
fuck
man.
with me,
Nobody
then I can talk
platform.
shit right back to your motherfucking ass. Because I don't
Straight
play
like
that shit.
I don't give a fuck about what you're
Period,
talking
point
about.
blank. Because you all in your motherfucking fields, motherfucker, because you can't
No,
run
you
your
don't.
trap,
No, you
motherfucker.
You're emotional,
Just
Gigi.
fuck
You're
some. I don't give a
emotional.
Yeah,
fuck
I am
about that.
emotional. Exactly. And
Nobody's
what?
calling you. Nobody called you a
I don't
name
give
or
a
anything like
fuck,
that. You're supposed to be
motherfucker.
emotional. Oh, here we
Wow.
go. Yeah.
What is going on?
They mentally unstable. That's what's going on, man. Everybody know me in these panels. I've been on these panels for God knows how long. I ain't never disrespected nobody. I always give people a chance to speak. But you got people that's mentally ill,
Wow.
fucking alcoholics and everything else, man. I don't know what the fuck going on with these people. I
What
got
is
tired of
going-
that shit.
Yeah, what's
Oh,
what's
well.
the deal?
Well, they wanted spicy. We got spicy.
We got spicy.
Oh, well.
Good morning, Bro Tap.
We have good morning, Jose. I came back from that walk. I did like 3.5 miles. It's not the usual, but yeah.
We can barely hear you. I don't know. There is
Can you hear me now?
heavy distortion.
How about now? Can you hear me?
It's a little better, but kind of low.
Hold on. Let me unplug. I'm gonna plug and unplug.
Yeah. I could barely hear him. Well,
I ain't never think I had to curse out somebody, man. Not like that. But goddamn. And I take full responsibility for something that was my fault, but that was not my fault.
Okay. Look, I'm not here to be issuing whose fault is what. Okay. Let's just look.
Jose, you got ears just like I got ears.
Okay, but you know what? Okay.
Jose, you've known me this whole time. When have I known to be problematic on
No. Look,
for the last 3 years, when have I been known to be problematic on panels, Jose?
Okay, first of all,
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
No, I know that.
Okay,
I know that.
okay.
I'm just saying that they were the problem. It's clear as day.
All right.
Man, even I got cussed out.
Okay. Let's bring back Bro Tap. Okay. Bro Tap.
How's my volume now? Is it still bad?
Yeah, it's distorted. I don't know what it is. I mean,
on.
I guess you could try.
I'm trying all the different settings. How about now? Still bad?
Well, what you guys think? You will have to kind of like speak up. I guess you could.
Hold
You
on.
could still use your mic, but speaking up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna just keep going through settings. Hold on. How about now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Yeah, it's better.
Hold on. Now it's closer. How about now?
Yeah, maybe that's just what it is. You need to have your mic close.
Well, how about now? It looks like the feed graphic says the microphone works, but I don't know what you guys are hearing.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just a little distorted. There is just a distortion, and maybe you can hear it on the playback later on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see this last setting here. How about now?
Yeah, I think it sounds good. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It's
Okay.
but still distorted, right? Still distorted, but a better.
A little bit.
Okay.
That's something
But,
that you might want to check out.
Yeah, maybe in the playback. I'm gonna hate hearing this on the playback, but everybody was screaming. What the hell was that?
Yeah, man. And they started being insulting. Like, and I don't care what nobody says. I hear what you're saying, Denise, but I'm not backing down. Too many people be backing down in these spaces because it's people that can overtalk people.
Yeah.
And be this. I'm not backing down from that. Nah, fuck that. Period. Point blank.
Yeah, especially when she's wrong, but she didn't get to. I mean, I don't understand these sort of rebuttals where you just overtalk people and then call them
And I
names, and
never
that's
said anything about people having it harder in the field or in the house, anything. The only thing I said was that most biracial people were a product of the slave master and a field slave.
yeah,
That's
and
it's just that simple. It wasn't no slave running around impregnating white women and producing biracial babies. He would have fucking got set on
yeah,
fire hanging
yeah,
from a
he would
noose.
have
So
got.
goddamn.
He'd have got.
Like, come
Well,
on, man. What the fuck?
okay, well, you won't go there, but I'll go there. All right, look, coming from a perspective of being a descendant of slaves from Haiti, there were people called gens de couleur, um, people of color, and those were the mulattoes before they had the names for mulattoes. And yeah, they had it better, but those were free though. But some of them were slaves, but they were mulattoes. They had it way better. Where I'm from, they had it way better than the field slaves. They had more social mobility, right? Um, when the master threw a big party in the plantation, there were rooms where the regular slaves were not allowed to go, but the a house Negro who was light skinned, who was biracial and mixed, he or she were allowed to mingle with uh, visiting masters from other plantations and stuff like that. They were called pretty and exotic and all these sorts of things. Um, yeah, but we couldn't people couldn't explain this to those two because they were yelling at everybody.
Yeah, and then they started calling people dumb. Now, there's certain things that I don't know. Absolutely correct. It is a lot of things that I don't know. I never refuted that. But she started saying that I was saying shit that I didn't say. The only thing that I said was most biracial people was the product of the slave master and the field slave. That's it.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
say shit
correct.
about anybody living in the house having it worser or having it better than the field slave. I didn't say anything about that. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all like? And like, let me just be clear with something real quick. I don't interact in the biracial spaces. I don't have nothing to do with that. Do whatever. Like, I'm a normal person on YouTube. I'm not on YouTube with an agenda. I'm not on YouTube to spread hatred or any of this other shit. And I'm not an unstable person in my personal life. Okay. You can
Yeah.
tell who are the people that's unstable and mentally fucked up in their personal life when they want to get on here because they the ones that make the best streams. Let's just keep it real. They the
Yeah,
ones that
that's
people
true.
want to be entertained by. I'm not that dude. Like, and for the most part, I let everybody speak their piece. I keep my cool, but I ain't gonna tolerate no disrespect, man. Fuck that. And
Especially
I'll be.
then
And sorry, Denise, I get as aggressive as I need to be before that shit happen. I'm not gonna tolerate somebody calling me dumb and telling me to shut the fuck up. No, fuck that.
and again, you add to that, they were wrong. They were wrong about that. Now, even though what Denise said was correct, yeah, being close to the master, yes, that was bad to be closer to the master because you get biracials were um, were often the recipients of abuse, sexual assault, and stuff like that because they were closer. But the ones actually pumping out babies were the field slaves. For some reason, like the white supremacists at the time, they loved themselves some good old fashioned chocolate sisters. You know what I mean? And that's who they violated. They raped the most. Even though I think Sally Hemings was a mulatto, right? So you know, she got graped a whole lot by Thomas Jefferson, I think. But where I'm from in Haiti, yeah, they love the dark the French white supremacists really loved the dark skinned sisters out in the field And the mulattoes, they enjoyed a whole lot of social mobility and light skin privilege, you know? And when the French got kicked out of Haiti, the mulattoes thought, oh yeah, well, naturally we get to rule now because we're closer to white and the white people are no longer there. And so the mulattoes thought that, we're next in line. Little did they know that, Haitians, the main body of the Haitian populace, we had other plans. You feel me?
Mhm.
But yeah, you won't go there, Rakim, but I will. Yeah, the field slaves, they had it harder, and the house slaves, they enjoyed way more privileges. Someone said that the field slaves had more freedom. No, they had, unless they were messengers. Again, I'm only speaking for Haiti. Unless there were messengers who would either go on foot or on horseback from from plantation to plantation to give messages. We didn't have cell phones at the time. They didn't have freedom unless they were that. They were message couriers. Other than that, no. The sector that you worked, you better not be caught outside that sector. You get buried up to your neck and syrup poured over your face so that ants can eat you alive. It was that bad up in Haiti, man. And
Um,
I'm
Protest.
sorry. Yes.
Maybe that was the situation in Haiti, but is it possible that perhaps in other countries the situation was reversed?
No,
Um.
it was similar as far as privileges at that time that certain biracial people got. It
Yeah.
was similar. That's why, and the argument that she tried to make was that, oh, we did this for black people. No, in reality, a lot of people did it for themselves because they
Yes.
was considered in that in that in that in that group. That's why you still had the paper brown bag test and all of this other
Yes.
shit where they was trying to exclude and keep. We got to be honest about that. But at the same, like I said, I don't have anything against biracial people. I've never looked down on biracial people. Identify however you want to identify. Take the necessary steps. But another thing too, what people don't want to be honest about, which they were honest earlier on earlier on in the stream, is that you have certain people, they don't want to challenge white people. They just kind of want to cone out their own lane amongst blackness and still elevate from
Oh.
black culture. They that's true. I mean, look at Amber Rose.
Yeah.
You can see, okay, Amber Rose, you're not black. You emphasize that you're not black, and all of this. You all of it. Okay, where's the other half of you that you're so involved with on that other side?
Well, Amber Rose says she's Cape Verde and she's not black, right? And so when you look at Cape Verde, it's a big hodgepodge of Asian,
Portuguese and African.
Portuguese, African, Indio, different kinds of Indio too, you know? Um, so with her, eh, it's how I feel about Amber Rose is how I feel about a lot of mixed biracials or multiracial people who think that they can have a finger in every pie, right? Don't be shocked when someone who whose pie you stuck your finger in slaps your hand. All
Yeah.
right, if you're gonna have your finger in every pie, um, there were some women like that in a few social media groups that I was involved in. Anytime there's a subject, they would be running their mouth. Like if it's something about Filipinos, well, I'm 1/5 Filipina, so I'm blah 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 blah. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. You're 1/8 everything. You're 1/8 everything. If people are talking about Cherokee, suddenly you're 1/8 Cherokee. If people are talking about Irish, suddenly you're 1/16 Irish. People are talking
Um,
about Martians, yes, suddenly your mothership is waiting for you in Alaska. Like you just want attention. That's how I feel about some, not all, not all, not all, some mixed biracial people who use this social mobility privilege to go from class to class to class in the social strata, right? So, how I feel about a lot of the Latino and Latina mixed people, multiracial people, for example, in specific, is they use every aspect of themselves to float through all of the societal stratas. So, with white people, when it comes to the corporate world, suddenly they're completely white. In every board meeting, at the copy room, at the copy center of the company, they're doing the thumbs up and they're drinking from from the mug, the coffee mug at the break room with the with Chad and Brad and Chad and Vlad, right? And when those guys, those white guys have left, and it's just you guys in the break room, like Tyrone and you know, uh, Tyrone and Davon and other black people, Rakim, that's another black name,
Yeah, my
the
name, it
black
don't get
name,
no
right?
blacker than that.
Yeah. So, when all the white guys who are in charge have gone, right? And that Latino mixed person was buddying up with them and talking down to us, if the white people were talking down to us, they join in too. And then when those white people leave, and then it's just us black people in the break room, suddenly they flip, they calibrate so that they can now float through our social strata. Suddenly now they black it up. What's good, homie? Blah 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 blah. No, 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 fam. Come on. If
Excuse me.
and if we leave, hold, let me finish. Let me finish. Right. If we leave, I owe Denise some money. That's a tagline. If we leave and it's Latinos left now, they calibrate, they tweak, the setting, the frequency setting again, so that they can actually float through that societal strata. So suddenly it's okay if it's Dominicans and and all that stuff. I think it's a lack of integrity. If even though some of you may believe that you're just being fluid, right? And you're just surviving, a lot of us will get to think that it's a lack of integrity because you're playing all the sides of the field and you're not invested in anything. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty much the end of my spiel. If it's even audible, I don't even know how well this mic is working. I guess I'll catch some feedback.
Rakeem, you mentioned something about the paper bag test. Can you explain to me what that entails?
Can you repeat that, Jose?
I said you mentioned something about I think it's called the paper bag test. Can you explain
Yeah,
it?
the brown paper bag test is something that was
Yeah.
used by biracials and certain light complexion people, where in order to get into certain parties and get into certain arenas of opportunities that they had amongst their group, it was the boule, like Riska Psycha said, where you would, if your skin complexion was darker than a brown paper bag, you were not allowed to be part of that, part of the boule, you should say. It's so
Yeah.
much, it's so much to it. And Denise, I got a lot of love for you, and I understand that you read certain things, but you on the island, it's a different game than
Yeah.
here in the United States. And then when you came from the island, you moved to LA. That's like if I was to move to the island and lived in Bayamon. I can just tell you about my little experiences on Bayamon. I won't know the history of Bayamon, and Bayamon is not the rest of the island.
Mm.
That appears to be very subjective.
Um, Jose, you never heard of the paperback test before?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, there's a lot of people never heard of it, and I'm always delighted when I get to be the one to tell them about it. I'm like, you never heard of the paperback test? How about the Blue Vein Society? Never heard of the Blue Vein Society?
Vaguely.
Or yeah, like I don't know about the main Blue Vein Society, but I do know where I'm from, there were clubs where they flip your, like, the black side of your hand, right? They flip your hand over to see, under your wrist to see if they could see any of your veins. If you're not light enough that they can see your veins, you need to, get up out of here. It's very, very petty and crass, right? Racism is petty and crass, and it should be beneath all of us, right? But for some reason, the white supremacists, the racism and pettiness and crassness is not beneath them. That's crazy. And the worst thing about it is they were the ones who pioneered DNA testing, right? And according to DNA testing, what you look like, including but not limited to your skin, in fact, especially your skin, is only about 0.0000019% of what you actually are genetically, right? So
Mm-hmm.
your skin color does not matter at all. It's just an organ. You know what it is? It would be like them cutting you up, looking at the shade of your liver and judging you based on that. Because the skin is just an organ, just like your liver, your liver, your kidney, and stuff like that, right? So not everyone's organs are the same shade. Your liver may be, slightly different shade than mine, right? So we're gonna judge you by that. It's the same thing with the skin color because the skin is just an organ and it accounts for again 0.000.9% or whatever it is of who you are. But these people actually took it to heart, like, yeah, like you're black as coal. You need to get out this club. That's mad crazy, yo. And so the two really loud people, they're gone or what? Are they backstage? Where are they?
No, I
No,
think
they
I'm
no,
probably
they left.
I'm probably
Where are
getting
they from? They sound like exoticals. Are they exoticals?
No, 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 no. They're
biracial.
Joaquin. Actually, they're part of what's called the Golden Spear.
What is that?
Okay, that's light skinned biracial, multiracial people.
I'm already bored.
I mean, like I said before, I don't know everything. It's a lot of things that people correct me on that certain things that I'm not privy to. Never said that I do. I've never looked down on biracial people. I've always said that. I've been in a lot of these spaces, but people are mentally. I'm trying not to curse, like I'm out in the
Mhm.
street, but people are mentally messed up in some of these places, and they got these back and forth confrontations with a lot of people online. And in my personal opinion, when you have back to back confrontations with people online a lot, and everybody's talking shit, a lot of shit ain't going too well in your life, in your personal life.
Yes,
Because I get
exactly.
on here, I get on here to have discussions with people, talk, we joke, and we can do that without name calling. I ain't got to get up here and call nobody dumb and call them stupid because
Well,
something. First off, you inquired something that you inquired something. I'm sorry, I'm articulating my words incorrectly. You
I got
said
you.
something. She said something. She made an argument about something that I never said. And
All
then
right,
they kept going
experimenting.
on and on and on and on. And then those are
Yeah,
people that just want to talk, 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 and not let nobody else really get a word in. And sometimes I did interrupt Irby or Jose. That's because I was wrestling for so goddamn long to speak
yeah.
without being interrupted to get my point across. I just wanted to speak with talk to Denise's statement. Denise, you're incorrect about certain things, Denise. Your statements, slavery was not just slavery everywhere. It was a different particular type of slavery here in the United States.
Yeah.
Chattel slavery, and it was very different from how the Spanish did things on the island.
Yes.
Extremely different
Yes.
and very brutal and a lot more. And this and the hell with slavery, because people always say people talk a victim or people are a victim, and it was that long ago. I'm not even talking about slavery. I talk about like all the shit that happened to black people after slavery,
Yes,
from
sir.
the experimentations to
Mm-hmm.
to the brutal torture, to the lynchings, to the destroying everything that they fucking had, to taking all of their wealth, taking all their inventions, everything, creating the ghettos, mass incarcerations, drugs, deliberately destroying the black families through the welfare system. It was a whole lot of other shit that took place after slavery. So when people we ain't even talking about slavery. A lot of people bring up slavery because that's all they know. We talking about a lot of the shit that happened. You just rewind 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Like I know a lot of people, they come from parts of the islands and they come from different places, and I understand there's poverty there. But first world poverty wasn't no joke here in the ghettos of America either. It was now it's a little different from coming from the islands and shit like that, because they was extremely poor. But when you're talking about abandoned buildings, people sleeping in houses with no heat, no warm water, going to school, kids going to school just to eat. There was a lot of shit going on. It don't compare to the islands. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there was no walk in the park.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Rakim, um, more people, even though the journey here from being sold on the coasts of West Africa and northern West Africa, Western Africa, even though the journey from there to the United States, a lot of people died. Um, during slavery itself, the number of people who died during slavery does not equal the number of black people that died after slavery. It was a damn bloodbath after slavery. For example, there's something called the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Right. That
Um,
took place in the South. Yep.
yeah, and that happened after slavery, right?
Hmm.
And it was I believe it was the Union side that was responsible for that, you
Yeah.
know?
Mhm.
And
I'm not sure if that was the Union. I think that was the Confederates, if
that
I'm
was
not
Confederate?
mistaken. Yeah,
Yeah.
because after they lost the war, a lot of them killed off a lot of the slaves because they didn't want to set them free, and they
Hmm.
buried them, and they buried them in a
And
humongous
a
hole.
vine, yeah, some sort of
Yeah,
vineyard thing, or a peach orchard, something.
yeah, I believe so. I believe I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the details are gruesome and non-specific. So even the scholars who they still haven't exhumed all the bodies, right? It's just that people know not to eat the peaches that form from the thing, because we all know what fertilized all the fruit. It's
Exactly,
full of
exactly.
bodies, and then people are not aware of this. That's damn crazy. So when a lot of these people, including and specifically, I would say the golden sphere. Is that what you guys are calling it? The golden,
That's how they identify.
yeah. Those guys, they're worse than the white supremacists because they gloss over the pain that many people who are, in their words, non-ambiguously black people have suffered, right?
Hmm.
So they
Well,
glossed over stuff like the
Okay.
Devil's Punch Bowl. They glossed over all the free, all the newly freed slaves being hunted down and put into chain gangs. Like,
mhm.
what are you people talking about?
I mean,
Like,
even it's as simple as even this. The gun laws in the United States are fucking racist. The gun laws was
mhm,
the way that the gun laws was structured was to keep black people from not having guns to defend themselves.
yeah,
Even when you look at the fact that California had open carry until the fucking Black Panthers was marching through the state capitol exercising
yep,
their
yep.
Second Amendment right, they turned around and they made they banned open carry in California
Hmm.
because of that, because they were scared. It was a bunch of Negroes walking around dressing all black with shotguns, and it scared the hell out of people. It's a lot more to it's a lot more to it, Denise. I understand the Spaniards did massive genocide to the native people all through South
Yeah,
America, but we're talking about the laws and everything that was put in place, the laws and the different shit that was created in the system structure. But another thing, bro, most people just don't care, man. They don't want to admit that they just bigoted. They don't want to admit
yeah.
it. They just so they and it can come out. You can tell with a lot of them. And
Okay. Well,
just
Now I have a question though.
Yes.
And this is for the Latinos, or you know what? It's not for the Latinos, not you guys. It's for the Hispanics. Now, when I make the distinction between Hispanics and Latinos, I mean Hispanics as in people who have an unhealthy amount of pride and connection to Spain, right? So much so that they disregard their Indio roots. You know what I mean? I have a question. Why is it y'all and I don't expect it to be answered on the panel because none of those people are here. But at the very least on the playback, when you Hispanics see this, Brotop is asking, what is this love affair that you guys have with the people who have their boots on your neck? I don't get it. You know, as a man who would not enjoy being trampled by other men, I don't get what the fascination and connection is between you and the people who had you in chains. Now the thing is, in my opinion, it seems like the Spaniards may have had a different method, right? May have had a different method of oppressing um, you Hispanics than the French had of oppressing Haitians, right? Because we don't look, we'll smash French women, but we don't really rock with the French like that. Like Haitians, we don't really rock with the French like that. Um, there's a very good reason because the French, the relationships they had with us, their slaves, doesn't seem to be the same relationship that you Hispanics had with the Spaniards. It seems like you believe that you're the children of Spaniards, like you're the illegitimate children or some shit. We don't have that connection with the French, and I don't believe that African Americans have that connection with their American former slave owners or even the British former slave owners. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no. At least the ones that are mentally, at
Yeah,
least the ones
mentally
that are
stable.
mentally, yeah,
Yeah,
stable. Don't.
because it seems I mean we all know the let's say raccoons, the raccoons, they people like the Brandon Tatums and the
Yeah, the Candace
Anthony
Owens,
Bryant. Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean,
Thomas
Candace Owens.
Coles.
Yo, don't come for Candace, yo. She hot.
Excuse me.
Candace is hot. Yeah. Oh, I'm
I
sorry. Go
just,
ahead. Go ahead, Jose.
I just want to make this observation. This stream's been going on for almost 4 hours, and I can't believe there's still 12 people actually viewing this stream.
The 12 psychos. We love you. We love you, psychos.
I mean, it's like,
That's good. That's good. You have a dedicated core following. And by the way, Jose, when you're having this long ass stream, what happens is you are hmm, you're building up the watch view hours that YouTube counts in order to monetize you. So yeah, yeah. Golden Goddess said STFU about biracials. Golden, are you talking to
okay.
me? Can you bring that back up again, Jose? You talking to
Yeah,
me?
and I'm soft.
Who's
Damn.
she talking to?
I know soft was meant for me. I'm far from
Who
it,
the F
sweetie.
you calling alcoholics with
Far
their
from
soft
it.
pass? Okay. All right, she talking to you then. That's good. All right. I mean, you handle that. You talking to me.
Yeah, let me
I'm
get
just
this out the way.
Okay.
I
Mhm.
just want to address this really quickly because I can't let this go unnoticed without me checking this. First off, anybody is softer when you address people. When you meet people with energy, the same energy that they meet you with, then all of a
yeah.
sudden you become soft. When you meet aggression with aggression, you're supposed to allow certain people to talk and disrespect you and say whatever the fuck they want to say to you without checking it. And then all of a sudden you are the aggressive one. And you are, man, fuck all of that. I ain't come up on none of that. Whoever you is, you want to see that other side of me, I gladly show it. No problem. I try to restrain myself and practice emotional self-control. But when shit start getting thick, then you see a different side of me, period, point blank. As far as
Well,
the whole situation,
as far as the whole situation with biracial people. I've never once talked down on biracial people. I've never said anything negative about biracial people. Biracial people don't even come across my mind when it comes to anything negative or anything like that. I don't know anything about people's spaces because I don't be in people's spaces. I started off in the Latin spaces, and I come to certain spaces with Black Americans, and that's it. And that's it. And I ain't never disrespected nobody. Ain't never talked down to nobody. So you can suck one with that one, Golden, and I'll put that on. I'll merch that. I'll merch
Well,
it.
Rakim, you have a good thing going here because you see, like any king, you begin with an act of cruelty, right? Well, I mean, you began with an act of kindness, how you address people.
Yeah, I'm not a
Then,
king, no, bro. Tep. I'm just a
yeah,
regular guy.
yeah, hold on, let me finish. You began with an act of kindness. Then when they took your kindness for weakness, you responded with an act of cruelty.
Yeah,
That
man.
that way they know you're capable of both.
It's so easy for
Okay.
me to be a bad guy, man. I can be a very dark, vindictive person. You
Yeah,
know,
you know
like
what I'm saying?
I came up that way, but I don't try to. I try to treat everybody with respect, and I ain't got no reason to disrespect nobody. Ain't nobody did shit to me on
Yeah.
here personally. I ain't got no reason to do that, and I'm more mentally sound enough to know that, like, it ain't that. But when you start hurling insults at me, it is what it is. It's fair
See,
game after that. I'll put it
you're a
this way.
kind
I ain't scared.
man.
I
I
ain't
love you,
scared.
Rakim. I love my brother. I love you, Rakim. You ain't going there. I'll go there though. You biracials. Here are the problems I got with y'all.
Okay.
First things first. Biracials, I don't like how y'all speak about black women. Y'all need to shut the fuck up. Keep black women's
Okay.
names out your motherfucking mouths. When I come up on your channels, and I've seen y'all channels before with the Exoticals and Exoticals United and all that shit, y'all keep black women in your mouths.
Okay.
They're not talking about
Okay.
y'all. So
No,
shut the fuck up.
I gotta correct you on something, bro. Tep.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
go ahead.
have seen certain groups of black women talk very nasty about
No, no,
biracial
that's a
women.
response. I've seen it too, but it's a response because the first time I saw it, and I've been watching the YouTube sector with black and brown people for a minute, for a while, and the first time I saw that stuff was with the mixed people because they are not all. Many of
Um,
I'm sorry, go
excuse
ahead.
me, Bro
Okay.
Tep.
Mhm.
Bro Tep. I'm gonna respectfully disagree on that point because
All right, yeah.
I've seen. Okay, please hear me out. Please hear me out because I have seen multiple African American women on Gigi's platform on multiple
Talk
occasions.
very nasty.
Okay,
I've seen it.
may I continue?
Yeah, I was just adding on, Jose. Go right ahead.
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to set.
No,
You know. Set,
okay, look, here's the thing. So I was on Exoticals United, Exotical, a whole bunch of those channels. There's a whole bunch of them. And most of their content is basically trauma bonding with other exoticals. These are their terms and stuff like that, but I'll say with other tragic mulattoes who feel a certain way because they were mistreated and were called names while growing up, in high school with black people and stuff like that, right? So just because some girl whip your ass in like ninth grade because you got the boy that she wanted, now
okay, may I continue? As I try to state, there have been multiple occasions. There have been African American women that appear on her platform. Okay, and I'm basing it on what I have seen, not what I have not seen, what I have seen. She's been very respectable with them, as far as what I have seen. Okay. So, I don't want to contradict you, Bro Tap, but I'm just going to be basing it on what I observe.
And I was going to say this really quickly. You muted Brotep, Jose?
No.
Oh, I mean, he must have his audio must have been messed up. And they was absolutely right when they was up here, from the Chrissies to the Paris Milans to a lot of these different women.
Hold on, I just want to say that Brotep, whoever that person is, we're not exoticals, okay? So if you want to go to Exoticals United's channel and try to check us, you don't even know who we are. You don't even know what you're talking about, first of all. I respond to videos on YouTube that talk shit about biracial people. And if that happens to be Black women, that happens to be Black women. That does not mean that there's an issue with all Black women. I spend more time in Black spaces than I spend in any other spaces. And as far as Rakim is concerned, you were arguing most of the time with Multi, and because you were triggered by her, you felt the need to come for me. And I just listened to the playback. I just listened to the playback. So I don't care what you nor Denise has to say, because you came for me and you disrespected me first.
You jumped in it. I didn't disrespect you first. I never disrespected you.
Why don't you listen to the playback when we get down, okay? Listen to the playback when we get down. And as far as you, Denise, you were over here kissing Multi's ass the whole time, and you want to come over here and check me? Don't check me. I'm a grown-ass woman, all right? Just like I don't go to your channel and I don't check you about anything, don't check me, all right? I had a lot of patience this whole stream. I told everybody from the beginning, talking about slavery was going to go in a negative direction, and it did. Don't come up here trying to slander my name, talking about Black women this and Black women that and all that other bullshit, because I don't do that shit on my channel. And I don't appreciate it. And I've always been very respectful to you, the 18th letter. So just because you're aggravated by Multi, you should have never came at me in that way. But it's all good, though, because I'm not even going to waste my time with that no more.
I've been very
respectful. I'm not going to argue with you. But at the end of the day, just like you guys want to say, oh, you come in gentle or whatever, I come in the same way. But if you come for me hard, I'm coming right back for your ass. Absolutely.
It's the same thing.
And you, Brotep, who are you, a troll? Do you have a channel? Who the fuck are you? Talking about me. I'm not no motherfucking exotical, okay? I'm biracial.
I'm glad.
Yeah, you laughing with your troll ass. You got a channel? You got a channel?
Okay.
Do you have a channel?
Jeez, Golden, calm down.
Do you have a channel?
Yes, I have a channel. Why?
What's your because I want to know what your channel is. What's your channel?
Why are you screaming at me?
Because you came up here talking shit about me and I don't even know you. Don't come for biracial people, and don't come for me, period, point blank, because I'm going to get right back on your ass.
I'd appreciate that. That sounds sexy.
Listen, which I never even said 2 words to you either. So shut the fuck up, you fucking troll.
Listen, I'm glad the welcome back.
No, you ain't glad. You ain't glad.
What the hell?
The audacity. I done hang out here for how many fucking months, and y'all motherfuckers want to come for me? Fuck y'all.
I ain't never came for you.
You disrespected me tonight. You disrespected me tonight.
You jumped in the middle of the situation with Multi, and I'll listen back to the playback because I don't just attack nobody.
Yeah, you better listen to it because I never said anything out the way to you. You better listen to it.
Excuse me. If I have to, excuse me. If I have to mute people, I'm going to at this point. If I have to.
Denise, shut up. All you do is lick Multi's ass and always talking shit about me. Fuck off. You fake bitch.
Okay, not necessary. It
isn't necessary for the bitch to troll me from the comment section either, is it? Ramon.
She didn't call you names.
I don't care. She's trolling me, ain't she?
Okay, she.
Well, a little trolling that doesn't justify calling names.
Oh, shut up, you biased fuck. Fuck y'all.
God damn! Everybody get crossfire.
All of us are getting cussed out tonight.
Oh my God! What is wrong?
Everybody gets cussed out tonight.
This might be your best stream ever. This might be.
Oh my God!
Jose.
You know what? At this point, I don't even know what to think anymore.
Hey, Golden, whatever your name is, here's my channel.
Okay, but Brotep.
If she's there, I don't know.
Okay, Brotep. Okay, first of all, she's not okay. She is not an exotic. She's part of the Golden Spear, which I believe I did mention at least
Yeah,
twice.
I know, I know. I clearly baited her to come back here.
But
Listen,
okay,
listen.
but Botep, why? Why?
Well, because I wanted her back on the panel. She made it kind of spicy.
Yeah,
Okay, but you know, okay. First of all,
You don't want her back on the panel?
no, it's not that. No, it's not. I don't want to back on the panel. But if it's gonna be like World War III, I mean, come on, look.
Well, I mean, I expected her to behave a bit better now that she had a chance to calm down, but she came back hot again. Damn, she
this
came
ain't
back
even
just as hot as she left.
this ain't even WWE, man. We're gonna have to take it back. This is WCW Nitro tonight.
Yeah.
It's raw.
Yeah,
It's raw.
listen, Jose.
Not just Raw, Ramon, the Attitude Era. This is the Attitude Era right now.
Jose, I thought she had a chance to cool down, that she'd come back like with a cooler head. That's what I thought. But
Okay, but the thing. Okay, but look. Okay, but
We can barely hear you.
yeah,
hello, I'm here.
yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Vince McMahon right now.
You know
My
what?
God,
At this,
that was.
you know what? At this,
She came back and cursing. Okay, so hold
okay,
on. Let me
okay,
ask you a
but
question now too. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jose.
okay, but you know what? Look, I have a huge problem baiting, to try to bring it unhocking. I have a huge problem, and you know what? I can't believe it's almost 4 hours long, and there's
Hmm.
still 12 people watching this joint.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's your
because
12
they
ride or
want some
dies,
more
man.
drama.
And people love the drama, Jose. Just like
That's what I'm saying.
Ramon just said. Just like Ramon just said, and he's 1,000% right. And I'll bet you, anytime you get a loudmouth like Golden Unstableness on here, you're gonna have a whole lot of people. You know what I mean? And the more conflict, the more AdSense. So, and plus, you're getting all your watch hours. I'm proud of you, man, because that's 4 hours. That's
Yes,
4 hours worth of
yes.
watch hours
I
that
mean
they're gonna put on
that
there.
works for your
Mhm.
channel, Jose. That's right.
Yep,
I know, but I'm
that's
supposed to be
good.
the Mr. Rogers of YouTube.
You're gonna
Yeah.
have to make
So
this
yeah.
exclusive, and put this on pay-per-view.
Okay.
Yes.
Golden Goddess. I'm gonna address you, right? So clearly, I was baiting you when I mean, you even heard me laughing while I was like, here's what I have with you mixed people and shit like that, right? But here's something serious though. If you're gonna have this sort of animus, and clearly you have animus towards people who have different opinions to you, then why not verbalize it in a more positive way so that you can have proper discourse, right? Because what you're doing here is you're making it seem like mixed people can't be bargained with, can't be reasoned with, and they absolutely will not stop. Just like the Terminator in Terminator 1, right? That's what you're making it sound like, because you and the other girl who came on here, y'all wouldn't let
Okay,
anyone speak. I was
Yeah,
listening and
first,
I'm like, I'm sorry, God, Jose.
okay. The other person is multiracial movement.
Okay. So,
Okay,
Golden Goddess, you and multiracial movement, you got on here, and all I heard is both of your voices. You shouted everyone down. Now, as Tyrion, that midget with the black dude name, Tyrion Lannister, as he said, if you silence a man, you're not silencing the man. You're just making everybody aware that you're afraid of what the man has to say. So Rakim's trying to explain to you why he believes what he believes about field slaves versus house slaves, and the man can't get a word in. and he can't even clarify what you took out of context with what he said, right? So no, that's not a proper way to have discourse.
Yeah. You know what? To be perfectly honest, I'm debating whether to put this on in private because I don't know. This is like the most bizarre thing that
Well, I don't
Also,
know. I don't know
also
about
Golden
putting it in
Goddess.
private.
No. Why put it in private? Look, Golden Goddess. My channel is called Opinionated, right? Sort of like I'm opinionated and I'm a nerd, right? So opinionated. So you can go ahead and check my channel out. And once you're on my channel, you will see that I have no problem with anybody's race. In fact, most of my channel, even though my name denotes that I'm pro-black, I have most of the videos on my channel defending white people. In fact, there's one video I have that's called "Colonizer is a Racial Slur." Right? Colonizer is a slur, I believe it's called. Right? And in that video, I defend innocent white people who, after the first Black Panther movie, you had a whole bunch of black people, dismissing them and disrespecting them. Like, excuse me, are you online? Yes, I'm online, colonizer. Excuse me, are you using the lat machine? Because I need to get the workout. And yes, I'm using the lat machine, colonizer. It was disrespectful. And,
Yeah, and
I
that's
kind
and
of,
that's bullshit. No, you don't do shit like that.
no, well, I mean, the, I saw a few people doing that to him. It wasn't en masse by any means though. But white people were concerned about it enough that I made a video about it, right? So I don't have a problem with white people or exotics or mixed or golden sphere or golden shower, whatever the hell you guys are calling yourselves, right? I don't
okay.
have
Actually, okay. Excuse me. They are known as the Golden Spear.
the golden sphere. All right, cool.
And I just
The
want to
golden
say,
sphere.
it's good to see you in these spaces, bro. Tep, brother. We ain't seen you around in a long time.
Oh,
Uh,
thanks, man. Thanks. I
like
miss
I
you
said,
guys
it's,
too, yeah.
Voltec, question: when you gonna be doing any live streams?
Oh man, I don't even know. I've been so busy and I got a lot, on my plate. But um I do like the live streams you guys have. I may do some like collabs with you guys. Like you do a particular live stream and then I do a part two on my channel and y'all hop on over and I host that. And then, we kick it back to y'all. Like you do a part three there and I jump over there. That kind of fun stuff might be cool, because I miss anytime that I get the alert from your channels and then I go check it out, it's always some hot shit like this. It's good, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like I'm sorry. Like I say, I'm sorry. I apologize, Jose. I don't mean to bring no. I just don't. I don't respond well to disrespect because I go out my way to respect everybody, even people that don't deserve it. So like,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna listen to that playback. If the
Yeah.
biracial mob boss Golden Goddess says, you better listen back to that playback or else.
Golden Goddess.
I don't want to know what that or else is. So I'm gonna
I'm
go ahead
going.
and
You know
Yeah.
what?
take
Golden
and listen.
You
Goddess.
know what? I'm gonna listen to the playback as well, and I'm sure there's going to be a reaction at some point to this whole
Yeah, you done
situation.
got you. You better keep you can man. You might wake up to 1,000 views on this video on this live right here, Jose.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's why you can't delete it. You'll be
You know,
missing out. I mean,
I
let it
know,
be. Let it be. This is a ratchet. Gonna be a ratchet stream. Let it be. Let it be
no,
ratchet.
but
Allow it.
I know there's gonna be a reaction video to this. And look, oh boy, That's all. I'm just getting ready for what follows. That's all.
And here's the thing, because I know a lot of the times we talk about race and everything in some of these streams, and I'm I don't mind talking about race, but I'm getting tired of that shit, man. Like as far as I'm gonna be I want to have topics that everybody can understand, because there's too many damn ignorant people that don't want to keep it honest when it comes to certain topics with that. And this topic has been beaten like a dead horse when it came, for the last 2.5 years and everything like that. Just if people want their own spaces, they want to do them. Like with me being a Black American, I talk about my culture. I talk about things that happen, or being Black in general. I just talk about things that's going on with my people, and we ain't got to mention no other groups. We ain't got to talk about, but a lot of other people got to mention us for views, and I'm gonna keep that real, because they ain't got nothing going on that they can really talk about that's going to get any type of viewership on their channel without mentioning Black Americans. So, but I'm just not even going to even keep talking about a lot of this stuff that's been going on, because you have a lot of people that are ignorant. Not only if you trying to break things down, you a victim, and then when you just say fuck it, throw it out the window, I'm gonna disrespect you like you disrespect me, then you become the bully. So now it's like it's whatever. But yeah, man, that's I apologize, Jose. I mean for it to go left, anything like that. And I'm gonna listen to the playback. Like I said with Golden, I didn't disrespect her. She was jumping in trying to defend Multi and say all type. Then that's when it all went left. So
Man, the exoticals and the golden sphere, they all got me, yo. They snatched me off the stream. It's a
Okay,
conspiracy, I tell you.
please, no,
Conspiracy.
please, bro, Tab, I cannot deal with any more controversy tonight. And I've got 14 people watching this joint.
Yeah, look, the more controversy and more conflict you add, the more they're gonna flood to the place, especially from their
That's the
channels.
way it is.
Like I was saying before, they snatched me off the stream. I was saying that these people have swollen egos, all right, and
that's what it is.
they're
That's
still,
what it is.
they're still watching the shit. I guarantee you, Golden Shower washed you away. Yeah, the Golden Shower washed me away.
Okay,
Denise.
please, no more,
And
no references to Golden Shower, please.
Hey, that's
Like
what
I
the
said, I'm gonna listen.
golden
I'm gonna
shower
listen to
forms
the
the golden
playback.
sphere.
I'm
Look,
gonna listen
Okay,
to the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. Tip.
yeah. Look, here's the thing: Golden Goddess and what was it? United? What's the
no,
other one called?
it's multiracial movement.
Multiracial movement. Both of those guys, girls, gals, ladies,
Please.
they're still watching the stream. They're part of the 14 people who are watching the stream right now. In fact, they're probably sniping the stream so that they can discuss it on their channel where they have the power to mute people. Over here, they couldn't mute Rakim. They could shout him down, they could keep talking and won't let him get a word in, but they couldn't mute him. And that was frustrating for them because I've been on some of their streams. What they do is they say something immensely stupid. One of them said, what she said? She said that Lupita Nyong'o is not really black because she has white features, and if she was light skinned, she'd be known as a mixed race person because she has I can't think of anyone who's blacker than Lupita Nyong'o, and not only in skin color but in features. That woman has East African features. All of the genetic variations that we're calling white features, they can be found in Africa. They can be found in the Horn of Africa, Northeastern Africa, Eastern Africa, Central Africa, right? But these people, they take one tiny sampling in West Africa, and then they say, well, black people look like this. If you look like anything else, you're not black. So if you look like, what's that guy from the half German guy? I forgot his name. but he wasn't
Oh, you
Resident Evil and all that stuff.
you talking
Boris
about
Kojo, sorry.
the brother?
Boris Kojo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Boris
yeah.
Kojo. Boris
They're like,
Kojo.
if you look like Boris Kojo, you know what? Even though Boris Kojo has white in his family, you can go to East Africa and find men that look like Boris Kojo, yet they have no whiteness in them, because Africa has the most genetic diversity on the planet, on the face of the earth. If you find the extremes of one in Africa, you'll find the extreme of the other in Africa. So this mixed race person said something immensely vapid, absolutely brain dead, low IQ, fucking stupid. And then when someone else challenged them on it, they were like, wait a minute. Lupita Nyong'o has two black parents. You see her parents, they're black as she is, and she's from East Africa, straight up to, her genetics are from East Africa. She was born in Mexico and speaks fluent Spanish. But her genes are straight up from Kenya. They muted that person, booted him the fuck off the show, and they went about straw manning what the person said, misrepresenting what he presented as an argument, and then they ride it out on that for the rest of their show. They could not do that here. They had no power. You hear that, mixed race people? Golden Sphere and Golden Shower. You have no power.
Okay,
You
no,
have
no,
no
no golden
equity.
shower, please. No golden shower.
You
No,
have no.
please.
You golden sphere, mixed race, exoticals. All of you people, you have no equity. You have no power. You have no pull. Even in regular modern dominant society, you have no pull. This is why you're frustrated. That's why you're frustrated. You get no power there, and then with us, you think you get some love, right? And we do show you some love in the black community, but then you get to lord your color over us, as if we're supposed to be impressed, as if we're supposed to bow before you, kowtow, drag our foreheads on the ground before your feet. No, you're not special. The rules somehow don't apply to you. No, that is not how that works. Do you understand? And then they were shouting at Denise. I think Golden Globe, whatever her name was, shouting at Denise. You feel me? Denise, say what up, what up?
Oh my God. Look, this has been one of the most hilarious streams I've watched in my life. Oh my God.
Denise, Denise, excuse, protect, please, Denise, Denise, I thought you loved me.
Oh my God, Jose, you all did yourself. This was so ghetto. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, this is a ghetto stream.
I'm surprised Brote from Modern Raquel survived it.
No, you got to think Golden and multiracial. They definitely
whatever her name is.
I mean, at least I would say this, like I said in the chat, at least Multi knew when the conversation wasn't vibing with her and she withdrew. But like, I don't know what's going on with Golden Goddess. Like, just two Xanax and go to sleep. It's easy to do.
Golden Goddess, take a Valium.
Okay. Oh, come on, God. Would you believe, guys? Would you believe that this stream so far has 108 views and 14 likes?
I bet. People love.
This stream was so crazy that my boy Ramon, usually quiet, and he even got. Ramon ain't said nothing to disrespect nobody, barely spoke throughout most of the stream. And I guess after she was done shooting me dead, she just said, fuck it, I gotta go shoot somebody. Somebody else. You know what?
No, because I was telling him, don't be calling anybody names because she just
I got 7 left in this magazine, Ramon, and you know why you got to get shot? You just happen to be standing here. You just happen
I got caught in the crossfire. I got told to shut the fuck up.
Here and did a cyber drive-by, okay? And all of y'all, even me, got shot.
Yo.
Yeah, we got
Listen,
sprayed,
you,
man.
you wasn't on the scene, Denise. You got sniped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
long distance shot.
yeah, but listen, multi-shot revolution and golden goddess or whatever your name is. Look, you can have your little trauma bonding sessions on your channels where all of these damaged people who have a chip on their shoulder about black women and black black men and stuff like that. They're the kind of people who made the Thandi Newton video go viral because
But
that
I think
video didn't have to go viral. You guys remember when Thandi Newton
I don't know who,
came on you guys
but I
you
think
remember that, Denise?
I think these two ladies in particular don't have. They said it many times. Don't have any animosity towards black people, like at all.
Well, they said that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
they
they
don't.
They
I
did. Yes,
believe
they
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
they don't come off as that. It's just that, like I said, I have my quarrel with them and everything like that. I don't.
They
I'm trying
just
to keep it real. Like
they
as
just
far
they just had that same tea that Ola Bor has. Like she drank the same tea, and
Oh,
like 1 minute they're
Oh,
okay, the
no.
next one's like, ah! It's like, okay.
okay.
have
Boy.
said she'll run. Okay, like okay, like we was just talking about with the whole Uvalde thing. There's no way if you run into a building and I engage somebody, they got an AR-15 and I get hit with 6 or 7 rounds of 5.56. I'm not saving a motherfucking nobody. I'm not saving nobody. I'm gonna need to be dragged up out of there after the smoke clears. And more than likely, either my child is gonna be traumatized if they do survive, or they're gonna be laying right there right there with me. So people, hey, but people, and that's straight emotion. That's straight emotion, and I get it. Like
Like
Well, so what was the problem?
is what MK was saying. Like there's certain things that are not like according to like tactical
Yeah.
techniques. You're not supposed to let more civilians get into a hostile environment. That's what we were laughing out here. Like it's not that cops did not want to do certain things. They have protocols to cover their asses in case something goes wrong.
no,
So like
I still don't agree with that, Denise. They said
no. I don't say I agree. I don't say I
they were
agree.
cowards. They were
Because
cowards.
if you look at the Uvalde situation, there was even a cop, one of those police officers had a child that died in there. So I don't think he purposely was like, oh, I'm not gonna go in and rescue my child. They have to abide by a certain type of rules. Now, could they have handled this better? Absolutely. They allowed this to fester for too long. But to say that you as a parent, oh, like as a mom, I'm gonna go in and rescue my kid. It sounds nice, but like you and your kid are not gonna survive an AR-15 because that's like the amount of rounds that get like shot very quickly in like a second. You're not gonna be able to survive that. So like good luck. Like it's like I said, I'm like, next thing you know, oh, I'm gonna go in and save my kid, and then the next thing you know, and I know you're shining. Come on.
Yeah, while rounds are traveling in slow motion, contacting with your foot. That's crazy. Breaking every bone and shattering every bone in you as you're trying to make it to that classroom. You ain't. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Especially guys, look, especially Denise. That's why you need to sneak around. Okay, you don't go in there. I'm here to save my child. No, that's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just look. I think
a lot of the stuff that went down, like Uvalde and some of these other places. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers haven't heard of like sneaking around, hide and seek and shit like that. I've snuck into places where I shouldn't have been at. No one knew I was there. Just sneak.
I think it's just like you wouldn't expect that at an elementary school.
Yeah.
And I think that's why like there were so many fatalities because you always see this in like high schools or middle schools at best, but like in elementary school, there's like a special kind of evil, for you to go shoot like the most innocent people in our society, which are like very little children.
Excuse me, guys. Going through all this gave me flashbacks regarding how Christina streams used to be.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Steve
I
is the
think I
queen of
was
messy,
around
yo.
for about one or two
She's
of them.
queen messy. I mean, it's not like she's
Yeah,
messy, but like
those
people, the
live
worst
they
streams
wouldn't
might
even
be
let her talk. I remember.
Yeah, they won't even let her talk.
They showed
Yo,
they showed
those
did
streams might be up still, so you can check them out. If you,
Jesus.
anybody.
there are
Hey,
three of them. There are three of them that run for like 10 hours.
if
Yeah, I
anybody want,
remember.
if anybody want to like, let's play a 106 Park old school joint and go visit Extina streams, and you will see how.
yo,
Because let's keep it real. You got dumb black people in these spaces, stupid black people,
mhm.
You
racist
put
white
them
people,
together with slow
white
taps.
people,
Yeah, the slow taps are the worst.
stupid Latin people. You
Oh
got
my.
a lot of these people in these spaces that are just, just like really short. They one biscuit short. And they
The
with it
one
that
biscuit
they
short
think.
of the what do you call that set? You know
Oh
that
my.
set of biscuits you pull out the oven?
Yeah,
No, it's they're a bad batch.
Yeah, they're
Like
a bad batch. Or
no,
they're one
legit.
biscuit short of a full batch. That's the wording. One biscuit
It's
short of a
so
full
bad.
batch.
Look, I
well,
never.
I'm not gonna lie. We got to say it is entertaining. It's very
Yeah.
entertaining. This function is
Mhm.
entertaining, and a lot of people are entertained right now because they looking at it from their homes. Like, as long as it ain't me, it's
Mhm.
Yeah.
cool.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah,
You
a
know,
lot of the stuff, the interactions that we have here, if someone were to go and pluck out all the good parts, that could make a very good entertaining show. Because
Oh
I
my
Yeah,
God.
remember, um, what's his name when Shivo used to actually have the nerve to show up on some of these streams, right? Very rare, but it happened. And there was a German guy, who showed up. He had a Nazi freaking flag in his background and everything, and just said, he just straight up called Shivo an ape and a mongrel and ape and all kinds of stuff. And like Shiva was flustered. He didn't know what to do. Here
yeah.
he is.
He really believed in that. He really believed in that
Yeah.
Hispaniola,
Mhm.
uh, white supremacy
He swears
rhetoric.
by his European roots, and
Yeah.
that's mental illness
uh,
right there.
yeah, but remember his mission is to make the DR white again.
Oh
Yeah.
my
That.
God.
Yep.
Do you
Make
guys
make.
remember when
mm.
like he was foaming at the mouth doing that video? Like
Yeah.
that's
When he told
exactly
that
what
cabin
we're
with.
seeing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was published on like a couple of outlets,
Yeah.
online
Mhm.
outlets, and
We're
it
seeing
went
a lot of
viral. He was
people.
on the delivery truck yelling at the phone. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. We all
we're
saw it.
seeing a lot of people like that online. Like I think one aspect that I don't like about like social is seeing so many people battle their mental demons so publicly. You
Yeah,
know?
this
Mhm.
is people. This can be your therapy in a good way, or it can be your therapy in a bad way.
Yeah.
And for a lot
Bad.
of people, for people that felt like they've never had a voice, that felt like that they was never important in real life, these are for the people. This is a platform for people to spread their hatred on. I mean, look at Blue as Gelato. When I first ran across him, I'm like, this dude just looks angry. It looks like I'm like, you just look
Born
like
like
Dude just
look like
looks
you
like
just
me.
waiting to say something. You can't believe it's actually good black people out here. It goes against what you think. So he just like I was like when they told me the story, I'm like, okay, you got beat up. It
I don't
happened.
even know who that is, but that sounds mad
He,
funny.
he,
me
he
neither.
was he was a half Jewish, half black biracial guy. He hated black men with a
Oh
passion.
wow.
Why? Did his daddy
And,
abandon him?
no, his father was actually Jewish. His mom was black
Yeah,
American.
but did he abandon him?
I
No, I
don't know.
think he got beat up. He got beat up by
He
black
Yeah.
got
men.
beat up. He grew up in the hoods in Cleveland, so he got beat up. And I know how it is because you got insecure people in the ghetto that look to bully other people, and if they see an
Yeah.
easy target, they gonna try you. And with
But
him
that
being little,
also happens to fat people. It happens to bald people. It happens to open
Yep.
like that's just life. I think that's something that we're coming up with. Like when we see a lot of people making like broad brushing, like, oh, I'm gonna hate on all the blacks because when I was growing up, they used to bully me. That's the most retarded statement you can make because bullying happens. It doesn't matter. There's something that they're gonna pick up on
and you're gonna get bullied. You can be at the best school on earth, and kids are gonna bully you for something. It's
Yeah,
up
I'm
to
gonna
you
keep
to
it
defend
a G.
yourself.
I'm gonna keep it a G. I don't know because like when I was grown, man, we fought a lot. Like I say, fights, getting jumped. Like it used to go melees after school. It used to go
Damn.
down. It
Yo,
used
yo, freshman day. Did you have freshman day, Raquel?
Oh my god.
No,
Was
I
there
ain't had
freshman
no
day in your
problems
school?
freshman year. I had problems sophomore year. I ain't had no problems freshman year, but it used to go down. Melees,
Los famosos prepa.
yeah. It
We
used
used to
to,
call them prepas. Freshmen in Puerto Rico were prepa. And if you were a prepa, good luck. You're gonna be put inside of trash cans. Stuff's gonna happen to you. That's why I said I'm like, and what's the excuse then? Because we were in an island where everybody was the same. So
Uh,
I cannot understand.
I watched a movie. I watched a movie called The Faculty, and I'm like, did they come to my high school? How do they know we do that? Like they in freshman day, like they hold each leg spread apart, and they ram your nuts into a pole.
Oh
I was
wow.
sure they got it. They
That's
got
messed
it from my
up.
high school.
Yo, that's messed up. No, in my school, and mind you, I was in a private school that was highly Christian. Like you were not even allowed to have nail polish,
Oh wow.
and a lot of stuff. We saw a lot of stuff. The nerds in my school were bullies. Like they will bully you because you were retarded compared to them, and they
Wow.
had like a higher IQ than you. They were evil. So it was like that. You have to defend yourself, and your parents are not gonna come save you.
Guys, I think this has been without a doubt the longest, most chaotic,
No,
most
I make a music video about this.
That's good. This is
Don't
yeah.
delete, don't
the,
delete this. You're
Don't
getting
No, I'm
delete
not.
it.
on the
Don't
views.
delete it. Just leave it up for like a week or two. Because trust me, we're gonna get dragged for filth.
no, I
Yeah.
mean that's fine. I mean
Look,
I think
I want you guys to do something before I let you talk, bro. Real quick.
yeah. Go on.
In the context of what this stream, the turn that this stream took. Now I want you guys to look at the title.
Oh, let me see the title. Hold on. I didn't even look at the title.
Look at the title on the left, on the
More
top
Yeah.
row.
stupid gays.
Continue, bro.
No, no, but if those people, especially dealing with me, I don't know about Rakim and Denise, but if those people claim to have like white admixture so that they're high IQ and stuff like that, and they didn't notice that I was baiting those two women to come back on the stream, then they can drag away. They're just showing that no, you're not really that high IQ. But literally,
I'm not going.
I'm cracking up while baiting them to get back on there. And then Golden Goddess got back on there. I'm like, the bait worked. And she's like, hey, you didn't bait me. Yeah, I baited you. You came back on the stream.
And she
But
came and
yeah, and yelled at us some more. But I do want to say, you guys, know.
and you call
that
her a
the-
golden shower. That was hilarious.
You know,
Man, I'm
Yeah,
all
look.
types. I know right now I'm all types of soft ass.
Rakim, how are you feeling though? Because
Listen,
you
Oh,
start
this
getting so
ain't nothing new
angry.
to me. I mean, it don't bother me at all. This
I
ain't like
love when they say to you,
no.
shut the hell up. And you're like, no, I'm not going to shut up. I know you. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, no, not me. You don't tell me to shut up. And I was like, oh, he's getting mad.
mhm.
It was crazy. But it's just,
you
people need
you
to
know what you
develop
have to
some
do to
social
get
skills.
Rakim to start yelling at you?
Yeah.
That's the most chill motherfucker I've met out here. And you
And
know
then
what it takes to get him?
that just Ramon said, oh, okay, we don't have to call people unnecessary names. Fuck you too, bias. I don't even know he's just biased, mother fluffer. I don't know what.
Biased fuck. And Ramon has been neutral this whole time. Ramon just like, hey,
Yeah, talking about that I was being biased. And like, shut the fuck up. Come
he's like,
on.
I haven't even said nothing.
But emotionalism. People are
You
not
know,
gonna be making a coherent
Jose,
if
how
I
many
look,
subs you got? How many
You
subs you
know
got
who
now,
didn't
Jose?
got insulted? Jose.
Yeah,
Nah,
because
Well,
it was his
you better
thing.
know.
You know, yeah,
You better
motherfuckers
know.
get kicked off.
let me see. Let me see how many.
And
Jose, you
this is
still only
and
got 226 subs. That's gonna swell up, especially
Yeah.
after this stream. After this stream is gonna swell up, bro.
but I gotta
Oh, get prepared for whenever one of y'all make a stream, one of us makes a stream, we're gonna have a lot of hate watch, a lot of hateful
Yeah,
comments and stuff. So just get ready.
that's all good.
especially
That's part of
especially
the
now
game.
that God is. I'm sorry, God, Rocket.
No. I was just gonna say, bro, tap. That's part of the game. And like I say, I still ain't got nothing against Goddess and Multi. But when you start disrespecting me and calling me dumb and hurling insults, that's when I start going back. I start going back with you. I ain't never been that type. You got because the way it's so crazy because I don't want to make this agenda thing, but the way shit go in a lot of these spaces, and I notice with some of these men let some of these people, especially they let certain women get away with a lot of shit, man. They let them talk to them any kind of way and don't say nothing like you scared. Have some nuts to speak up for yourself.
And it's not
well,
that
you
you have to bow down to men, but I think that as women, we have to start understanding that we have to exercise and treat people with some form of decency. You know, especially like if you don't know personally that man you're talking to, like you can't talk to him crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I don't know.
okay, well, guys,
Hell, and I'm violent. I consider myself violent as hell.
okay, guys, this has been going on for 4.5 hours, which is like I never thought it was gonna last this long. I never thought it would end, go this way. Is anyone interested of staying in the backstage to chuck it up, or is
Yeah,
this like
Yeah, no, I
I'll
got
stay
it. I
for a
got
little
it.
bit. I'll stay for a little bit.
For
okay?
like
You
a
got
couple of
3 minutes.
minutes, I guess.
Okay,
I've
fine.
been of almost 24 hours.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start to take closing remarks. So we're gonna start with the lover of coal, who wants to be buried in snow, who wants to go to Times Square to watch the ball drops in shorts and chancletas, who thinks Orchard Beach is more beautiful than the beaches of Puerto Rico,
Oh,
who
wow.
believes there's no rats. We don't have a rat problem in New York, who loves the cold and want to be a part of the Golden Spear, the introvert Boricua.
Chris, what are you
What?
Appreciate appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Go ahead. Hello?
Ramon? Oh, they got him.
Damn, man, my boy Ramon. I think Golden came from behind with some type of wire.
Oh, come no. That's
Another
not
one.
gold there. That's not
Look, another one that got washed away by the golden shower.
Ramon, send a message. If you struggling, just swipe your hand across the laptop so we can know that you in
Ramon, swim back.
altercation.
Ramon?
Hey, is the banger near? Grab the banger. Grab the banger. Damn, she must have pulled him away from me. God damn.
Okay, so Rocky, your final thoughts.
Oh man.
Please don't use the term golden shower, okay? Because I will use it.
Nah. I don't bite people's style. That's bro tep. That's bro tep, Jose. I don't bite people's style. I ain't never been a biter. You know, my final thoughts, which might as well be my first thoughts. I didn't get a chance to speak early in the stream, but that's neither here nor there. But it's been a lit stream, man. I gotta give it up to Golden and Multi because they definitely did make the stream lit. It ain't in my personality to make that ratchet content. So they definitely brought that and they got it lit. So you gotta give them that, despite how things might have turned out or whatever, you gotta give them that. I ain't got nothing against them. I ain't gonna disrespect them, but I stand on what I say and I ain't backing down and I ain't apologizing on that. So that is what it is. People can take it however they want to take it. It is what it is. Other than that, thank you for letting me be up on your platform. Um, I appreciate that, and I got to get on you for a minute, man, because when you making these banners, you got to make sure you put your glasses on. You got Instagram spelled with a INSTANGRAM, and you got TikTok spelled TICKTOCK. You gotta make sure you got them glasses on, Jose. And so that's all I got to say. And thank you for allowing me once again to be on the platform. And shout out to everybody.
Okay,
Shout out to the chat.
thank you. Thank you. I'll I'll put you on the, okay. Now I don't, now I don't want to remove, so if I remove you from the string, will I put you in the backstage? Because I've never done this before.
Yeah, you
you're
just remove
in the
him
back.
and leave him there.
Oh, okay, no problem. So I'll put you in the backstage. Now we're gonna go to Brotep. Brotep, please do not use the term golden shower. I mean, I got an image to look after for. I mean, believe it or not, I am a born again Christian, so
Okay, okay. Look. I think I can only opine on what I was privy to for the short time I was here, and that was the slavery thing, field slave versus house slave and stuff like that. So I'll give my closing remark on that. Right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who had it worse. We equally had give and take, bad and good, stuff like that. In some ways, field slaves had it worse. Some ways, house slaves had it worse because they were closer to the master and were privy to all of the intimate evils that the master would practice inside his own home, right? But um, the mixed people who are still holding on to a lot of trauma in their personal history, whether it's in high school or grade school or kindergarten, when they were discriminated against by other black people, they need to let that stuff go. You can't just keep holding on to trauma and then use it as an excuse to mistreat other people. So I'll land my plane on that.
okay. Thank you very much, Brotep,
No
and
problem.
particularly for not using the term golden shower. Okay, so I'm gonna put you on the backstage. Okay, now, daughter, you'll
Ay,
find
ay,
lots.
ay, 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 ay. Like this was very entertainment, like good entertainment. It was very entertaining. Like yeah, I agree with Rakim. Shout out to Gigi and Multi for making the stream like hella interesting. I wish we would have had more like a mature resolution, because I don't think they're bad people. I think they're like very interesting girls and they bring like a lot of information. Like all jokes aside, I wish like Gigi would have come back in a different manner. Now, uh when it comes to the actual like topics that I saw throughout the conversation, I would talk about like the whole space of racially ambiguous people. I think, you know, we need our own space. Now, I don't condone people that are like while walking away saying we need our own space because we're not fully this and fully that. We're just like a mix of everything. There's no need for insulting black folks. You know, they are not our same race, but they are gracious enough to invite us to the cookout, even if it's on a guest pass. Um, let's just give him a guest pass 2 hours as well, and that's it. But like, other than that, yeah, I don't think people should have any animosity when it comes to that. We should all understand we have a history with one another. If it's not because we actually know the history, it's because we're connected by race because of our parents and whatever. Our history might not be the same, but our roots are, and that's what's important. And with all due respect, I don't, for future references, I don't like disrespect like that on different people. And if people feel some type of way by the way I responded, just understand the people that I'm here interacting with, I consider my friends. and I don't stand for people disrespecting my friends. I would tell my friends when I think they were wrong. Like I told Rakim, I think he should have just let these ladies like hear themselves yelling at him for no reason. And that was the only thing that I think he did wrong. I don't think he disrespected no one. But I'm not gonna just sit through and let a person disrespect my friend that I consider a brother. So if you come at him, I'm pretty sure Jose, Ramon, me, and everybody here we just call you out. If you don't like it, kick rocks. Other than that, I'm good. Thank you so much for having me here, Jose. I'll wait on the backstage.
Okay, thank you very much, daughter. I'll put you in the backstage. Now, I'm going to give you my final thoughts. The topic, of course, was more stupid games. This has been the most bizarre, weird. I mean, you can think about just every adjective to describe it. And it's a shame that at this point, I have like almost 130 views on this stream. But, it is what it is. But maybe just make this perfectly clear. Okay? A lot of people have opinions and they're going to express their opinions. At this point, I think I'm going to have to stop muting people because I cannot go through another stream like this. No offense to anybody, okay? And I do value everybody that was on the panel, okay? So I just want to make that perfectly clear. A huge shout out to everybody who appeared on the chat. A huge shout out to everybody that appeared on the panel, okay? Just for general reference, please do not use these terms golden shower, okay? I'm traumatized as is. Well, that being said, I'm going to be live Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. and I'm going to be talking regarding the tragic events that have to do with the Titan submarine under the topic, why? Hopefully, it'll be more calmer, it'll be more chiller, it'll be more peaceful. It can't get anything more wretched than this. That being said, I'm sure a lot of people are going to comment about this stream, so it is what it is. But I do appreciate all the love and support that you're giving me. And the fact that there's still 12 people watching this stream at almost 4 o'clock in the morning, well, what can I say? Well, with that being said, this has been another episode of Uncommon Sense with Jose Negron. I just want to say good night, take care, and peace.
Be strong. Be strong.